And good morning, everybody, and welcome to a very damp Summit Point Motorsports Park for our second day of coverage of the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Spencer.
Good morning.
All right, so we are getting ready to go on our schedule here. Leaving on schedule, we've got our first race group of the day. It is the Formula 4 Challenge Series. Just to give you a quick look at what our schedule is, we're going to have 7 sprint races here this morning. Going to break for lunch, then have the same 7 groups with feature races this afternoon, and a little bit of a schedule change, Brian, for tomorrow, where instead of running endurance races tomorrow morning, because of the damp conditions, and we think that, we'll probably have maybe half our fields out here today for each of our run groups, we're going to have some more sprint races tomorrow morning instead.
Yeah, I think it gives that, everybody who wants to come in here now and stay and do it, it gives them another run here out on the racetrack. So where you may not have run the Enduro, now you've got a chance to run a 30-minute sprint.
Exactly, and we expect that the weather is going to be a little bit nicer tomorrow.
Better.
So
a lot better.
No, it won't have the damp weather, as we still have a couple cars leaving the grid here, Brian. This is the Phil Hill Cup group. This is our Formula 4 Challenge Series. We'll talk a little bit more about Phil, I think, a little bit later today. But Formula Fords, we've got 3 different classes of Formula Fords. We've got the original first-generation cars that were built from 60s and raced from 67 to 72. We've got the second-generation cars, which are known as Club Ford, basically for built and raced from 1972 to 1981. And then we've got our current series, third-generation Formula Fords that they use the inboard suspension, both front and rear, with vertical dampers, as opposed to the older cars, which used bell cranks. And we had 40-plus drivers, Brian, set qualifying times here through the weekend or go out for yesterday's sprint race. Let's take a quick look here. Some of the notables: Scott Fairchild in his Zinc Z10, fastest driver over qualifying and racing with a time of 1:20.538, a little bit faster than Jake King, who was, I believe, one of our fastest drivers during yesterday's race. As a matter of fact,
actually,
Jake
during
King,
qualifying.
Yeah, it was came into the day as your pole sitter yesterday, and I believe took the win yesterday in the Formula Ford Challenge Series. He's in a Royale RP24 running for Dominion Title Services. We've got Steve Oseth in a Merlin. Great to see Steve out here, longtime Formula V driver, racing in one of our first-gen units. As our drivers are coming around turn 10 now, we've got Steven Adams, who started off on the front row yesterday, had a great start in his Lola T540. I think finished 4th during the race. And then we've got Leon Hodges Austin in his Zinc Z10 racing for Radial Tire. He was our 5th fastest driver. Dave Fairchild also in his Zinc Z10, 6th fastest. As the green flag, Brian, is now in the air. And our front row today was Steven Adams and Jacob King. It looks like Scott Fairchild did not take the grid. Stefan Vappa, who we saw yesterday in his Macon MR7, was very, very quick. That is also one of the historic cars, a 1969 model. He started off on the second row along with Leon Hodges in his Zinc Z10. But a lot of drivers out here this morning taking the green flag for today's very damp first race of the day.
Damp is an understatement, Greg. I tell you what, there's puddles. It goes back to the old Jimmy Buffett song, but we're not going to use fins. We're going to use, there's puddles on the left, there's puddles on the right. You got to stay down the middle. And right on the very start, it showed Steven Adams staying all the way in the center of the racetrack, all the way through turns 1 and 2 and up and through turn 3. It definitely stayed center of the track. That seems to be the driest part, if you can use that word out here today, where you're not going to hit some puddles. The spray coming off these tires, in these, they look like shark fins there.
Yes.
But yeah, and I'm looking in the chat, Max, but perfect conditions for a King. Well, you know what?
Yes.
You're correct, because it seems like that family, whenever it rains or it's damp, they just dominate. So we'll see. We'll see if the the one brother can outdo the other.
Yeah, indeed. So that is Max King and his brother Jake out there in that 1977 Royale. Again, starting from the front row. But so far here, as we've got our leaders now coming across the start-finish line. Look at that, Brian, side by side with Steven Adams in his Lola T540, first across the line, 83 one-thousandths of a second ahead of Jake King as they run down into turn one.
Well, you know what you can't see on the camera here is when we go our turn one camera shot, just up a little bit there on the left-hand side, you see a little bit of the cutout of the asphalt.
Right.
Just above that is a big, huge puddle.
Yes.
So Jake was side by side with Adams going down there, but had to tuck back in behind there because of that big puddle.
Yeah.
You don't want to hit that puddle at speed.
Well, and the thing is here, Brian, a lot of these drivers, they come to Summit Point for this event, and VRG holds this event, and then there's an event in the fall called the Turkey Bowl that they hold. But likely these racers have not had a lot of experience here in the wet. And there is a definite wet line around a number of these tracks. And as you pointed out, there are some very big puddles. We can actually see drivers coming down here through turn fours. We've got a car that's gone around coming out of turn three, going into turn four. It looks like that driver has now recovered and he's back on his way. And that was the number 7 machine, Brian, John Hearn, who yesterday was running in second place in this run group, and with 2 laps to go, spun the car and fell all the way to the back of the field in dry conditions, having some trouble early. And this is what I was going to say, that a lot of these drivers, they don't have experience or a lot of experience here at Summit Point in the wet. And there are some places where there is actually a decent amount of grip in the wet. Here, as that battle for the lead now is a little bit less of a battle, as Jake King has taken over the lead in his Royale, and at the line almost 3 seconds faster than Steven Adams. And you'll notice here when Jake King going into turn one, let me see if we can pick this up here. As he goes into turn one, I think we got a little bit late, but we see this from Steven Adams as well. You'll notice they are not keeping the car all the way to driver's left.
Yeah.
They are center of the track, maybe even inboard a little bit. And the reason for that is the track, it's not polished down as much.
Correct.
There's actually more grip there in the center of the track than driver's left. There are a couple of corners, and we see Jake as he goes into turn number 3, staying over 1 because there's a huge puddle. Driver's left. But also, there is a lot of grip on this turn at the very outside that you'll see drivers almost take a rim shot around this group. We just saw this green machine here go right to the curbing at the apex, and it's actually very slick there.
You've got to stay off the rumble strips, you know, and especially at a turn 3 when you come up over the hill there. You know, you want your car to track out as much as possible, especially when you hit the center of the apex. In 3, just let it roll out so you're not scrubbing off any speed. Here, you've got to stay off of that. You've got to stay in the middle. We're seeing that every single car out here right now early on. They're trying to stay center of track the entire time because, you know, this track does, and since the repave that we did, I think it was back in 2017, there is a crown all the way through the racetrack. And so the characteristics are now starting to come back where it was before. And so with that crown, all the water runs to the left or to the right. So you have to stay into the center as much as possible. And you'll see that as our leader now comes by the start-finish line. The minute they come out of turn 10, their first reaction is get back to center of the racetrack right now. Because like I said, you've got puddles to the right, and then you've got a puddle to the left. So you're actually moving the car in 2 different directions where you normally would not on a dry track.
All right, we had a driver come down the pit lane, Brian, and check in with our black flag station. That was, I believe it was the 44 car, if I'm correct. No, not the 44. We'll get the number on that machine in just a moment here. But we just had a driver head out. So what I was going to say, like, for example, turn 10, same thing. We're seeing a lot of drivers try to get their cars down to the apex there. There isn't nearly as much grip as there is on the very outer edge of the track, where drivers almost never drive when it's in the dry here. So we'll see if some of these folks start to adjust their lines as this race goes on. Real quick, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy Racers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy Racers, that's our sports racers, please start heading to the grid. And so, Brian, this race group named after Phil Hill, he's one of only 2 Americans who have won the Formula One Drivers' Championship, the other, of course, being Mario Andretti. And, of course, Phil Hill, the only naturalized natural citizen here who was born in the States. We've got another driver that came down the pit lane.
Well, actually didn't come down the pit lane. He came out, but it looks like we've got... and
that's Alan Buttrick.
We've got a car that's going around in turn 3 as well.
Okay.
Up there, but Alan Buttrick he actually came off the grid, so he is late to the party here.
Okay, and that's the number 14 Merlin 11.
That's correct. So it looks like we have a few drivers that were, either late getting here, having some mechanical issues on their car, didn't go out during the rain, while it was raining a lot harder than what it is now in certain parts of the racetrack, to let the rest of the drivers try to clear off some track before they go out. So,
all right. So Hill, as we were talking about, Formula One champion, raced a number of different cars. Of course, raced for Ferrari, took his very first win at the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. Of course, we've got, I guess we're at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix this weekend at I believe, Imola in the Formula One series this year. Also raced for Jim Hall's Chaparral cars. I think he took his final win at Chaparral, but absolutely amazing drive. Drove an MG at the Bonneville Salt Flats up to 200, and this was, I believe, a turbocharged MGB motor. Actually, it was a supercharged MGB motor. Made it to 257 miles an hour on the Bonneville Salt Flats, but absolutely amazing. Judged Pebble Beach for 40 different years, as we just had a car go off over at turn 8.
That looks like that's the 14 that just came out of Alan Buttrick.
And we'll get the number on that, verification on that.
Oh, we got another one, Greg, coming around there out of turn 9, right in front of a couple of other cars there. We'll have to try to get
I was looking to make sure our cameras hadn't frozen, Brian, because he was almost dead stick right in the middle of the
he
track.
Actually
and another
was.
driver and another driver. I pulled up right alongside, maybe to check on him. But they have continued on. All right, and while that's going on, Brian, Jake King, our leader, just resets fast lap. He's running pretty darn quick lap times here, given the conditions. A 1:45.1. It's only about 25 seconds off of his dry lap times in that Royale.
And again, as we talked about, with these puddles out here, guys are trying, they're having to run lines. They're not, like you said, they're not used to running. We got another car coming off of pit road now. Looks like that one.
That's the number 8 machine.
Yeah. Coming
onto the track. That's Gianni Nunez, and Gianni in his Royale RP31. That is a 1982 machine. I think that's one of the last of the Club Ford type cars as he is coming out. And so we've got just about a little bit under 7 minutes remaining here, Brian. We've got another driver who came down the pit lane. They must be going in numerical order, because I think that was that the number 7 car, or was that the number 2 car? Actually, that's the 7 of John Hearn, who had that early spin in the bright orange, like Dayglow orange Ford Hawk DL17, another one of our Club Fords. And he now finds himself back in 14th position here. Real quick, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 6, our Charlie Gibson Trophy drivers, our sports racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next, and starting in just a few moments, race group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy racers. Please head to the grid. And Brian, so far I'm looking down at that grid. All those open-top sports racers.
I don't blame them.
Yeah,
honestly. Not with those types of cars.
Not many of them there. All right, great little fight. I think one of them is one of our slower machines that just came back, but I was just taking a look at Greg Sowers in the number 30 Lola T440. You'll be able to see him in just a few moments coming down into turn 1. He's the first of the 2 cars coming here in that bright yellow Lola the car he just passed, one of our lapped cars there. Right. But yeah, you've got to hand it to these racers coming out here on a vintage weekend with these machines that they've worked so hard to maintain throughout the year, and and coming and getting themselves soaked behind the wheel.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, most of them, in this type of racing, you can't wear a rain suit, right? We were talking about that earlier, with myself with a rain suit. Yep. These guys, you can't. And so, when it's raining and when it's damp, I mean, it is very difficult not only to drive, out on the racetrack, but, you're getting soaking wet in there. So, look, if you like what you see, I'm taking this one. If you like what you see, give us that thumbs up there. Hit that subscribe. Pound that notification bell, as the younger kids like to say. And we'll let you know when we are live with VRG and when we are streaming. But, look, it is very difficult because now your race suit is wet. Your gloves are wet. Your hands are even though it's 60 degrees, it gets cold.
But Brian, you've got adrenaline going. You're not going to notice it probably until you get out of the car.
Well, you notice it. You notice it in there. You're probably looking at some type of data, in that car at some point going, oh, how many more? You've got a countdown going on there. It's like, I can get just one more. And we saw that, Greg, especially the last couple laps. Coming out of turn 9, right? Getting ready to come up the hill. I can get a little bit more. Last lap was a little bit better. And next thing you know, you loop the car around in front of somebody. So you gotta know your pace, and you gotta understand what your limits are.
So Brian, you're talking about, well, you gotta know. I have a feeling that a lot of these cars don't have modern data acquisition systems in them. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that most likely, keeping period correct, they probably don't have like digital aim or Motec dashes there.
So some of them do have the Alfano 6s in there. I was able to walk through and look at some of these. They do put in the Alfano 6s, which is a data component, just like a Micron 5 that you would see on a cart that I use. I use on Alfano 6. That gives you real-time data, and you can actually download that data right to a device. So some of these are using newer, newer components for that, so they can look at these. It was very interesting to see some of those yesterday.
Because I was going to say, hopefully that if they're not if they're not using the dashes, we've got a car off here, and you can see it there coming out of the chute, turn 4, which is the highest speed corner on the course here at Summit Point, going into turn 5, backed into the tire wall there. And Brian,
555. Yeah, so that is actually Ira Nesbitt.
Yeah.
So
and Ira was running in the top 10.
Right.
Brian, in his Wind Shadow Ford, and that is a Club Ford model.
Right.
Their 1981 chassis. Looks like he backed into the wall. So we're going to see that may bring out a full course caution. May bring out the checkered flag a little bit early here.
He is moving now.
Okay.
So he is back out on the racetrack right there, coming around. So good job by Ira to get that car running, and get it moving. So Brian, I was going to say, so even if they have the data systems of the car, hopefully they're not in the position that I was in years ago at the American Road Race of Champions down at Road Atlanta, where my digital dash, which was counting up the number of laps, it reset about 2/3 of the way. so it was a 20-lap race. And we got to lap like 11, and next thing I knew, the dash was saying we were on lap 1. Yeah.
And I had no idea how many laps we had remaining in the race.
And we know how bad you are at maths sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
So you couldn't think about it in your head.
No, I didn't even remember how many laps that we had turned before it started. And then for me to go, wait, 11 plus 2
I can't take my shoes off here, guys, still, because I'm racing. No, I get you. I understand. Hey, look, I'm watching some of these, and again, as we're really these drivers are really working hard to navigate these conditions.
Yeah.
But again, it's as you get to a lap where you run a good lap and your mindset opens up and you say, okay, I can get a little bit more, and that's when you get in trouble. And it seems like we have a lot of cars that are starting to do that. It does look like our leader, Jake King here, is working his last lap now, Greg. So this race is winding down pretty quickly.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. So not a lot of, only about a minute 45 remaining. I think we've had a couple of drivers come into the pit lane. Leon Hodges Austin in the number 45 machine. Tim Hannon as well. We saw Ira Nesbitt, who put his car around over at turn 5. He was running, I believe, 6th fastest, Brian, and he now finds himself down a little bit further in the field. I think he now finds himself around 16th position. As we've got a car very slow coming out of turn 10, and that is our, I believe,
that's not our leader.
That's not our leader. Okay. That is the number
45 machine. That was Leon Hodges Austin there.
Yeah, Leon Hodges Austin, who was running also, I think, in sixth position.
Yeah.
And that is going to drop him back considerably.
I do believe he spun when we got there. Our leader now is getting ready to come through turn 8, turn 9. We'll be coming up under the bridge here. There you go. You see him right there. Going to be coming up out of turn 10 here momentarily. But so Jake King, as Max said in our chat this morning, in perfect conditions for a King. It does look like he is going to take that crown.
That's right. As he comes onto the front straight here, our starter getting ready to display the checkered flag. There it is, out in the air, and Jake King will take the win, and Brian runs his fastest lap on the last lap. That Royale, a 1:43.361, coming across the line now, finishing second, is going to be Steven Adams in his Lola T540. And I think we've got Steven Vappa coming up next. That's the number 22 machine crossing the line to finish things up. That's John Vidovich in his Reynard RF82 in 1982 Formula Ford. And there we go. And now we've got the number 7 machine. That's John Hearn completing his race. We should see our third place finisher here, Steven Vappa, in just a few moments. He was running a couple seconds off our other racers there. Yep, and Vappa comes across the line. We've still got a couple of drivers making their way out of turn 10 now, but great race. And again, very challenging, obviously, for these racers.
Yeah, very challenging conditions to get started this morning. But I tell you what, nothing, other than the Ira Nesbitt spin up against the wall, pretty good control out here this morning in these open wheel.
So Brian, we've got Vintage Race Life in the chat right now, and he says looks like a wild ride. Vintage Race Life. Yeah. I can tell you that in a tin top car, in a sedan, it is a wild ride. I can only imagine what I've never driven a Formula car at speed in the wet. But I can only imagine what it would be like having that water spray thrown up at you so often around this track. Well, Brian, you said you've raced go-karts in the wet.
I've spent the last 3 races so far this year in the rain on a Saturday or a Sunday. So understanding what it's like to be, wet and damp and everything else and getting that spray all over you.
All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's our Charlie Gibson Trophy racers, our sports racers. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Charlie Gibson Trophy racers, sports racers, that's race group number 6. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, so gentlemen, let's take a quick little break. We're going to let that adrenaline wear off and dry off a little bit here in the booth, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Summit Point Motorsports Park in the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Motorsports Park in the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. Also should mention that our broadcast here this weekend is brought to you with technical assistance from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Next up is the Charlie Gibson Trophy for sports racers. It's named after Charlie Gibson, who started racing his Austin Healey Sprite in 1959, graduating to a Lotus 23, which he drove to the 1967 Sports Car Club of America G-Modified Championship. After that, Gibson went on to vintage race a variety of different cars, including Formula Atlantics and his beloved McLaren Can-Am car, which was a Lister Chevy, as well as his familiar orange-striped Lola Mark I, a 1959 Lola Mark I. Charlie owned Sasco Sports, a race prep business based out of Virginia International Raceway. And Gibson, of course, he was not only a racer, but he was an avid skier as well. He served as president of the United States Ski Association. But unfortunately, we lost Charlie in 2004 to a tragic racing-related incident. The Charlie Gibson Trophy was created in his memory a year later. Now in its 20th year, the Charlie Gibson Trophy race will feature sports racers such as Lolas, Tigers, and also Swifts. And Brian, a little bit smaller field than we saw yesterday here in the sports races, but we had a pretty darn neat race yesterday in this group.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, right off the bat, we did have that split start.
And the 500 pains that we had.
Yeah. Well, you had Joe Blacker and you had Thomas Grudovich. They were in that part of that three-car, lead pack that went out and, when they did the split start. And a pretty good race between Blacker and Grudovich. Yeah. Pretty much most of the race till I got down to the end. And Grudovich, who ran the race before as well, right? So he had back-to-back races, which you're going to see him, here today. It doesn't look like he's out there right now. So foregoing this race in his Chevron B21 this morning. So, looks like they'll, hopefully they can get it back out this afternoon. But, hopefully we see him in the next race event as well.
Yeah, and, we had Joey Bajalid in his Ginetta G12 as well yesterday and put on a real good show for us. That was the number 12 Farzo Motorsports machine. Both Grudovich and Bajalid in cars in the BSR class, the B Sports Racer class. That's for cars with 1,300 cc to 2,000 cc motors, so 1.3 liters to 2 liters. As we've got the pace car now on the pit lane, Brian, and a pretty well formed up group. Our starter here is looking over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point with the number 13 machine of Henry Payne in his Lola T90, jumping out to a very early lead. John Thompson also in a Lola T90. In second, Brian Gennert in his Swift DB2. That is the white number 77 car slotting into third. Great move now coming up the inside, Brian. I believe that was Brent Gennert in the Lola T90, getting around Josh Lewis's Lola T598 going into turn one.
Yeah, John Thompson and Henry Payne there. That's 1-2. I tell you what, good side-by-side battle as you were talking about. Really, that a little bit further back, but up in the lead there. Between Thompson and Payne. Able to get that settled out, and again, when you come up into turn three, you've got that puddle on the left. You got to get single file today. That's kind of first and foremost. Pretty good, Brian Gennert. I tell you what, he's right on the back bumper there of Henry Payne going through turn 5. You see that on your camera. We'll take a look at turn 6 as they come up. Whether or not he's going to make that pass. John Thompson looks like he is starting to pull away a little bit early on. So. Again, you've got individuals who may have a lot of rain race experience and some that don't. And so they're trying to continue to tiptoe. When I went outside, the rain seems like it has stopped in certain parts of this racetrack. So we'll see whether or not it's continuing to rain elsewhere. I can see some sprinkles still on the camera here. So again, with these open top cars, Greg, again, another challenge where things are going to get wet inside.
Yeah.
And then you throw in, all the electrical that's in there. I'm sure these cars have data acquisitions in them.
I would be very surprised if they did not. As John Thompson now jumping to the lead in his Lola T90. That is the orange number 14 machine, the 13 car of Henry Payne directly behind. And then we've got Brent and Brian Gennert. Brent so picks up that another position. Brian moves the black number 76 up into third. Brian in the white number 77 dropping back. And those are both S2000 cars. Beautiful, beautiful machines. I used to love watching the S2000 races at the SCCA National Championship runoffs each year.
Yeah.
And Josh Lewis, who is running in fifth, he's in the 812 machine, another one of our S2000 cars, a Lola T598. That's the gray car that's out there. But looking like a nice little field here, Brian, with 8 cars. Scagliano in another Lola. Then we've got Steve Conson in his Swift, and then Linwood Staub in, again, also a Swift DB2. But love seeing all these old S2000 cars.
Yeah. I tell you what, between your third and fourth there, between Brent and Brian, Brent, black car with a white helmet, then you've got Brian with a white car. We got to get him a black helmet.
Yes.
Right? Not a white helmet. So that would be.
Well, then they'd look like a checkered flag.
Well, then they'd have coordinating, that'd be coordinating teammates and family right there, right? So, look, coming out of turn 10 there, Thompson leading over Henry Payne and then Brent Gennert. I tell you what, Gennert is really starting to make some ground up on Henry Payne there, as opposed to last lap. Again, we talked about those puddles, Greg, going down into turn 1. You can see them now. It does look like Gennert has found some grip outside there now.
Yeah.
Heading into turn 1, which was the traditional line through here, right? That is the race line. Again, you get into rain line and you got a race line here. Dry line, I guess you could say. Looks like he's found some grip because he is much faster than Henry Payne out of turn 1 and turn 2 coming up. That's where he closes a little bit.
All right, Brian, we've got a car ahead. It's just come down the pit lane. We'll get that number in just a moment.
Looks like that may be the 44. Linwood Staub. I think he was the last one out to go out, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, the blue, that's right. That is the, looks like the blue and white Swift, the 44 car. All right, sounds like Josh Lewis had a little bit of trouble there going into turn one.
Yeah.
Brian, all four wheels, don't know if we picked it up on the camera there, did not get to the gravel trap, just got to the grass on the outside of the gator teeth that we have out there, but he has continued on.
Yeah, I believe that is liquid.
It is the
stop.
40. Yeah,
it's 44 down there.
Yeah, it's the 44 car. Just got confirmation from race control. Is our top three cars now coming out of turn 10 here, Brian, and making a move down the inside on Henry Payne is Brent Gennert, now 1600ths of a second back from Henry Payne. So the black number 76 car, let's see as they go down into turn one, if he's able to take over that position. Looks like he decides to hold off. Discretion, the better part of valor, doesn't want to push that braking zone much, and slots in right back behind the number 13 machine.
Payne has a little bit more straight line speed in that car than Brent does. So that makes a little bit difference in that Lola. There, although Gennert's in a what's he in? He's also in another.
They're both in Lola P90s.
Yeah. So it looks like I said, Payne's got a little bit more. But now, as you look on your camera there, coming out of turn 3, or actually headed down to turn 4 and turn 5, Gennert's going to actually make that pass over Henry Payne. So that pass happened coming up the hill through 3 and down the hill through 4. You'll see on your camera here coming out of turn 6, you'll now see the black number 76. And now he goes around and does a complete 720 into the grass. So where I was giving Brent Gennert some kudos there, making that pass, that's a thing. Hey, I made the pass. I can go a little bit faster now. Got on the gas just a little bit too quick.
Yeah, and and that's one of those places we even saw yesterday in the drive, Brian, where we had a number of drivers go off there at what a lot of us, what the locals here will call turn 6B. That portion of the track, there's also some epoxy that has been placed down on that pavement, and it becomes very slick on those parts of the track when it's wet.
No, absolutely. And so, again, you make that pass, you start to get a little bit more momentum, and then next thing you know, you end up with, you have, a little bit more gas pedal. You've got to use that egg underneath there, in order to get and continue that pass. So not able to do that. So we'll see whether or not he's able to continue that. But again, Henry Payne getting back in front of Brent Gennert there after that 720 spin. But now Gennert looks like he's going to work hard coming up through turn 3 there. Looks like he's going to move into, back into Henry Payne there.
Yeah, it's always really interesting to watch these cars drive out in the rain because it's really it's kind of the other flip side of the coin when it comes to racing at road racing courses like this, where obviously you have the speed, you want to hit every turn, every straightaway with the most amount of speed possible. But the rain's kind of like the great equalizer. It forces you to go back to basics to make sure that your mechanics of actually hitting the turn right with a reduced rate of speed. Like, I just went to driver school and I know all about reduced speed. I don't know how to go fast yet, but I still got to learn to hit those turns right. And it's really cool seeing these guys hit these turns right and still put up really impressive lap times.
Yeah, I mean, you look at John Thompson here, in a 14 overall leader now coming out of turn 10, going down by the start-finish line. And again, he's continuing. I mean, he's down to 133, just set his fast lap the last time by, in lap 4. But, consistently hitting that. And now it looks like we're going to pick up at the start-finish line. We talked about Brent Gennert last time by having that spin. He's going to continue to work back to battle Henry Payne when they went by the start-finish line. It did put him up in there, but it looks like Payne's going to be able to get back through there, coming back through turn 1 there, Spencer. But I tell you what, you're right. You've got to be consistent. The minute something you lose focus or you try to say, I can go a little bit faster, that's when it jumps at you. And again, I talked about having that egg under the throttle, especially in the rain, right? The rain, you're right. It is a great equalizer on a wet track. This is not a damp track. This is a full wet track.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to be able to, you don't want to smash that egg, right? You don't want to make scrambled eggs under your throttle. You want to just lightly touch it to where it's barely cracking the egg for the entire 30 minutes here. As we've got.
Just want to point out some deja vu coming out of turn 6 right now. That black car has finally once again managed to make his way back around for that second place position. Once again, finding some great success coming out of 3 down to 4 into 5. This time he manages to make it around turn 6, so this time I might just stick.
Yeah, well, we've said that before, but again, we still got several other turns.
We don't want to jinx it. He's got a couple more turns to go.
We gave it to him last time, and as soon as we talked about that, he ended up making that pass and then looped it around in 6, did that 720 on the grass.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for him as it comes to start finish.
Well, again, now it looks like there's more consistency there, right? So, and look, Henry Payne could have some, maybe having some challenges there. Brakes now, again, 6 laps completed. You do have some heat in the tires. You have some brakes. You've got kind of a range setup that goes on these cars, for a wet track, in most cases. So again, it's about being consistent, and it could be that he, ends up, not being consistent in certain turns and everything. So, again, like I said, Brent Gennard ended up getting back by him and now seems to be pulling away. So still plenty enough time to go in this race with, 6.5 minutes left. So.
Yeah. To give him some non-racing related kudos, so we don't jinx him, I will say that it's really impressive. You spin a car, it's really frustrating. You make a good pass and you lose it again, but just having the tenacity to get back out there, chase him back down again, it's always really impressive to see, especially in rain like this.
And usually, what happens when that does happen, you'll find an individual. And again, it's happened to me. I know it's happened to Greg a bunch. Not that Greg does it a lot, but I'm sure that it has. Is that when you make that error, you make that mistake, you tendency to get all discombobulated back in the car, and you're not really working hard to get by. It seems like Brent was able to say, okay, look, I know where I made my mistake. Now I've just got to relax a little bit, and I need to get back up and make this pass for second place. Yeah. I know I don't have an opportunity right now to make, and as I say that, guys, I'm looking at timing and scoring, and I'm not sure if we have where our 14 machine went off somewhere. We'll have to see, but right now on the screen, I'm showing him dropping all the way back to 6th on one of the screens. On my other screen, it looks like he's still in the lead. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where John Thompson is.
Somebody's
okay, it looks like it got
us.
reset. Okay, John Thompson's still in the lead. I was like, I'm not sure where the heck he is. There he goes through turn 3. So.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're seeing here, Brian, and this is a challenge with the vintage cars with more modern equipment. I think some of these cars are having some issues, especially in the damp weather, with their transponders. And so the timing systems that we have aren't necessarily picking them up. As we've got a local caution waving yellow over at turn 5. We've got a car that's gone around just out of our view, I believe, around the corner. Coming out of turn 5.
We have 2 cameras there, and we have probably about 10 feet of 10 feet of not being able to pick something up, and it's like it's in that 10 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that waving yellow is gone.
Yeah, and I think
we just saw.
We'll get the number. I think we just saw a very slow-moving vehicle that was the one that had gone around. Yeah, and it sounds like Linwood stopped the 44 machine, Brian, that had gone around. We had just seen his recovery as he was coming through the exit of the carousel, starting to pick up speed again.
Yeah.
And that turn 5, it is the slowest corner on the course here, but you put a lot of load on that right-hand side of the car trying to navigate that corner.
And Linwood stopped coming back into pit road now, coming down into the into our box down there, so we'll I'm sure they will talk to him. Could be that he ends up calling this day.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 5, Donohue Cup racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 5, Donohue Cup for production and specials through 1960. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so we got the calm before the storm here, Brian, with a couple of moments. Yes, hopefully not another storm.
No,
as you're checking the weather
I'm
radar.
looking at the weather, and it just looks like there is one little cell that's continuing to stay, over us right now. It looks like the bulk of this is going away. I would say by about 11 o'clock, it'll be, really start to clear out here. Going to be cloudy all day. The rain's kind of going away. The afternoon races are going to be, a little bit better. We may still have a drizzle here and there. I think we're going to have a damp track all day long. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it completely dry. So that's another change as we get to the afternoon, where drivers are going to have to make that choice. I'm glad I'm sitting up here and not having to make that.
All right, Brian, it sounds like Brent Gennert may have just had an issue down on the bottom half of the course, got it back underway, but has lost a lot of
he's just now
time.
going into turn one, so it may have been Henry Payne, because it looks like Brian Gennert now is right on the back bumper.
Well, they called it in as the 76.
We actually caught that spin on the outside of 6. Y'all were talking about the weather didn't want to override you, but we saw him spinning, make that exact same move again, came to the outside of 6, just maybe overcooked a little bit, did that 720 into the grass, but he had a lot of space built up between him and the car behind him, was able to get back onto the track and maintain his position, but as you can see now, a lot of that position has been lost in the meantime.
Brian, one of these days I'm going to move the camera a little bit closer to that area so we can see the whites of their eyes. They
the danger zone.
Yeah, exactly. They come
see their lips as they go, ooh. I tell you what, the battle on the racetrack right now, heading down the hill there, that is Henry Payne in the 16 and Brian Gennert in the 77.
Right.
So, again, that battle, that's the battle for
and actually, we should say it's the 13 car, not the 16. We've got a different number on timing.
16 on time and scoring. It's the 13.
13
out
car.
On the racetrack. So
we've been fighting that all
for 2 days.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down there with duct tape during lunch. But yeah, look, that battle, that's for the last podium spot right here. In this race, and that is really tightened up as they come up underneath the bridge and headed down into turn number 10 now. It's going to be a battle towards the end as time is running down. And I believe they could be on their last lap.
Yeah, here we go. The 13 and the 77, Henry Payne and Brian Gennert now nose to tail as they come across the start-finish line here. And as they go down into turn one, it looked like Gennert had a good head of steam on him, but he pulled very quickly, decided to pull right back behind that multicolored number 13 machine going into one. And we can see as they came under braking was about 5 car lengths back, actually lost a lot of ground going down into the braking zone. Also, I'll tell you, as the 76 car, the black 76 of Brent Gennert running second currently, as he came by us this last time by, Brian, going across the start-finish line, he is revving that car all the way out, ended up bouncing off the rev limiter in what I think is 4th gear. And, he's trying his hardest as we get word now that John Thompson, our leader in his Lola T90, he is working his last lap. And so we're going to try and pick him up here as he's coming through turn 9 right now and heading up the hill underneath the bridge and into the final corner. And here he comes into turn 10. And you can see, Brian, I was talking about how the rain line here through turn 10, you take that rim shot all the way around the outside and see how much more speed he carries than Brent Gennert. Coming across the line, taking the checkered flag. John Thompson, your winner in his Lola T90. Brent Gennert will come across second, also in a T90 in that number 76 car. And here's the battle for third as they come up to the finish line. Coming across the line and taking the last step on the podium, that is Henry Payne in the number 13 Lola T90. Brent Gennert in a Swift DB2, the first of our Swift finishers. He is going to finish just off the podium in 4th.
Brian's going to finish 4th.
Brent's
going to finish second.
That's right. I'm sorry. Brian is going to finish just off the podium. And coming across the line now, Nate Scagliano. Nate is in another one of our Lolas. That's the number 37 white and blue machine. He will come home in 5th, and the rest of our field should be circulating through. All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. Donohue Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Your race starting momentarily. Race group number 5, Donohue Cup racers, please head to the grid. All right, so Brian, we've got I believe our final racers coming across the line. We've got Steve Conson is crossed in his Swift. He'll finish 6th. Linwood Staub in 7th, and then just crossing the line here, Garrett Wilson in his Swift DB2. That's the number 60 car. He takes the checkered flag. Josh Lewis had retired a couple laps early. So let's take another quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. We've got production and specials racing in our next group, and that'll be coming up here in just a few moments from Summit Point Motorsports Park, where you're watching the Jefferson 500 presented by Vintage Racer Group. back to Virginia International Raceway.
You're
Where
at
are
the
we,
wrong
Brian?
track again.
I'm
I'm at Summit. I don't know where you are.
I am at too many tracks, getting paid too little money to remember where the heck we are. We are at Summit Point Raceway. It's a 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg, the forgetful one. That's Brian Donati, the one who knows at least where we are right now.
I know that you're forgetful, right?
Exactly. And then we've got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well. And Brian, our next race heading on track right now is specifically for our production cars and what are known as specials. This is the Donohue Cup, named after Mark Donohue, otherwise known as Captain Nice, who won his first SCCA national championship in 1961 behind the wheel of an Elva Courier. Then later teamed up with Holman and Moody and Ford to pilot Ford GT40s at Le Mans. Mm-hmm. And then Mark Donohue in 1967, he started working with Roger Penske and did that through pretty much the rest of his career. Raced in both the United States Road Racing Championship and TransAM in the Penske Camaros. And then, of course, they moved over to those AMC Javelins in 1970. And I think it was back in 1968 where Donohue won 10 out of 13 races in TransAm, including the Sebring 12-hour. They also teamed up and ran Indy, the Indianapolis 500, and NASCAR, where he won at Riverside back in 1973. And, of course, Donohue played a very large role in developing the Penske Porsche Penske Porsche 917s for Can-Am, and also drove one of those 917s to a world speed record, a closed course speed record, Brian, 221 miles an hour at Talladega. And this was, I believe, back again in 1973, a record that stood for over 10 years. Unfortunately, just a few days after that, Donohue lost his life in a testing accident at the Österreich-Ring for the Austrian Grand Prix. But we've got our field now, Brian, coming down the front straight. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway, and we are racing here as this group, as we mentioned, is primarily made for production as well as special built cars. We're going to see, hopefully we'll see a couple of Elva Couriers, and I think Stefan Weissen in the silver number 7. That is an Elva Courier. We also have some Lotus 7s in the field here, and we also have, and this is interesting to see in this group, Bob Anderson, who I spoke to a little bit during our last race, out in one of the Spec Renaults here racing. Bob would have had his Mini Cooper out on track. I think a 1968 Mini Cooper. He had we'll call it a catastrophic engine failure, and I don't know if that's Bob pulling off the pace.
That is.
And it may be a short race here for Bob as he's coming down out of turn 2, going to turn 3. Let's see if he brings it down one of those access roads, or if he was just letting some of the other cars. This I think, Brian, is his very first time behind the wheel of that car.
He may have spun, I think, in 1 and 2. We're getting a call now, but we'll have to...
Well, he's still moving.
He's still trucking along.
Yeah, a little bit off pace there. Now, so Bob is the son of Robert Anderson. We talked about Robert's Vitesse. And by the way, Robert did bring us a lot of history of his Vitesse open top sports racer. But Bob was telling me, let's just start. So Bob and Robert from Sweden originally. Robert, before racing this Vitesse, used to race Ford Cobras in Sweden. And in talking to Bob, and it's very difficult for me to switch between Robert and Bob, Bob was telling me about his childhood. He basically remembers sitting on his lap of his dad, and in the Cobra, and that's how he got indoctrinated into racing. Basically, he also raced for a number of years while he was in Spain here, and so he's both of them incredibly enthusiastic, incredibly happy to be here.
And looks like. We're getting word now. Bob has pulled off.
Okay.
Somewhere between I I think between turns 5 and turn 6.
Yeah, matter of fact, we're seeing a local caution
yellow.
over at turn 5 right
Yeah.
now. And so this is because of that catastrophic engine failure in his Mini Cooper.
Right.
This is Bob's very first session behind the wheel of one of these spec Renaults. Built originally for SCCA road racing. Better known nowadays as Spec Racer Fords, as the Renault motors in these cars from the Renault Alliances
Right.
and Renault Encores of the mid 80s, early 90s. They were swapped out for Ford motors when Renault left the U.S. market after they sold American Motors Corporation to Chrysler at the time. And these machines are, I think we talked yesterday, and I had trouble bringing the name of the shop to my mind, Entropy Racing, which was Charlie Greenhouse's company that managed and owned these cars for years. Sold them earlier, actually last fall, and I believe they're based out of Hanover, Maryland now. Matter of fact, in talking to Bob was going to work one morning and saw the shop and saw the cars out front of the shop. He pulled in and goes, "Hey, you guys actually race these things?" And so he certainly knew about them before the problems with the Mini Cooper this weekend.
Yep. Yeah, still got that standing yellow, kind of figure out where that car is, what that car is going to be doing. Looks like it's going to be out there. One of the drivers we talked to yesterday, Jeff Taplesy, he's out there in his Lotus Super 7 right now, running in third. Chris D'Amico in his Lotus 7 Series 2 leading, and then you talked about Stefan Wiesen in that Elva Courier Coupe, that silver.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful one. I think it's the only one that we've got here that is a true coupe, Brian. And Stefan saying that it was originally registered as a road car in England and then imported into the USA and then abandoned and neglected. And he says, I bought this incomplete wreck in 1999 and had it professionally rebuilt as a vintage race car. It debuted at the Canadian Vintage Grand Prix back in 2004. And here's an interesting one. Stephanie says, my mentor was Michel Vaillant, a French comic strip hero of the 50s and 60s. And he said when he races over the finish line after winning the Nürburgring German Grand Prix in his Valiant F1 car and drives on full speed through the carousel to give blood to his arch rival who foolishly tried to overtake him, that was what he basically looked up to. So interesting that a comic book hero would be his the driver that he looks up to, but he's doing a pretty good job in that car here this afternoon, coming out of 10.
Yeah, doing really well. Actually, chasing down Chris D'Amico in that number 11.
In the Lotus.
Bob Anderson did make it to pit road. He is sitting on pit road now. Not sure if he's going to go back out or not. Looks like they definitely had some mechanical issues with that car right out of the gate. So we'll see whether or not he's able to continue this race. Again, just right around 11 minutes left to go. But let's give kind of a rundown here. Chris D'Amico in that Lotus, your overall leader in that number 11. Stefan Wiesen in that number 7. We were talking about him. Jeff Taplesy in the number 84, another Lotus. That's sitting in third. And you're
I believe we've got
English?
Tom. Vignesh Ramanathan.
Yep.
There in the number 44. He's got the Lotus FJ18, and then we've got Tom Levy. Tom is driving the most modern car in this group, Brian, by far. But it's still about 33 years old, and that is a 1992 Mazda Miata, and we'll call this the big bore car of the class. It's got a 1600cc motor in it, a 1.6 liter 4-cylinder fuel injected motor.
He's got that 360 degree camera still on the back, so he's going to have some really good pictures and really good video of running around this.
There you go. You could see it there right on the roof of the car.
Yeah, it's almost looking at the track now again with some of the puddles, and we've had groups is we have a photographer now in front of our turn 10 camera. So if our
Thanks,
photographer can hear us, we'd like
move.
to see the racetrack and not your back.
Yep.
Looks like he was able to move.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
We've got to talk to our turn 10 camera guy because first he walked off the job
He quit
early yesterday. And
yeah. Maybe we should hire this guy. He's standing right
Yeah,
there,
exactly.
so maybe we can do that. No, look, he's moved on. I can see him from here walking up there to get some good shots. Look, if you ever taken pictures out here, and I know I have. I know a lot of other people have taken photos out here, especially when we're here for the DC region. I tell you what, Turn 10 is another really good head-on shot place that you can get some good camera views coming down the hill from underneath the bridge. But yeah, who would have thought a '92 Miata would be the youngest car
Yes.
out there? I guess you could say in terms of that.
Well, I mean, we've had a number of Sports Car Club of America improved touring cars here this weekend. I believe we allow up to, I think I'll have to double check the year, but I think up to like 92, 93. Craig Bucher, we'll probably see a little bit later this weekend in his Toyota MR2. Saw him running yesterday, had a very good race, and again, a lot of our Miata drivers from up and down the East Coast have come out this weekend as well.
32 cars went out yesterday, right? Only 7 here this morning. What I was going to say is, the track is starting to dry a little bit, right? It's not, it's not. I would say now it's not a wet condition; it is a damp condition.
But this is perhaps when it's the most tricky, Brian.
That is correct, absolutely, because you're not sure what the track is going to do, and you're still having to dodge some puddles.
Right, exactly, and your wet weather tires are not evacuating water, and so you have less surface area for those tires and less of a contact patch on the pavement, which makes it much more difficult to get grip. So we'll see here, and plus, typically the wet weather tires aren't necessarily as soft and sticky as some of the dry weather tires are. So, and anytime you run through those puddles, you're going to cool them down a little bit, maybe more than you want to cool them down.
Right.
For example, we just see there in the Lotus, and I believe that was actually I think that was probably Tom Levy there, trying to avoid those puddles coming into turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Lotus FJ18 of Ramanathon also coming through turn 3 along with that very beautiful Elva Courier of Wiesen, and they're having to adjust their lines. They're going and entering all the way from driver's right, which is probably not the best place to enter in the damp conditions, but as you saw
there's a
huge
puddle
that runs all the way across the track.
Yeah, so you almost, look, in most of the races, that is the dry line, right? That's where you want to be to enter in, right there where that cutout, where the grass meets the cutout there with the asphalt. But at some point when it's continuing to run all the way there, you end up running through it.
Tension in the paddock. Race group number 4, Lola Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Lola Cup drivers, please head to the grid. And Brian, we've got a car that is pulled in, came to a dead stop there.
I don't think he pulled in.
Yeah.
I think he spun there. He
didn't
didn't pull in.
He may have entered it backwards there.
We'll see what number that is.
And I think that might be Jeff Tapolsky.
Tapolsky,
pardon me. Yeah, getting word.
Jeff Tapolsky.
Yep, Jeff Tapolsky in the 62 Lotus Super 7. That was, indeed, the gray and red machine. And he gets it back underway. As we watch now, Roy Kroningshield. We haven't put much of a focus on Roy right now. He is in his 1956 Austin Healey 100 coupe. Beautiful car.
All these cars out here, all weekend long, these cars. We go from yesterday being, 70-some degrees out here to, 60 degrees and wet, back up to 70-some degrees tomorrow and sunny. So it is an array of conditions.
Yes. The only thing it's not a ray of is sunshine.
Yeah, well, not right now. That is for sure. Although I am starting to see, certain areas of the clouds.
Yeah, a matter of fact, right behind our turn 1 cameras, starting to see some breaks in the clouds. So hopefully they'll move our way. And matter of fact, here, if you take a look, Brian, you can see in many of the places. For example, here at start finish, right over the paddock area, there are some breaks in the clouds as well. As our looks like our starters showing the field, we'll take a look here. Looked like they were showing one of our racers a blue flag. Let them know some faster moving cars are coming
I think
up
that
on
was D'Amico putting a lap on Tappleseed.
Tappleseed.
Yep.
Yeah.
So after that spin, Jeff kind of, taking it easy. Let's go ahead and finish this thing. We've got, just under 4 minutes left to go in this race. So.
And D'Amico, a very, very different outlook on this race, Brian, is he just turned his fastest lap of the race, a 147 flat. He is lapping almost 5 seconds faster than Stefan Wyssen in that beautiful Elva Courier Coupe, and Wyssen's our next fastest driver on track.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so far he's lapped, again, only 7 cars started, actually 6 out on the racetrack right now, but he's lapped all the way up in a 4th. So, again, pretty much 10-second difference between, on the last lap, between our leader and, our second-place car. So, again, D'Amico getting through this wet, that's an individual probably has a lot of rain experience, in that Lotus.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, all these racers are going to have another go at it this afternoon.
Yeah.
I think the weather conditions are going to be a little bit nicer this afternoon. So we're going to see some much larger fields after lunch today. We are scheduled to break for lunch after race group 1, probably around noontime. We'll probably be back around 1 p.m. From lunch, and we're going to start the whole cycle with a little bit longer feature races this afternoon. But what we'll also see is tomorrow morning, starting at 9 a.m., we will have sprint races for each of our 7 race groups as well, and that's how we're going to wrap up our coverage of the Jefferson 500 this weekend.
Yeah, I think the weather's going to, obviously move out of here this morning, pretty much by lunchtime. Again, I think you're going to see some still damp spots along this racetrack, but we'll see much more cars out here for the afternoon session. A lot more, racing. I think you're going to see some really good side-by-side racing, as we saw yesterday, right out of the gate.
All right, so Roy Croningfield in his Austin Healey 100 just turned his fastest lap of the race. Roy is currently running 6th, now working lap number 7 as our leaders starting to come through once again. And there's a nice little grouping there on track, Brian. I believe that's Ramanathan and Tappleseed that we just saw going through turn 3 and coming down the hill. We'll try and get a verification on that.
Our camera has the heartbeat going now.
Yeah.
Not sure which car is going to do what. So it's going to try to focus on both of them.
All right, we're going to see him come into our view here momentarily over at the carousel, and look at that.
That is Tappleseed in the 84,
right? And actually, that's actually Crowninshield in the Austin Healey.
Yeah,
they're on track with them, and Crowninshield picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah,
that last time. On the previous lap, Crowninshield was almost 10 seconds off of Tappleseed's pace, but it looks like Crowninshield's picked up the pace. Speaking about picking up the pace, Chris D'Amico resets for fast lap again, goes purple once again with a 146.1. So he has almost from the drop of the green flag continued to pick up speed. His very first lap, he was running in the low 1:54 range, and so he's knocked now over 8 seconds off of his lap times from the start of this race to the end, as Chris D'Amico now working his very last lap.
Yep. I tell you what, it's probably a good thing, because when he came off turn 10 and came down the start-finish line last night, he's looking for some wet.
Yeah.
So, those tires, he's trying to cool those tires down a little bit. which leads me to believe this track is in certain spots really starting to dry out. And, obviously, he doesn't want to burn those tires up as much because he's going to probably run those later on the day. Or, he'll switch to something else in that Lotus. But I can almost guarantee you he's trying to find a little bit of dampness to cool them off.
Yeah, indeed. So we just saw Steven Wyson start his final lap in his Elva Courier. The Mazda Miata has just now started his last lap as our leader. Chris Domingo, we see him now coming up the hill in his Lotus 7, and that's a Series 2 Lotus 7, built in 1961. And he's coming into turn 10 all by himself. Makes his way around the corner onto the front straight, and there we go. Checkered flag is in the air for Chris Domingo. He's going to take the win here today in our Donohue Cup Sprint Race at Summit Point Motorsports Park and the Jefferson 500. Coming across the line, he will finish 6th. Roy Crowninshield in his Austin Healey, his 1961 Austin Healey 100. And I believe we saw Tom Levy and his Miata start.
We've got one car spinning in turn 10. Let's go ahead and pick up that camera. You can see it right there. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to see which car that is, what number that is. Kind of right on the corner there is our other car. So we're going to have a.
Well, it's not the Miata. It's not the Courier, who's already crossed the line, as Wyson has.
Is that the 44? That may be the 44 sitting there, because he has yet to come by.
All right, as Wyson is going to come across the line and take the checkered flag, he's going to finish 2nd in the CPV class to Domingo. Actually, most of these racers are in CPV. That might be Ramanathan in his Formula Junior.
We'll see. He's got it going now, so he's going to come out of 10 and go down. And we'll see whether or not the.
It's the 44 of Ramanathan, Brian, as he is coming very slowly.
That's actually going to be, he's not going to finish, Greg. That would have been for position.
Indeed. So he's going to take his car back to the paddock, and coming across the line now is the number 3 Mazda Miata of Tom Levy.
Yeah, that's going to move him up.
That would have been him up position. To 4th overall.
Yeah.
And I believe, we already had Crowninshield take the checkered flag.
Yeah, he already took it.
So that means Ramanathan will finish in 5th. Crowninshield will finish in 6th.
Yep.
And there you go. That's going to wrap things up here for our Donohue Cup. So let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4. That's the Lola Cup for small bore drivers under 1.3 liters and Formula V. Please head to the grid now. Your race is starting in just a few moments. Race group number 4, Lola Cup drivers, please head to the grid now. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with our smallest of the small bore racers here in just a little bit. You are watching the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group along with Summit Point Motorsports Park. We'll be right back. welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group with technical assistance provided by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor. And Brian, next race up, it's the Lola Cup for our cars, our smallest of the small bore cars. We've got our 1.3-liter sedans, and we also have our Formula Vs heading out in a pretty substantial Formula V group going out here today. And of course, the Formula V is based on the pre-1963 Beetles and also about 1300 cc, I believe.
Right.
The 61st year of Formula V in club racing. And we'll talk a little bit more about the field here as we've got them out on their pace lap right now. But of course, Lola, British manufacturer, founded in 1958, over 50 years old now, known primarily for Formula Junior, Formula 3, Formula 2. Of course, we just saw earlier this morning, Brian, a lot of Lola's Sports 2000 cars. And we've also got, they are also very well known for their T70 and T600 miles, both in the World Sports Car Championship in Can-Am and the T600 in GTP. And as we mentioned, this group here, primarily, it's the LBCs. It's the little British cars, your midgets, your sprites, your minis, and then those Formula Vs. And Brian, we've already got a local caution down at turn 1. And what did we have happen there?
Well, I'm not sure what we have going on down in turn 1. I know I saw a local caution there, and I think that's just get them lined up there in 5 and everywhere else. But we had the 909 who come right off of pit road. Niall McCabe lost the hood. The hood
Oof.
flew up, and that's not good when you're in a 67 MG midget. Linda is the sponsor. Linda's not going to be happy.
No, something tells me Linda is most likely to very
or Linda
upset
didn't put the hood pins in.
That could be it too. Linda may have some regret.
Maybe
right
Niall's
now.
not going to be happy because Linda, the sponsor, didn't put the pins in. No, he is sitting on the cutout road here, and again, it was the hood was up, and he pushed it back down because he's got that open window. But there's no way to go back out right now.
No, probably did some damage to the windshield frame. Brian, is we've got the pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our front row, David Gusak and Andrew Moore, and we've got a car that's pulled off over at turn 8.
Off.
All right, well, he's going to have to get his way underway as we have a green flag here, and we are underway. Gusak in a 63 Triumph Spitfire. That's the white machine. Andrew Moore in the red Austin Healey Sprite going down into turn 1. We've got 2 more Spitfires directly behind, Thomas Brown and Jesse Darrow. And then our first MG midget is Peter Uzdavinis. As the field goes down into 1, it looks like everybody that made it to the start has made it through safely. The field now coming into turn 3, and that is David Gusak in the 88 Spitfire. He's got the position on Andrew Moore as the field comes through. Some other neat little machines in this group. Mike Lawrence in his D13 Caldwell Formula V. He leads the Formula V field with Michael Taplesey.
Yep.
Moving over, and actually that's the son.
Yeah, Michael is the son. Jeff
the
is the father, who was in the last group.
Right, who is running an Autodynamics Mark V Formula V. Keith Lawrence and his Zink. We've got a lot of Zinks out here today. Of course, we've got Doug Zink, who is we'll call it second generation Zink.
Second or third?
Well, his father and his uncle,
okay,
of course, raced and built. I don't want to call it the Zink Empire, but we have actually a lot of chassis here this weekend that came out from that family.
All right. Yeah, I mean, everybody so far getting through. I would think this would be an ideal condition in those Formula Vs, right? I mean, it's not, not wet. You still see some spray, so it's still very wet.
Right.
And of those, the larger cars are, the braking points are a little bit longer than even the Formula Vs. I mean, here they come now. You got a big line of them now going to come across the start-finish line here. So you're going to see where that's going to be it's going to be pretty good racing because they need a draft.
Yeah, and here they come now down into we're jumping back to some of our sedans now, but Keith Lawrence leading this field of Formula Vs. Lawrence in that Zink Z5, then Taplesy, then Doug Zink, then Garrett Craig and Colby Trumbo. Garrett Craig is in an Autodynamics Mark III, so a slightly older chassis than what Taplesy has, and then Colby Trumbo in a Zink Z5, much like Doug Zink is driving. Right. All 5 of those cars pretty much all in line now as we see them coming out of turn 3 and heading towards the chute.
Good to see some of them. They got that rain light going, right? So obviously that is something that they use extensively in the SCCA, where you have to have a rain light there in any kind of wet or damp conditions. When it's raining. So good to see some of those. I think some of them behind it are going, whoa, I'm not used to seeing that. It's like,
well, and as the spray has come down a little bit and the track isn't as damp, having those lights probably not as necessary at this point, but
right.
Still very helpful.
Good to have, because there is some spray coming off of those. With that open wheel. So at some point, this is the time, I would think, the type of the day where you're going from a wet condition to a damp condition to be in a tin top car. Because you still have some wipers on there that you can use in certain aspects of it. But you talk about that V, that Formula V. So we'll see who's actually going to come back through here now and lead this group. Last time by, I believe it was Keith Lawrence in that 7. Looks like it's still going to be Keith with Michael Taplesy in the
but Brian, look at this, the battle for 5th. It was right at the back of that group. We had Garrett Craig and Colby Trumbo side by side as they crossed the line, 1/1000th of a second separating them. So essentially a dead heat to the line to complete lap number 2. Now, as we look at the top of the field and going back to some of these roadsters, David Gusak, who is currently your overall leader, he is in his 63 Spitfire, and you might ask, I think, what's the difference between the number 88 machine driven by Gusak and then the number 51 car driven by Jesse Darrow, who is sitting second overall and lapping at about 2 seconds off the pace. And I believe we see the Spitfire driven by Gusak with a larger displacement motor. He's in the EPV class here, and that is for cars that are up to 2,000 cc, 2 liters, whereas Darrow and Brown and Moore and Udzavinis all in the FPV class. That's for 1,600 cc and down. So displacement difference there underneath the hoods of those machines.
It's good to see a 63, a 64, and a 65 all kind of racing there together. I was going to ask until you broke that out. Well, you said what the difference between the 63 and the 65. Well, let's throw the 64 in there, Thomas Brown.
Well, I said that, but it's right now that and it's a pretty good fight right now. Here is Darrow and Brown are pretty much nose to tail currently.
Yeah, going to come up on one of our slower vehicles there. Looks like the yellow. I can't make out which one it is. Looks like another. Look, another Spitfire there, the yellow one.
Yeah, I believe. Let's see. I'm
not sure if that's the 66 machine. I'm not sure if that's Abigail Patterson.
I was just going to say.
Very well could be,
because
that's a yellow car. So
yeah. Matter of fact, that is, and it is a Sprite.
Yeah.
So Abigail Patterson driving the number 66 car. She is a 59 Austin Healey Sprite, and trying to find her way around the course. Again, when you're here at Summit Point for the first time in the rain, there's a lot of experimentation going on, Brian, to keep you off the walls.
There's a lot of experimentation going around even when you're in the dry first time
true.
around here if you've never been here. So there are some turns, especially coming up out of the carousel there when you come up out of 9, when you get up underneath the bridge, or over the bridge headed back down into turn 10. You could lose a little bit of sight there, so.
All right, we got Brian. We've got some changes in the field right now, running 12th and 13th. Mac McCormick driving his Mini Cooper, I think the only Mini Cooper that we had out here this morning. He had taken that access road that you see on the right-hand side of your screen going into turn one. He had gone all the way down to the skid pad. He's just now rejoining. You're going to see him come into our view.
He is.
There he is.
He stopped for coffee. He went for coffee.
That's right. And he is now rejoining. And just around the same time, we did have Robert O'Connor in his Formula V. Robert driving one of the Zinc Z5s. Put a couple wheels off there going through turn one. He managed to continue on with no problem. But we ought to look at this fight now coming down the front straight. Look at this, Brian. Side by side once again. Great battles here in Formula V. That is Keith Lawrence and Mike Lawrence, the 7 car, the 6 car. And that is, I think it is that's the battle for the lead in Formula V.
Yeah.
Separated by 1/10 of a second. Doug Zink only 7/10 back from there, and then Taplesy and Craig and Colby Trumbo. But that whole Formula V field has been sticking together for the entire length of this race.
Yeah, it's like there was a meeting or something that went on after yesterday's race, because yesterday we saw them kind of mixed in between.
Right.
Again, a lot more cars were out there yesterday in the dry. But it seems like there was a meeting that went on. It was like, hey, guys, let's just all stick together. Here comes our overall leaders now. They're going to cross the start-finish line. Let's go ahead and pick them up. That is David Gusak, Jesse Darrow, and then Thomas Brown. Greg, that gap from first to third is now under 1 second.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Brian, it looked like the number 2 machine, who we talked about a little bit earlier, had put his Formula V off track. Robert O'Connor, he came down the pit lane, have it taken a look at, and he has now rejoined the action.
And Matt McCormick, I believe, is on pit road now as well. So after that escapade down in turn 1, back into the skid pad down there, turned around and decided it's probably best to bring that in. And I think that if they do spin or if they go around, they have to come back down pit road on the
I think that's
lap.
exactly what it is.
I think that is mandatory requirement.
So as our Formula Vs now go and complete completing for them lap number 5, starting lap number 6, we ought to try and jump back to our overall lead, Brian, here with the battle of the Spitfires between the white number 88 and then the blue, the white, green, and yellow machine. We've got a car off at turn off on the exit of turn 3, one of our Vs.
Got in there just a little too hot, was battling with the rest of the group. We'll have to see which one of those. We're going to get a number right now.
But Brian, let's we'll get that number in a second here. But we've got that battle for the lead now, I believe, and that is Gusak and Darrow. And Gusak just opened things up by about 4 car lengths. They just traded fast laps. On lap number 5, Jesse Darrow had set fast lap at a 141.873, and then David Gusak, he's in that white Spitfire. He just reset fast lap, and really, I think was just trying to show Gusak what a little bit of displacement will do. Was 1.3 seconds faster at a 140.463. But both of these drivers really now starting to come to grips with the increasing amount of grip here at Summit.
Again, you start pushing the limits, right? You bust out really of a fast lap, and you think, okay, I think we got another car here coming out of turn 10 that got loose, ended up over on driver's right. He's going to come across the start finish line.
That's one of our MGs, and that is the 79 machine of Andrew Moore. Actually, well, pardon me, it's a later Austin Healey spray. It's not a bug eye. But it had so it has essentially the same front end and grill as the MG midgets of the era did.
We did have one of our Greg. We did have one of our Formula Vs that we were talking about last time, but it spun on turn 3. Did not get that number, but it looks like that car is now coming down pit road, so we'll be able to. It's the white and the black one. We'll see which one it is. So I think it is mandatory if you do spin or you go off, you've got to come down pit road at least to check in, and then they can send you back out.
All right, so let's take a look now. Going down the front straight now, heading into turn number 1. So we talked about David Gusak starting to open things up once again on Thomas Brown. Jesse Darrow now, Darrow had been running in second position.
Right. Yep.
Thomas Brown now in his 64 Spitfire, that's the blue Spitfire, has now gotten around Jesse Darrow. So move the number 1 car up into second. I know that's kind of hard to say. Now as they come into turn 3, and Brown has opened up a nice little gap there to the 51 machine.
I think some of that lap traffic got involved in that race coming on the backside there with through the carousel and up through turn 9. Which helped Brown get around Darrow. So we'll have to see whether or not Darrow can close that gap back up. But like you said, Gusak's starting to open that up. But I got to tell you, watching Brown come through turn 5 and then getting ready to come through turn 6, he's actually closed that gap on Gusak.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Your race is next.
Kind of look at the cameras there. You see him coming through turn 10. Now getting ready to down the start-finish line. Thomas Brown, the last time by when I was watching it, Greg, on the camera, he definitely was getting through turn 9. And there you see Thomas Brown now. He has now put down the fastest lap at a 1:42.14. So gained probably almost a full second over David Gusak to cut down in that lead. That lead now is only 2 seconds as opposed to being 3.6.
And we're seeing Jesse Darrow, who just set his fastest lap also, was a tenth off of Brown's pace, so lost a little bit in that battle with the number 1 machine, but both of them at this point gaining on Gusak by quite a bit.
And Greg, they're going to come up on that Formula V battle we were talking about earlier on here any minute, especially down the hill. You can see now, here's our Formula V battle, but there is our overall leader right now headed into the
there's nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go. So you're going to have to fight through there. So let's pick this up in 6 and let's see how he's going to manage to get through those traffic, because again, you're battling in your class, and you don't want to give that up. There's 3 Formula Vs, 4 Formula Vs right there. They're showing the kind of the movement.
Yeah, and Brown and Darrow are right there as well now. They
Gusak,
all
three
compressed.
Of them. Yeah, they're all 3 together. So again, as they come out of 9, I think this is where you're going to see the power. But I think that Brown, he's getting the much better run out of turn 9 and turn 10 the last couple laps that I've been watching him. So we're going to see he may be able to get by Gusak, as now Gusak now comes into turn 10 under the Formula Vs, and Brown, it looks like Brown's going to be able to do it. It's Darrow that's going to lose out a little bit because he got stuck to the high side there of the Formula Vs. Some of those Formula Vs trying to use them as drafting partners coming out of turn 10, headed down the front stretch. It was kind of funny to see there as Gusak went by and Brown went by, and then you had Darrow. I think you had Mike Lawrence tried to pull out to catch Keith Lawrence there in that Formula V battle. I'm like, nope, that ain't going to work. He's gone.
Yep, exactly. The thought of using an LBC to pull you down a straightaway is pretty amazing. Hey, so I was just watching the Mini Cooper, and we always joke, Brian, in SCCA road racing, especially with the touring category, T2, T3, T4, where they have to run and have the daytime running lights on regard. They're not allowed to disable them. Right now, we've got our Mini Cooper driver, Mac McCormick. He's got his headlights on, so everybody knows he's coming. That little Mini Cooper with the lights is we're now working last lap for David Gusak in his 1963 Triumph Spitfire. We see him still leading Thomas Brown and Jesse Darrow through the carousel now for the very last time, Brian.
Yeah, it's starting to open it up a little bit, but I tell you what, like I said, Brown's been getting through turn 9 and turn 10 a little bit better. We're going to have to see how much he's going to close that gap, but as they come out underneath the bridge and down the hill into turn 10, I think Gusek's going to have just that much of a lead
but
to be able to
Brown
hold
got
it.
a good run out of there, Brian, but it's not going to be enough. As the 88 machine, the 1963 Triumph Spitfire, first resets best overall and fastest lap at a 139.567. Thomas Brown resets it again at a 138.648, so it was almost a full second faster on that last lap than our winner, but it's not enough for Thomas Brown. He's going to finish second in his 64 Spitfire. Jesse Darrow will finish 1.5, about 1.4 seconds back from there in third. And then Peter Udzavinis will finish fourth. So Brown, Darrow, and Udzavinis, that's your top three in the FPV class. And then in Formula V, Brian, as our Formula V racers take the checkered flag, it is Keith Lawrence. He holds off Mike Lawrence. And, Brian, we saw them at one point cross the line with like 0.03 of a second separating them. Margin of victory for Keith Lawrence, 64 1,000ths of a second at the line. You find that in modern-day Formula V racing as well. Great watching them battle here all morning long. Garrett Craig, he was only 0.8 back. He finishes in third. Doug Zink fourth. And then finishing in fifth is going to be Robert O'Connor.
I tell you what, Greg, real quick, watching these times in the last several laps as they came down with our top three, certain parts of this racetrack are starting to dry out.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. Actually, before we do, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Marlboro Cup. That's for our small bore drivers and cars over 1.3 liters. Don't want to say small bore drivers over 1.3 liters. That implies they had a good night last night. Anyway, Marlboro Cup drivers, please make your way. If you saw the valve cover races last night, some of them actually did. Race Group 3, Marlboro Cup drivers, final call to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few moments. All right, so Brian, let's take another quick break. We'll be back here. We've got 3 more races before lunch. You're watching the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. back, everybody, to Summit Point Motorsports Park and the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. Next up, Brian, is the Marlboro Cup, named after the Grand Lady of the East. Marlboro Motor Speedway used to be out in Prince George's County, opened in 1952 and operated until 1969. Of course, Summit Point Raceway, I guess the logical successor to Marlboro. Marlboro not only held SCCA races, but also NASCAR, served as a dirt oval, a paved oval, and then, of course, a great old race course there. You can actually still see the vestiges.
Machine not going to go away. He's going to be able to get with that power that he has in that Vitesse Sports Racer that we saw earlier on. And once we get back up and running, Greg will have some information. It looks like we've got our stream back running again. So again, some power difficulties here. That's what happens when you get into the weather. But Robert Anderson in that Vitesse Sports Racer 1970, he has opened up a gap now by about, I'd say, 10 car lengths there, getting ready to come out of turn 2 up into turn 3.
Yeah, sorry about that. For those of you watching at home, just had some power issues here at Summit Point Raceway. First time we've had that happen quite some time. But as you can see, we are back here, and again,
we got a spinning Miata there in turn 3, which is not unusual here.
And we got a yellow. Well, that's the yellow flag going across our camera right there, Brian.
Even the waving yellow, it's aesthetic.
Yeah.
It's true waving yellow.
I was going to say, no, I did not go and build some stingers to go across the screen for a screen transition.
Well, the good thing is for all the people that couldn't make it here in the street, now you feel like a flagger because you're right there with the waving yellow right in front of your camera. So
all we need to do is make sound effects. And we can
exactly.
right
you got to go going.
Absolutely. And so this group, it's
Brett, we got another one. We've got let's go to the turn 8 camera there. We've got a hard impact there coming out of turn 8. And that looks like that is the 29 of Henry Fry.
Yes.
There.
And that was our leader, Brian, in his Triumph TR 250. And looks like he is now off the wall. I was going to sound like a Michael Jackson song or something.
Look,
but
he's going to try to turn that around, I think.
So that's now going to move Robert Anderson up into the lead. What I wanted to say, Brian, because we weren't streaming at the time, this is the Marlboro Cup. And it is for our smaller sedans and sports cars with displacement 1,300 cc, 1.3 liters, and above, TR4s, GT6s, both Triumphs, of course, BMW 2002s, Porsche 914s, as well as Mazda Miatas. And our leader right now is Robert Anderson, who was our leader for most of yesterday's sprint race as well. In his Vitesse, and we were lamenting yesterday, Brian, not having much information about the Vitesse, that Robert said, I've got a full bio, I've got all this information about the car, and I can bring it to you, and we wanted to see it before the race started. Unfortunately, he did not have it to us before that race, but we've got the information now, and it looks as though that car has now...
the car is still there. They're trying to determine right now what they want to do. That was a pretty big hard hit. So they're going to leave him there. It looks like he's able to get out of that car.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so let's talk a little bit about this Vitesse now that we have some info, and a little bit more info that Robert provided. It is the only one that has ever been built. It was built by Brian Clayton in Tonbridge, United Kingdom, on a modified Royale chassis. As we've got, Brian, another one of our Miatas a little bit off the pace coming down the front straight now. Actually, I think he just rejoined after going off on the opening lap. And so that Vitesse, beautiful machine that we should see it coming down into turn 1, leading the field here in just a moment. It was built in 1972, first raced in April of 1973, where it finished third, and it was originally built for the 750 Motor Club's Formula 1200 races, which became then Formula 1300. And we were talking to Robert earlier, and I think we mentioned when his son Bob was out for his ill-fated initial run in the Spec Renault.
Three-quarters of a lap.
Yeah, but Robert, he started off racing in Sweden, whereas we've got another car that's gone around. This is over at turn 3. This is one of our Mazda Miatas that has gone around.
That looks like Thomas Levy in the 3.
In the 3 machine, exactly.
We
saw
out.
it a little bit. We saw him out a little bit earlier today in that 1600 machine. Indeed, it is. And I think we had Thomas come down the pit lane a little bit earlier already, that he was already sitting at the rear of the field. But Robert was saying that he started his racing in Sweden, and he raced a true Ford Cobra there for a number of years before moving to the United States and picking up this beautiful Vitesse. And the Vitesse is a 1.3 liter. It's actually got a Lotus twin cam in it, fuel injected. 5-speed Hewland gearbox, tube frame car.
Hey, Greg, let me jump in here real quick. So we made a mistake here earlier on. The car that spun off of turn 9 is not Henry Fry, the 29.
No.
It is actually the 51 of Michael Kurtz. Henry Fry is still racing and sitting in second place.
Matter of fact, he's right behind the Vitesse of Anderson as they come in under braking right there. So the second car, that yellow machine, that's Henry Fry in his Triumph TR250.
Sorry, I wanted to clear that up in case there are some Henry Fry fans out there going, hey, wait a minute, he's still out on the racetrack. He's completed 3 laps. So, but yes, that is the 51 of Michael Kurtz that had the impact there with the tire wall, who has now put on, and we got another one off of turn 8 as well that is now sitting there, the blue machine. So you've got the Michael Kurtz, and he's moving his car even further down the thing there because, again, you've got another one. If one got there, 2 got there, any of them can get there. But it looks like that car looks like it's going to continue on coming around. So, yeah.
All right, and rejoining the field now after pitting in, Ryan Atkins in the 03 Miata. That's the white Miata, just now heading out on track. I guess if you have a three in your number and you're a Mazda Miata, you've got to make multiple runs down the pit lane.
Yep.
And it sounds like we had another incident.
Well, that was the blue car. You'll see that coming through, or the silver car
coming onto the pit lane now. One of our open top cars.
Yeah. We'll get a number here if they come back out, but I don't believe it was really hard impact. I think it was just enough to, move the tires and probably do a little bit of damage to the front end. He was able to get that back under control and continue that. So we'll see. But Henry Fry is really making some progress here, Greg, running down Robert Anderson in that 78 Vitesse. I tell you what, it's going to be a really good race here between the top 4, actually, between Robert Anderson, Henry Fry, David Biegert, who's got a lot of experience out here running in that Mazda Miata, and then Lenny Stan in that 894 Porsche 911.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Cunningham Cup drivers. That's our big bore group. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 2. Cunningham Cup drivers, big bore racers. Please head to the grid. So, Brian, hearing a lot of traffic come over the radio right now as we've got a couple of drivers heading back to the paddock. We just had the number 3 Miata of Thomas Levy head back. Also, that driver who just pulled off, who had spun into the wall over turn 8, pitted in. He is heading back now as well. I believe that was the 121 Bob Schaefer in his 1965 MGB.
Right. Okay.
That was the light blue MGB that just went back to the paddock. Should mention, I talked about it, I think, briefly yesterday. Craig Bucher out with the 031 Toyota MR2, another one of our new cars out here, leading a pretty good pack, it looked like, through the carousel. We'll probably see him in a moment. As Brian, they have decided to checker this race early. I think, given, and like I said, we started to hear a lot of traffic. I think we have another car off course over by turn 8. No,
I'm not seeing. No, I'm not seeing.
No,
anything
that's
down
just.
there.
That's actually, I think, the tire barrier that's sitting out there. in the grass. But checkered flag is out. So a quick end to this race, to the Marlboro Cup. Let's run down here how things finished up. Robert Anderson in his Vitesse, he will take the win. He's in our sole C Sports racer here today. Then Henry Fry in his Triumph TR250 will finish second in the number 29 machine. And then Dave Biegert, who just reset fast lap in his Mazda Miata. Biegert turning in a 1 minute 43.759, about 0.2 faster than our cars that finished just ahead of him. He is going to take the win in ITC, Improved Touring C, finishing third and just 1 second back from Henry Fry. Lenny Stan will take the win in CPV in his Porsche 911. That's a 1970 edition Porsche 911. Tom Ritchie takes the win in ITB, which I believe is actually a 1.8 liter Mazda Miata versus the 1.6 that Biegert is driving. Michael Moore will take second in DPV. He's in a Triumph TR4, a 1962 TR4, finishes sixth overall. Craig Seifert in his 93 Miata will finish seventh overall, second in ITC. Scott Birkland, who is driving a 1969 Porsche 911S, he will finish eighth overall, third in CPV. And then Justin D'Antonio in his 1990 Mazda Miata will finish ninth, third in ITC. And then Mark Wheatley in his DPV 1962 Triumph TR4 will round out your top 10. All right, Brian, so we've got now I'm seeing a number of our emergency services vehicles head out on track. A lot of them coming through turn 3 right now and making their way down. There's the Caravan heading out to, I think, pick up our driver that is down over by turn 8 and at least one more car, I believe, on course as well that was out of our camera view. So let me make a final call to the grid for our next group because I don't think they were expecting this race to end so early.
Right.
Attention in the paddock. Cunningham Cup drivers, race group number 2, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Cunningham Cup drivers, race group number 2, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. 2 more races before lunch at Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor. And Brian, heading out on track now, it's the Ground Pounders. It is our big bore group. It is the Cunningham Cup. We're going to see here some Porsches, some pony cars, Camaros, Mustangs, Firebirds, Corvettes, and not exactly what I would consider to be a big bore ground pounder. Might even see some Alfa Romeos out on this group. Named after Briggs Cunningham, entrepreneur and sportsman. Not only a road racer, but known for his building and sailing ships. Actually took the win in the America's Cup sailing championship many years ago. Took his very first win in the Sports Car Club of America in his very first race, as a matter of fact, at Sebring in 1950. It was actually the very first race ever at Sebring in 1950. Racing an Aston Martin DB2 Vantage, an early member of the Road Racing Drivers Club, and he built his own cars up until 1950. Raced for the very last time at Riverside in a Porsche 904 in September of 1966. So, Brian, we've got the field heading out now on their pace lap, and we are seeing once again here today a beautiful 1997 Lotus Esprit V8. That Lotus Esprit has got some history to it.
Yeah.
It was actually the pace car for IndyCar both in the 1997 and 98 seasons, and it's a twin turbo. And the reason why it was used as a pace car is it was the only pace car they had that could pace the field at 150 miles an hour around Michigan International. So hopefully, and I greatly doubt we'd see it doing 150 around the carousel here as the field is making
Well,
their way
it's starting
through
to
there now.
rain again, so I don't think he's going to be doing that.
Probably no more than 45 or 50.
Yeah, and so as we went through most of our groups, unfortunately our first group went out and it was, kind of raining heavily, and it's kind of stopped for a while, and now our larger cars are going in.
Yeah, and we even
it's
talked about how
again,
we're seeing some sun come through the clouds.
Yeah, well, not anymore.
Yeah, it's getting darker again.
Yeah.
As the pace car now, that beautiful Lotus Esprit, driven by Graham Taylor, our pace car driver this weekend. Forgot to mention Graham at some point. Yeah, matter of fact, you can see the rain starting to come down on our camera here at turn 10. Graham has the Esprit on the pit lane, turning the field over to Michael Dubé in the 1968 Chevy Camaro, who was yesterday's winner. There in that red number 68 machine. It's a 73 Camaro. Kevin Farnham in his Pontiac Firebird. And Brian, those two racers put on one heck of a show yesterday. Farnham in a 67 Firebird, the number 371 car, both of them former TransAM cars. And again, both second-generation Firebirds and Camaros. Scott Bresnahan there in his Porsche 911. That is a 1988 edition. And then we've had in this field a lot, and I mean a lot, of Porsche 914 six-cylinders, the 914-6. Chris Kazi in the 166 car, the red car there, who is going side-by-side right now with, I believe, David Dean in a Porsche 911, another red Porsche. There as they went through turn 3, head down the hill into turn 4. Great fight here as these racers now probably trying to figure out these weather conditions that are quickly changing.
Yeah, look for the Porsches to make really good headway here in this damp and now starting to rain again condition, Greg, because they're going to have a little bit of a better handling than, say, Michael Dubé in that Camaro or Kevin Farnham in that Pontiac Firebird, where you're going to see Farnham and Dubé pull away a little bit is going to be obviously straight line speed, I think, here. So again, as we get through some of these turns, especially back in the carousel, you're going to see some of these Porsches start to gain a little bit as the race continues and goes on.
Yeah, indeed. And certainly the Porsche 911s are going to have an advantage here, Brian, because they've got all of their weight with those engines right over the back axle.
Yeah.
The 914 is more of a mid-engine design. They'll be somewhat balanced, but when you get into the throttle, you're not going to see them hunker down nearly as much, and they're not going to be able to throw that weight back. But, and there you go. As Scott Bresnahan in his Porsche 911, he gets around Kevin Farnham's Pontiac Firebird. Obviously, I think the big difference here also is Dubé and Farnham, quite a bit more horsepower than that Porsche, and they are having to do probably quite a bit more throttle modulation right now than Bresnahan is behind the wheel of that red Porsche.
Yeah, no, definitely. Being able to get back on the throttle just a little bit quicker in some of these turns, and again, we still have our little bit of a our little river running through turn. As they enter into turn 3, the larger cars, as we talked about with the Camaro and the Firebird, they're really tiptoeing through this racetrack and some of these, especially down through, when we get down into turn 5, down the hill, where the Porsches are able to get, again, as you said, the throttle modulation, they're able to get it a little bit deeper or get a little bit off the corner a little bit better.
All right, so we are now working lap number 2. We also have in the field, and I had a great conversation last night, longtime friend, Phil Ackley. He doesn't want me to tell anybody that that in the next couple days he is going to be celebrating his 80th birthday. But this man, Brian, this man is more physically fit than you or I.
There's no doubt about that.
We've known Phil, and he's raced for many years. He's in the white with black 1973 BMW 323. And that machine now, we'll see it coming out of turn 10 here in just a moment. Phil loves his race cars. We've seen him race in amateur road racing. Here comes Phil onto the front straight right now. We've seen Phil race baby grand cars, which, you know very well.
Yes.
And you know how physically demanding those cars are.
Yeah.
And he just took possession of his brand new Chevy Z06 Chevy Corvette, C8 Corvette. He had a C7 Z06, and he said he is absolutely loving that machine.
Yeah.
Also had an Audi R8 for a number of years as well. He loves his race cars and loves motorsports. Great to see him out here.
Yeah. And he's been dabbling in the, we talked about those in the, in the SRF to Gen 3s.
That's right.
In the SCCA for the last couple of years, really doing that. And good to see. I didn't realize he was going to be 80. So
yes,
I'm going to have to give him a hard time.
We're not supposed to mention that.
Oh, okay. We're not going to mention
we're
not mentioning that he's turning 80.
That's right. Not mentioning it at all. Yeah. Also out here, we're looking to see if we have in the field here. No, he did not take the field. I was looking to see if Clark Ostrom brought that beautiful 3-liter CSL out. For those of you that were with us for the very beginning of the stream, we had our little countdown timer. Clark's 3-liter red and white CSL, absolutely gorgeous car, just pops. And he was very quick yesterday. Hopefully we'll see him for the feature races after lunch today. As we've got our leaders now coming out onto the front straight. And Brian, look at this, going to the top of the leaderboard now. Scott Bresnahan in his Porsche 911. Michael Dubé, he's challenging for the lead, though, as is Kevin Farnham, as they all get together, going down into turn number 1, nose to tail. And look at this, making up ground as well. David Dean in his Porsche 911. What is this with red Porsche 911s? David Dean, he's got a 69 911. He just set fast lap of the race. He was almost now, I think about 6/10 faster than Kevin Farnham, and both of those drivers almost a full second faster than our 2 leaders, Bresnahan and Dubé.
Yep.
A little bit further back in the field, in a beautiful machine, another BMW. This is a 1989 BMW M3, so an E30 M3, driven by Ron Cheka, and absolutely gorgeous, as I said. Let's see if we have any information about Ron. He said that Ron is several times the BMW CCA Club Racing National Champ, and also was a series overall winner in AER back in 2018. Has been passionate about road racing since 12 when he first started tinkering with them. But beautiful machine, that blue with white E30 M3, and I've always had an affection for those E30 M3s, Brian. They've got the flared fenders, they've got the wing on the back, a body unlike no other E30, and just a high-strung 4-cylinder motor before BMW went to the straight six with the E36 M3s.
Right. Our leaders now going down into turn one again. You've got Bresnahan, Dubé, Farnham, Dean, and now throw in Chris Cozy.
Yes,
right?
I saw. And thank you to
thanks, Brian
Walsh.
Brian Walsh. Yeah. Cozy, again making that as they start to battle, but it looks like they opened up a little bit. In terms of the gap of what we saw last time by when they were down into turn one, where when they compressed, they were all really close together. So again, the track does look like it may have stopped raining in some of these spots. I'm seeing still a little bit of sprinkles over in turn 5, which is a place you don't want it to be raining. And then really over in turn 3 that I'm seeing on the cameras. So, again, a couple spots still with some drizzles, so these guys are having to fight that. One of the things I'm not seeing on these cars, Greg, that I thought that I would have seen is a windshield wiper. I'm not.
Well, I'm seeing a couple of our machines. A couple of the BMWs have the windshield wipers. I want to also pick up, if we can, Spencer. He's coming down into turn 5 right now. A beautiful machine. This yellow and black Ford Capri, not a Mercury Capri. It's one of our German Capris, coming down now into turn 5. This is the machine driven by Peter Borman. And this originally was one of the 4-cylinder cars as it came over from Germany. It's a 1973 Capri. It was converted over to a 6-cylinder when Peter started building it, and he said, we asked him what his accomplishments in road racing have been, Brian, and his biggest accomplishment, building my race car.
9 years of Saturdays. I love it.
Exactly. and at 52 weeks a year, that's a lot of Saturdays.
His wife has named the car Bumblebee. So when she says, "Hey, do me a favor, can you move the Bumblebee?" You got to be specific.
Exactly. His beautiful wife Heidi.
Yep.
So and he's having a great run out here. Peter's currently running 8th in that Ford Capri.
Getting a little bit of chatter. We'll have to.
Yeah, I'm
looks
getting
like
word.
The 68.
It sounds like the 68 machine just went around.
That's Michael Dubé.
Dubé.
So that's our Camaro there. We'll see. Okay. Looks like there was a little bit of a chatter, maybe possible contact there between him and Kevin Farnham, because those were the two that were close together.
Right.
No contact there. He's fallen back. But what that does is that now moves Michael Dubé all the way back. Next time they come across the line here, that's going to drop him all the way back to fourth. But now he's going to be in that battle with Chris Cozy in that 166 machine. Again, another Porsche 911.
Yeah, so it's Bresnahan, Farnham now, and Chris and Dennis Dean come across the line. Pardon me, yes. Well, we know why I said Dennis Dean.
Right.
Dennis Dean, a former vice president of the Sports Car Club of America, Formula One steward.
Yeah.
Dean now moves up in the 3rd. Chris Cozy, that's David Dean, thank you, in his Porsche 911. Chris Cozy in his Porsche 914-6 moves up the 4th. Dubé crosses the stripe about 6/10 behind Chris Cozy, now in 5th, and Phil Ackley in that white and black BMW 3 Series now moves up in the 6th.
And I think that Michael Dubé may have some problems with that machine after that spin, because when he came out of turn 10, he let Chris Cozy just go by him. Wasn't going to hold him up. Didn't want to have anything to do with it at that point. And then when they got through turns 1 and turn 2, seemed like he dropped even further back. You can see there on your screen going up through turn 3, just, the momentum just seems to be lost. So
yes.
Maybe looking to take care of it a little bit and go ahead and finish this race with about just under 6 minutes left to go. Very methodical and a little bit off the pace going through turn 5 for Michael Dubé in that Chevrolet Camaro. You can see now that gap between him and Cozy's really opened up. I wouldn't be surprised with that now Dubé has to bring that thing down pit road.
Right. And I'll tell you, I think probably a real nice fight that we see going on right now, Brian, a little bit further back in the field. This is Alan Mitchell and Melanie Mitchell, both racing, I believe husband and wife, racing their Alfa Romeo GTV6s. Alan is currently running 12th overall in the 8 car. Melanie is running 13th in the 82 car. So Alan is the former 2010 Southeast Division SCCA E-Production champion, and has been running this car. He said it ran an ITS for most of its life and then moved over to Super Production over SPO in its later years. And Alan has been racing now for 20 years. Melanie has been racing also for 20 years. And she says while her husband was taking the championship in the Southeast Division, she had consistent podium finishes also in E-Production. And she says this is her machine, one-owner car, daily driven for 18 years, and then converted to a race car. She started racing it originally in ITS, improved Touring S, and then moved it over to E-Production all the way back in 2006.
Kind of waving yellow there. We got one car that moved, and we'll see when that car starts to come back through. It's going to be one of the Porsches. Seems like that's all that's left in this field going around.
And they've just withdrawn the yellow flag. Let's hear the call from turn 1. And sounds like, and thankfully I didn't bring out the announcer's curse, Brian. And Nadar Fatui in his Porsche 914-6, the number 661 machine, spun the car, and he has now managed to continue.
So you were talking about Melanie Mitchell. We have seen her race here in the D.C. region of the SCCA.
Indeed.
And I kind of looked up through our through the little database we have. She is a beekeeper.
Is she, really?
She is a beekeeper. So does that mean she actually owns the technically the 93 of the Peter Borman machine?
Yeah, exactly.
As you know, his wife calls it the honeybee or the.
And husband Alan, retired physician with the U.S. Navy, and ear, nose, and throat doctor.
Yeah. So I know we've seen the 82 out here many times.
Both
I think I've seen both
actually.
of them out here as well. Yep.
Yeah. And they both live down in Smithfield, Virginia.
Yep.
So I know they primarily raced in the Southeast Division, I believe, with the North Carolina region of the SCCA, but they certainly for years were up here with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series as well.
Smithfield, I believe, outside of Richmond.
Yeah.
So. All right. Well, let's jump back here.
But Brian, before we do, because I haven't done it yet, let me make a call to the grid for what will be our last race of the morning. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 1 Wyer Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Wyer Cup drivers. That's for our IMSA RS and SCCA TransAM 2.5 reunion drivers. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, we're starting to see that battle now, and they're coming down the front straight. I was just watching that battle up at the front of the field with Bresnahan and Farnham starting to open up. Now almost a 4-second advantage for Scott Bresnahan. But what I want to see here, Brian, and this has been a neat fight right now, and this is the battle for 6th. Peter Borman, who is in the and we've got a car that's gone around at turn 1. We'll try and get that info in just a moment here. But the battle I want to see here, as time is running down, only a little bit over a moment, Peter Borman in the Ford Capri that we talked about, and an absolutely beautiful Datsun 240Z that is painted in the famous number 33 livery that Paul Newman used to run.
Yes.
The old Canon car, Canon camera car. And they were more or less nose to tail there. Let's find out what happened to turn 1. All right, sounds like the sounds like the 68 machine.
That's Mr. Dubé again.
Yeah, went around once again. That was over at turn 1. But here comes that battle coming into turn 1, Brian, as the clock is running down. Not a lot of time. I think our leader, Bresnahan, now working his very last lap. So we'll try and get a little bit of this Borman battle with John Jeffrey in his Datsun 240Z. again, love watching those cars here as they come up towards turn 3, and it looks like the Datsun Jeffrey has gotten around Peter Borman.
Gotten around Borman and starting to open that up a little bit, right? I mean, as I came down out of past the start-finish line last time and went down into turn 1, it looks like Jeffrey had pretty much an open line there. It looks like Borman probably let him go. There was no, defender or whatever.
Right.
It was more of you are looking very much faster here as we wind this race down. So,
all right, Brian, and our leader now coming under the bridge, coming into turn 10, that is Scott Bresnahan in his 1988 Porsche 911. I think one of some of the very last air-cooled 911s, if I remember correctly. Now I'm going to have all the Porsche files come at me. I think the 964 range ran to 1993, if I remember correctly. That's when they moved over to the air-cooled motors. And now coming out of turn 9, I got ahead of myself there for a moment. Right back behind that battle that we were watching with the Nissan or the Datsun and the Capri. They're going to get one more lap, Brian, because right behind them is Scott Bresnahan. He's going to take the checkered flag. He is your winner today in the Cunningham Cup sprint race. And, of course, they'll race one more time after lunch today, our second to last race of the afternoon.
Yes.
Kevin Farnham crosses the line. He will finish second, the first of our TransAM cars in his 1967 Pontiac Firebird. David Dean will come home in third. He is just now coming onto the front straight. He's going to come over the line. There you go. Checkered flag in the air. And David Dean will come home in third, second in APH. Chris Cozy now in his Porsche 914. He is coming on to the front straight. And I believe he's the final car in a group here. We've got the two Alphas of the Mitchells finishing just ahead. And there you go, crossing the line and finishing fourth overall. Third in APH is Chris Cozy. Phil Ackley will come home fifth overall, takes the win in DPH. John Jeffrey and Peter Borman, they've got their final race or their final lap of the day. Jeffrey in CPH, Borman in ASH. There's Phil Ackley crossing the line, coming home in fifth, completing his 11th and final lap.
He's got a birthday today, doesn't he?
Not today.
Not today.
It's coming soon.
Oh, it's coming soon.
And I think he told me that it was coming soon primarily, so I wouldn't put a birthday
forget?
cake.
Yeah,
exactly. All right, crossing the line. There you go, John Jeffrey. He's going to finish sixth overall. Peter Borman runs his fastest lap of the race in that beautiful Ford Capri. He's going to finish seventh. Skip Bryan in his BMW 325. He will finish eighth. Fred Buoni in his Datsun 260Z, a 1974 260Z. Oddly enough, the car number 260.
Mm-hmm.
He will finish ninth, and we already had the Mitchells. Melanie beating out Allen. She'll finish 10th. Allen will finish just out of the top 10 in 11th. All right, so Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1. Wyer Cup Racers for IMSA RS and the TransAM 2.5 reunion. Please head to the grid. Your race starting momentarily. Race group number 1. Wyer Cup drivers, please head to the grid for our last sprint race of the morning. All right, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in a few moments. You are watching the 2024 Vintage Racer Group's Jefferson 500. And welcome back, everybody, to our last race of the morning here at the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. Brian, this is the Wyer Cup. It is for the IMSA RS series cars, IMSA RS being run from 1971 to the mid-'80s, primarily for the smaller, sportier sedans like BMWs, Datsuns, Opals, and I think we'll see an Opel Manta out here a little bit later as part of this group, and even some American Motors Corporation machines. I think AMC Spirits were running at the very end of the run for IMSA RS. Also very similar, SCCA TransAM 2.5 as well. We're going to see them here. And that was on the pro side for the Sports Car Club of America. On the amateur side, it was B Sedan that was running in that time frame and with these cars, and they were so popular because the rule set was very constrained, very limited changes to what you could do to these cars, and very lower horsepower, smaller cars. You're going to see out here, we've got a couple Datsun 510s, we've got a number of BMW 2002s, and I think with the condition, we have a Datsun 210 towards the tail end of the field here, Brian, and I think besides some of the Pintos and Bobcats that we also see, I think we're going to see here, I think for the first time, the power of front-wheel drive, as we have, for example, and we saw, I think we saw this car out towards the front of the field yesterday. It was Josh Brown in his 1984 Volkswagen Rabbit GTI was out in the field. I think we have also got Betsy Wisbin in her 1985 GTI. So all A1 Volkswagens. Oh, we've got one of our Volkswagens. There I go, talking about the power of front-wheel drive. Is we've got one of our drivers who was a little late to the grid in a Volkswagen.
Oh, there it is.
Going the wrong way. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around.
He's getting there. He's getting there. It's one of those, I think I can. I think I can.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
I can,
Oh,
right?
and by the way, I said it was a Datsun 510 towards the end of the field. That was actually Connor Creaney in a 1975 Toyota Corolla. Actually, I think it was just coming through turn 6 with the rest of the field. But we had a great race yesterday. Greg Plush and his Datsun 510, who I've raced against before in club racing. A really good run for him. We've got, and you mentioned it yesterday, Paul Marcones, owner of Radial Tire Company, out here this weekend racing a 1976 Ford Pinto. Beautifully prepared Pinto,
yeah.
I should mention. That's the number 83 car. And it was actually, I said it was an Opel Manta. It was actually an Opel Cadet. Opel Cadet.
Yep.
That's out there. Ernie Bello in the 561 machine. As we've got the pace car now bringing the field through turn 10, and actually the pace car now on the pit lane. Thank you, Spencer.
Did the pace car die? Did it run out of gas? There it is. I want to make sure the field get through there.
All right, so front of the field now coming out of turn 10, and we have there on the front row, looks like Steve Byrne and Josh Brown, as Mike Kelly waves the green flag, and we are racing here. This is the Wyer Cup, and it is our very last sprint race of the morning. After this race, going to take a little break, and then we'll come back feature racing all afternoon long. And John Wyer, race engineer, team manager, and team owner, won the 24 hours of Le Mans multiple times. Was also did that as Aston Martin's team manager. Also did work and was one of the original team managers on the Ford GT40 project before it got turned over to Holman Moody and also to Carroll Shelby. And I think he's probably going to be best remembered, Brian. All those Gulf livery cars, the 917 Porsches, the GT40s in the late 60s, early 70s, they all had John Wyer's name associated with it. And had some amazing drivers like Joe Siffert, Brian Redman, Derek Bell, and we're seeing here a great TransAM RS and SCCA, TransAM 2.5 and IMSA RS reunion here this morning.
Tell you what, pretty good start. Everybody gotten through turns 1, 2, and 3, headed down the hill now, coming down through turn 4. Steve Byrne in that number 3, in that Datsun 510, pulling away now a little bit over. Looks like that's going to be Josh Brown in that 85, starting to pull away. And Steve Byrne pretty much dominated yesterday's race there. in that number 3. A little bit further back, you've got sitting there in the 3rd position. That's the 45 of Robert Ball. Again, that's in a BMW, 1974 BMW machine there. He's going to take the rain line, and we saw this earlier on, Greg, so we'll see whether or not that gives him a run, which that actually does. You'll see that in the start-finish line. That's actually going to give him the run on Josh Brown for second place coming out of turn 10. So, again, that rain line coming out of turn 10, staying wide, not trying to hit the apex there is continuing to work. We saw it earlier on with several of our other cars and other groups.
And what was I saying about the power front-wheel drive is we have the rear-wheel drive Datsun 510 walking away from the rest of the field. So interesting thing about Josh Brown, and I think I said yesterday, I want to make a correction. I said that Josh Brown's car was an 84 GTI, and 1984 was the very first year that the Volkswagen GTI was sold in America, and it was produced in Pennsylvania. Those cars were not produced in Germany. But interestingly enough, Josh's car is actually one of the A2 Golfs, one of the second generation of Rabbit or Golf that we saw sold here in the U.S., but it was actually manufactured in Europe. And it's one of the European models, and it was a very interesting one. This one actually had the pole position at the Lime Rock Historics back in 2022, and he had a win in 22 in, get this, a rainy 45-minute enduro. So we'll see how he does. He's out of Sunnyvale, New York, and works in the art gallery business, doing production and exhibitions. Really neat story there. He's in his 6th year of road racing.
We have the 05 of Nick Lane pulled off driver's right into the cutout here. So it looks like his morning is going to be done. Barely got through the start-finish line last time by, but able to pull that thing off to the cutout there.
And that's
right there.
another. That one actually is an A1 Rabbit.
Yeah.
It's an 84 Rabbit, but one of the U.S. built cars.
Yep.
They're the first generation cars.
Rabbit is not hopping anymore right now.
No. All right, here is we got a neat little fight here coming down the front straight, Brian. As we've got a car off on the apron coming into the pit in. Yeah, trying to get into the pit lane. And we'll get the number on that car in just about. Oh, as we've got an incident down at turn 1, and just go ahead. We've got a bunch of cars coming to a pretty quick stop there. One of our Volkswagen Golfs involved. That was the black Golf, I believe. Let me get the number here. Somebody give me the number of that bus. And it was a bus. It came in pretty darn hard there.
I think it may have been a little bit of contact with. I'm not sure if that was Connor Creeley in that Toyota Corolla. We're going to get it right now.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so I said black. It was the 77 machine of Stefan Schippach in the gray Volkswagen Rabbit.
Yep.
Apparently I'm colorblind too, Brian. Then we had, and that's an A1 Rabbit, a 1975 Rabbit. And then the 206 car, that was Joel Lyles in his BMW 2002.
Yeah. Then you had an array of other cars trying to figure out how to get by and kind of did it. I did see and this is so weird to say, Paul Marcone is in that Ford Pinto. He was able to get by that incident, drove through turns 1 and turn 2, so he's going to pick up a couple more positions due to that incident, as you said, between Schippach and Lyles.
All right, so we've got coming out of or coming underneath the bridge here right now, and I think we'll probably see a couple cars pitting in here in just a moment after that incident. Yeah, it looks like one of the cars now coming onto the pit lane. Oh, and we've got another car going around coming out of turn 10, and I believe that's the Corolla of Connor Creedy, the 331 machine. And he's far enough that he's out of the view of our camera, and he is now back on his way. Yeah, and it looks like the
He's still,
the BMW
still sitting there, still sitting there, hasn't moved yet.
Yep.
Trying to get that thing refired, but that was pretty much. There he goes. Now he's starting to roll there. So complete 720. Basically what he did, because he did loop that thing around twice.
Exactly. And so he found a gear, and he is now back underway, and we'll verify here. Like I said, I believe, it's the 331 machine of Connor Creary here, as we've got a nice little fight coming down the front straight here, Brian, and this is our top three. It's Steve Byrne in the white Datsun 510. It's Josh Brown in his Volkswagen GTI. And then now just setting the fastest lap of the race in that orange 1974 BMW 2002. That is Robert Ball, in the number 45 machine here. So great battle going on, and interesting to see here because, and we'll have to find out, there are a number of machines here that are showing as being the carbureted 2002s, and I believe that the 74 machine that is racing is. We also have some of the fuel-injected machines, the 2002 TIIs, for example, that like AJ Ferragonio, who's currently running 4th overall in the gray number 14 machine, is racing.
Trying to look up. I thought we had some information on Ball in our little database that you kind of so nicely put together, but I don't think that we received.
I don't believe we do.
I thought we did. Our top three. That's kind of been the race, all weekend long so far, right? I mean, that's been, where we saw it all day yesterday, and now as we see coming out of turn number 9, headed up underneath the bridge. And down into turn 10, you're going to see Josh Brown actually right on the bumper of our leader, Steve Byrne. And, Robert Ball not going away, still trying to take that rain line to try to gather that momentum, to try to catch those front two as they come by the start-finish line. And gentlemen, they're now side by side going in. They're going to come up on some lap traffic as they head down into turn 1. So we'll have to see whether or not Josh Brown is going to tuck back in behind Byrne, or is he going to try to push the issue there?
Brown came all the way down to the inside driver's right, because there should still be a little bit more grip there than driver's left where Steve Byrne was. And I believe we now have a new leader, Josh Brown, moving out to the lead. Great fight there as they're coming down into turn number 3. And again, still a lot of lap traffic, but you said it, Robert Ball now able to close things down. Mm-hmm. Brian, when the 510 and the Volkswagen GTI came down across the start-finish line, they were separated by 18 one-thousandths of a second. And so now move Josh Brown, that red and black number 85 machine, up into the lead.
Yeah, and as you talked about, going through turn 5, we just saw that on the screen. We'll see what happens in turn 6. But again, coming up on some lap traffic right here, that is going to be the battle, for the overall lead. We're going to get, show that flag from our corner worker, but it does look like Josh Brown's going to be able to get through it a little bit better than Steve Byrne and Robert Ball. So.
Yeah, and I believe they're coming up on right on the back of the orange and black BMW 2002 of Craig Lazinski, the number 38 machine. And so they'll have to do a little work there to try and get around that driver. But once everything straightens out and they start to head up the hill towards the bridge, Brian, they shouldn't have a lot of trouble there. Lazinski, though, former ITB driver in Sports Car Cove America. And, of course, Lazinski, Brian, came to road racing from, say it after me, crashing motorcycles. He raced Ducatis and Suzuki's Supermoto, and also more importantly, talk about being a speed demon, Brian. Unlimited level Yarklov YK55 was his aircraft, because he also competed in aerobatics.
Well, I tell you what, our leaders now have gotten through that lap traffic, kind of opened everything up here. So you've got, kind of a car length and a half in between each of those, with just under, really coming up on 5 minutes left to go in this race. It's really any driver's game here right now.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how you're going to negotiate. And as you watched as they went down into turn 5, just right there, you saw Josh Brown, Steve Byrne take the traditional line getting into turn 5, and you saw Robert Ball do our, what we call here, our Miata line, where he went really wide.
Two wheels in the gravel?
Well, no, not really 2 wheels in the gravel. No, that's coming out of turn 3, but really went wide there to try to make a straight line into that turn.
Yes.
And you can see it now as they come through the car. He's lost about half a car length to that. So that may not be the right thing to do with that BMW.
Well, Brian, we're starting to see more rain come down here now. And so I think you're going to start seeing some of these drivers square off corners. They're going to turn it a little bit later.
Yeah.
They're going to try and square up and straighten up those exits so that they're not putting as much load on the suspensions, which may be set up maybe a little bit stiffer than they wanted for the wet weather. Although my guess is, given how much it was raining this morning, a lot of these drivers may have softened things up quite a bit in order to prepare for the possible rain here. But we're watching as our leaders now come through turn 1. Again, this is where the front wheel drive should be the advantage, and it should allow Josh Brown to get the power down a little bit earlier than the BMW. And just as I say that, we have a new leader, as Steve Byrne.
Yep.
Good run out of turns 1 and 2. He gets around the Golf, and he is your new leader.
Tell you what, really made that work, getting through turns 1 and 2, and that actually helped increase the speed off that corner. Again, we talked about it earlier on. Steve Byrne kind of led pretty much wire to wire yesterday in the dry. So, again, starting to get to that point where he's starting to pull away a little bit here now. I think this has kind of been the biggest lead that he's had this entire race here over Josh Brown and Robert Ball. So, we have to see. They come through the carousel now. They're getting ready to come up through turn 8, up through turn 9, up through the hill. And again, you can see it, as Greg just mentioned, it is starting to rain a little bit harder than we've had here really in the last hour and a half. So again, these drivers here really don't. Interested to see if Robert Ball, and he does. He goes wide there again. Look for him to get right on that back bumper of that 85 machine, Josh.
All right,
Ball.
Brian, heard a call over the radio. They may be black flagging Sean Bullard out of Arlington, Virginia. Sean is driving the number 4 Alfa Romeo GTV. And this may become problematic because Sean, apparently he's a recovering lobbyist. So I don't know if we want him coming down the pit lane and talking to the folks in Black Flag. Again, he's driving this GTV, beautiful car, and it's out of Tim Rooney's garage, who specializes in Alfa Romeos, and he said he's been racing this car, I think, for a number of years. Sean's been racing for 10 years, and he's had a pretty good run so far, but apparently there's something that may have fallen afoul of our stewards, possibly. We've had some calls come in about some cars with brake lights not functioning and things like that. So we'll see how that turns out.
And kind of in the rain, you really definitely need that, especially now, right? Especially if they don't have any rain lights on. But I'm sure he'll work his way back on the racetrack.
Yep, exactly. That's the bright red number 4 Alpha. Beautiful looking machine.
He actually may be on pit road now.
Yeah, and not only that, of course, those Alphas just sound sublime. So we'll see here how things play out as we've got just a little bit under a minute and a half now remaining on the clock, Brian. And with that, we should have our leaders who are now coming up out of turn 8, going underneath the bridge. And we see the Datsun 510 of Byrne starting to expand on his lead. I think when they come across the start-finish line, they're going to be working their very last lap.
Yeah, I was there, and Josh Brown gets really, really loose. Basically did everything but spin that car coming out of turn 10. So that's going to allow Steve Byrne to open that up, and that's actually going to allow Robert Ball to get right there behind him. As a matter of fact,
Ball now is your new second-place runner, as Josh Brown now just finally crossing the start-finish line, almost 30 car lengths behind that orange BMW 2002. So we've got the Datsun 510, we've got the 2002, and then, the front-wheel drive will come to the 4. There you go, Josh Brown. Sorry about the announcer's curse there. He's now sitting in 3rd. AJ Ferragonio, now we'll see him come out and out onto the front straight in a few moments. He is running fourth, but our leaders have opened up a considerable margin on the rest of the field here as Ferragonio does come onto the front straight and works his way around. We talked about the 38 machine, Craig Lazinski, going another lap down to Ferragonio.
Yeah, well, what started out as a pretty good battle there between Ball and Brown now has dropped, as you talked about. I think that Josh Brown, again, pushing it just a little bit too hard as the rain's starting to pick up there towards the end of turn 10, lost the nose. And now you've got Robert Ball. Is he trying to drift? He's at the wrong event.
Yeah,
he literally drifted from turn 5 all the way to turn 6.
Yeah, I think Drift Nirvana is over on the Shenandoah circuit this weekend as our leaders now coming up out of turn 10, and Steve Byrne having to deal with quite a bit of slower traffic as he comes underneath the bridge and into turn number 10. He hasn't cleared it all yet, and Robert Ball is closing things down, but I don't think it's going to be enough as he's encountering that exact same traffic now. Coming onto the front straight, taking the win, Steve Byrne with margin of victory 1.6 seconds over Robert Ball in our TA2 TransAM 2.5 reunion, IMSA RS reunion here. Josh Brown will bring his Golf across the line. He will finish in third. AJ Ferragonio is still working his last lap. He'll be coming onto the front straight here in just a moment. And Ferragonio had a pretty good margin over Paul Marcones, who was about 25 seconds in arrears. So we'll take a look here as a few more of our racers come up to the line. Now, for everybody watching here, and we'll update you on our screen if there are any changes, but we anticipate going back to green flag racing at about 1 p.m. Here this afternoon. We've got 7 more races for you. We've got 7 feature races, longer format races for each of our race groups here, and we're going to start things off once again with our Formula 4 Challenge Series, and we're going to do it in the exact same order, and we'll finish up the day with another IMSA RS and SCCA TransAM 2.5 reunion feature race to round out the weekend as more of our racers come across the line. Ferragonio in his BMW 2002 TII indeed finishes 4th overall, just off the podium. Paul Marcones in his Ford Pinto will finish 5th. Ernie Bello in that beautiful Opel Kadett, the white and yellow Kadett, the number 561 machine. He just crosses the finish line. He will finish 6th. Don Wanigat in his Alfa Romeo GTV will finish in 7th. Colby Schindel should be our next racer across the line.
He may have already taken that checkered.
In the number 20 machine, yeah, actually, I think you're right. I believe he is a lap down. So the number 20 machine, and that's where we're getting from race control. Schindel will finish 8th. Gary Reed will finish 9th in his Datsun 510. And Craig Lazinski will finish in 10th. All right, so thank you so much for watching here this morning. And again, we will be back, and we've just gotten word from Race Control. Cars back on course at 1 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon. 7 more feature races to go today. And then, of course, don't forget, we've got coverage for you tomorrow. 7 more feature races starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we'll be back in about an hour. Thanks so much for watching our morning coverage of the 2024 VRG Jefferson 500 with technical assistance from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. We'll see you in an hour. And welcome back from lunch, everybody. It is time for feature races here at Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Raceway. Are y'all, your tummy's nice and full now, Brian?
I am.
All right. Spencer, how about you?
I am full to bursting, and I am excited for the afternoon.
There we go. All right. So we have got 7 feature races on tap today. I'm not going to bring this afternoon. I'm not going to bring them up on the screen because you've probably been watching them now for the entire past hour that we have been at lunch. But you could tell here, Brian, as our last race group of the morning went out on track, it started to rain again. It had been raining very hard during lunch. It now looks like that rain has subsided. And so our first feature run group of the afternoon, which is going to be the Phil Hill Cup, our Formula 4 Challenge racers, they are going to be going out on track pretty much in the same conditions they saw this morning, where the track's drying. Maybe we'll start to dry out a little bit, but lots of puddles around the course.
Well, they're going to go 25 minutes here, I believe. And so where we saw early this morning where those puddles have now reappeared. So you've got puddles on the right, puddles on the left. You got to stay straight down the middle. So unfortunately, or fortunately, this group, where they would have come back in, saw the last group, said, oh, maybe we need to make some changes because it's starting to dry out. Well, nope. Now you got to reverse those changes if you made those changes.
Right.
Because now you've got the puddles and you've got the standing water in some of these spots. So while we saw a great race this morning with these cars, you now have, the same conditions. So I can really see a very good race from front to back.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Brian, we had 17 of our 42 drivers head out on track in our Formula 4 Challenge Series. Jake King was our winner. Steven Adams finishing second. Stefan Vappa finishing in third. And for this group, again, we've got 3 different types of Formula Fords. We've got what are known as the historic Formula Fords. Those are our first generation cars. And for the Formula Fords that were raced from 1967 at the inception up and through 1972, we then have what are known as the Club Fords. That's for the second generation from 1972 to 1981. And then we've got our, we call them modern day Formula Fords, Brian, that have been around since 1981 and up to current day. Major difference is that these third generation cars, they do use an inboard suspension with vertical dampers, not operated by bell cranks like the older cars. But it's notable that right at the front of the field, we've got a number of racers in the Club Fords, like Jake King, like Scott Fairchild. Fairchild being on the pole here for this race in his Zinc Z10. Jake in his Royale RP24, the Dominion Title Services turf trade machine. We then have our first driver in a historic machine. That's Steve Oseth in his Merlin Mark 20. And it's not until you get to Richard Dusek, who's starting 8th in his Winkleman WF2, a machine from 1970, that you find our next historic machine. I think Joe Griffith in his Reynard 83, that's a 1983 chassis, of course. Our first of the third generation cars. He's driving the number 66 machine. He is starting 9th today. And then I think our next Formula Ford, third gen Formula Ford, is the Crossley 65, the Beard Instruments car of Frank Del Vecchio, or probably not Frank Del Vecchio, of Ron Beard. That's the 33 machine. He's starting 15th, so big gap there between them. It's gonna, hopefully we'll have a great race there, but we'll have to see how things play out as the safety car. Now, Brian, bringing the field through turn 8, they're still, well, as we could tell, pretty stretched out.
Kind of strung out there, especially from the middle back. They're starting to line up now, and you talked about some of these. A lot of the drivers didn't go out this morning. Scott Fairchild. If you're Fairchild or if you're King, you want to push the issue right off the start to get out in front.
Sure.
Because as we saw early this morning, and we're definitely going to see it here again, the spray that's going to come off these tires is going to look like shark fins. It's going to get into the face of the other drivers, and it's going to be very difficult to see.
Indeed. All right, so Mike Kelly, our starter, looking over the field. And green flag is now in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway, the 2024 Jefferson 500. It's the Formula Ford Challenge Cup as they make their way down into turn number 1. And Brian, a much larger field this afternoon as we have, I believe, 25 starters here today as the water trails up in the air going into 1.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be Fairchild and Adams. They're going to get the run off the corner coming out of turn 1, starting to head into turn 2. The driver that's going to lose out a little bit is going to be Jake King in that number 27. He's going to battle back now. He's going to drop all the way back. Right now, getting ready to come up into turn 2 and turn 3. He's going to drop all the way back to 4th place right now as they head up over the hill and down the chute into turn 5. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge here to see whether or not King's going to be able to fight back. Right now, we saw this earlier on where he did drop back a little bit. He was able to drop back earlier and then pick that pace back up in order to propel himself back up to the front.
All right, and a bit of a surprise, Brian. We actually now have a 26-car field as Stefan Vapa, who finished in the top 5 this morning, was our last car to leave the grid, left long after our field took the green flag, the number 97 Macon. Now sitting in a very distant 26th position.
Yeah, I tell you what, Jake King starting to fight back a little bit. He's going to start to challenge coming up out of turn 8. He's going to challenge, looks like Steven Adams in there, Spencer, in order for that to happen. But he's going to,
Whoa, spin just out on turn 10. He's on the right side, inside tire all right up against the pit lane here. Looks like he's out of danger. We should have a standing yellow in there soon. It looks like I just heard the call go out. So it looks like it's okay.
Like,
Second, actually, another one's spun right in front of him. I think he barely made contact with him. So now we have 2 orange cars standing into the tire wall inside of turn number 10. It's just past our camera here.
Yeah, we're gonna pick that up. You can't see it; it's not in the camera view, but we've got 2 over to driver's left. Again, when you come out of there, you hit that apron, you hit that the rumble strips right there, Spencer. And what ends up happening is that car gets really light because that thing starts to have water because it's got dips inside of it. And then what ends up happening is that car just gets very unsettled. But like you said, you've got one that went through there and then another one right behind it halfway back towards the back.
Yeah, so you were just talking about those shark fins coming up behind them. We definitely saw a lot of that coming outside of turn 10, especially from where we were standing up here in the tower. But at the same time, you see the water, you see it's there, and then that first lap back out there, everyone's trying to getting a feel for the track. It was starting to dry out, then it rained again, so it kind of threw people off. They readjusted strategies, and despite it all, this is how you kind of figure it out, trial and error. But luckily, it looks like everybody's okay. See, one of those cars is moving again. He may look to turn into the pit lane. But either way, we're going to have to see as we come back around. Yeah,
it looks like that the call is coming over the radio right now that the car that's still sitting on the – we are going to go to a double yellow here, Greg.
Caution.
And the reason being is because the car that's just outside of 10, the first car that's spun sitting there has a broken right front axle in there, so they're going to have to get a wrecker there to get that out of the way right now.
All right, gentlemen, I want to welcome somebody to the booth joining us here today. This is Frank Del Vecchio from Vintage Racer Group. And Frank, you're live. You want to say hello to everybody?
All right, well, just I'm glad to be here. This is my 54th year coming to this racetrack. I share a car right now with car number 13 with Jordan Mayer. We've been mentoring him for about the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
He's driving the camo-colored 1981 Van Diemen, number 13.
Number 13.
My brother wrote a book, national New York Times bestseller in the Vietnam War. And we've been promoting that book now since 1983 with our race cars.
Well, I got to say, you're really doing really well because I just looked at the sheet and you're actually supposed to be out there. So it's a good thing you cleared that up because I'm like, wait a minute, how can you be in 2 places at once and you're under a double yellow? So looks like we've got a lot of action going on right now, Frank, out on the racetrack, and that's more because we're going to go to a double yellow, so they're going to bring them down. So, and park them before we go back out racing because we do have a car sitting out on the right front. But talk a little bit more real quick about Jordan and you're sharing that car. Talk about him and his race experience and really kind of what's been going on.
Well, in 2018, I brought him down here and I let him use my Formula Ford to take the VRG driver school.
Okay.
Before that, he didn't know how to shift a car. So before that, I let him take my Honda, and I taught him how to shift on a Honda, let him take it to work, let him play with it a little bit. He's driven an automatic.
Sure.
He takes the school. He's faster than everybody else. We put him in his first race here on a Sunday morning at the Jefferson 500. He starts last. I make sure he started last, so if he got hurt, his mother wouldn't kill me. And he finished second. And from then on, he's been winning races. He's top 5 usually, and we're doing it on a budget.
Sure, absolutely.
They're $15,000 motors in
Sure.
these cars. Ours is a $700 rebuild.
Right. Yes. Well, that's good. I mean, you especially when you take a younger driver like that and you put him in. I think that as every race team goes through, you kind of want to bring that up. So eventually, I know I'm getting to that point where I'm doing the same thing. You start to bring younger drivers up. Now, is Jordan somebody that you've known for a long time, or is it somebody that you met that you put in? Or give us a little story about that.
Well, his mother was working for me doing some marketing in real estate. She says, "Oh, my son likes cars." I said, "Well, I'll bring him up to the garage." So he came up to the garage with his best friend, who happened to be named Mark Del Vecchio, no relationship. Those two guys are my crew. They work on the cars. They take the motor in and out. They do all the work on it. And Jordan and I share the car. We share the driving back and forth here. And he's just gotten better and better and better.
Real quick, just want to give everybody an update. So just real quick, want to give everybody an update. Thank you, Brian. That after that full course caution came out, they did black flag the group. So we have the entire field now down on the pit lane as we are working that incident on the front straight.
Yeah, so we're sitting here, we're talking to Frank Del Vecchio, who normally does drive this car. We're talking about he is sharing the car with Jordan in the number 13, bringing that younger, I would assume a younger driver up through. Younger.
Younger. They keep saying, "Well, is your grandson here?" Because I've been doing this Formula Ford racing since 1969.
Wow.
I was in the second ever Formula Ford race in the country. It was at Lime Rock, May 10th, 1969.
Oh, my gosh.
So, and I came here in 1970s.
Yeah,
my 54th year.
I was going to say
Right.
54, 55 years. I was born in January of 69, and I think I'm 55. So there you go.
We talked. Greg and I talked about it. That's kind of how really I met my wife. So my wife's father used to drive Formula Fords. They used to travel around during the summer, and when I first met her was through a mutual friend, and she said, "Tell him I know more about racing than he does." And so that kind of like you spark the interest, and it kind of works. But give us a little bit more background on these cars or on your car, and with Jordan. Again, got him out here, got him running, got him in there. Is there anything else he's racing, or is it just in the Formula Ford that he's racing?
It's just the Formula Ford. He's limited budget, young guy starting out. Happy to race my car, happy to work on it. Does a lot of simulator racing, and that's new with the kids.
Sure, absolutely.
Us old timers, we didn't know.
We didn't have that.
I don't even know how to turn one on.
Yeah.
So he'll do 100 laps, before he gets here, and it shows.
Yeah.
And it shows with these other young kids. We got J.D. King's kid here.
Yes.
He's running Europe, and he's in that beautiful Royale that's running either first or second usually. That's the
Formula
red,
Joe,
red and white.
Formula Joe
Marcinski's
car.
We've been watching Jake here run both here and in New Jersey with SCCA Club Racing for a number of years, or I guess not a number of years, but I guess now this is his third season working with Joe in that series. So tell me this. Obviously, you've been running one of these second generation cars for so many years. What how do I put this? What separates the different types of chassis in that second generation from one another? Or is there one to have? Is there major differences? Obviously, these are pretty much built to a specific spec. Is there anything that differentiates, like suspension setup or the chassis themselves from one another, makes one more a better choice in many cases?
Yeah, there really are. There's even though all the cars weigh the same, we're running the same tires, the same motor, the same gearbox, pretty much the same gears. some cars seem to handle better in the slow corners than the fast corners, and vice versa.
Sure.
I know that the 81 Van Diemen's very quick down the straightaway.
Right.
It's one of the benefits. And Chris
More
Fay has got
aerodynamics.
one. There's 3 or 4 of them out here. They're quick down the straight. The RP24s that King is driving, very quick down the straightaway.
Sure.
Some of these other cars poke a big hole in the air. They're easier to draft by,
Right.
but they seem to handle better. Like the Crosley 32s, some of the Royales and Hawks that are out there. So you got a couple of different classes. You have the older cars that are pre-73.
Right.
They're the historics. And then the Club Fords up to 1981. But quite frankly, they all run the same speed.
Yeah, and I was going to say, so what really separates? I know obviously there were very drastic changes in suspension setup for the current Formula Fords. And obviously, from an aerodynamic standpoint, there's a big difference in the body styles. But is there, a difference in the chassis construction or something between the first and second generation cars, or what really separates them?
You take a look at them, you really can't tell much difference.
That's what I was saying. From looking at them, I couldn't really see a difference.
Really the difference is the older cars are running steel wheels. We're running, lightweight wheels.
Like magnesium wheels.
Really, that's about the only
Gotcha.
difference. The new cars are unbelievable. We were down at the runoffs in 1983. I was driving a Crosley, looked like a super aerodynamic car, and the Swift came out. It was 9 miles an hour faster down the straightaway than we were. So those new cars that they're unbelievable. They're also less fun to drive.
Are they?
Yeah, they go where they're pointed. These things you got to slide them. You got to drive them.
So, and here's because we were talking about Jordan going on to say iRacing now, where they've got just released the Formula Ford. I think the Ray chassis, which is very big in the UK. How do those? Because we don't see many, if any, of those here in SCCA racing currently in Formula Ford. Is there any major difference? We know that the tires are different here as we've got our cars heading back out on track. Our emergency services team, great job getting that cleanup done on the front straight. We've got the field heading back out on track. But is there a huge difference between a Ray chassis, other than it's made in the UK and probably much more accessible to UK drivers? Is there a reason why we wouldn't see it here in the United States?
You can buy so many new car chassis are coming out that are so good. There's so many manufacturers that you see a couple of here, a couple of different, ones here. You got a couple of Swifts, couple of Rays, couple Cicadas, the Ripple boys out of Pittsburgh. They're building cars that are pretty spectacular.
Really. All right, real quick here, as our field now, you can see them making their way out of the pits. We've got the front end of the field now starting to head down through turn 3, down into the chute and into the down into turn number 5. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's the Charlie Gibson Trophy race for our sports racers. Race group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy racers, please start heading to the grid.
So it looks like we're going to have come back to the green here on this one. They're going to still under a double yellow.
Yep, under full course caution, it'll be a single file restart, Brian, as we get back underway. We'll have about a little bit less than 8 minutes remaining on the clock here as these races are set up for a little bit, just about 25 minutes.
25 minutes is where the clock starts, and that's from the time they leave pit road until the end. So it works out to be about a 20-minute, a 20-minute race or 22-minute race. Looks like here comes our leaders now out of turn 10. They should be receiving the green flag, and we are now back under green flag. So again, the lead car right there, that is actually not your leader. That is one of the lapped cars that is coming around. So right now, still your leader, Jake King, in that number 27 Royale over Scott Fairchild, then Steven Adams as they head down into turn 1. And it looks like King going to try to get past that car that's still on the lead lap, basically, but at the very tail end of that lead lap.
Exactly. He's at the very tail end, and I believe that actually may be If I remember correctly, Brian, I think that might be Greg Kokolis. Or probably that's one of the other ones. And we've got looks like a car off over at turn number 3.
got a
Number
couple
of cars
cars
off at turn 3 now in the gravel trap. And we will see if we can get the numbers on those machines. And maybe, Frank, I know it's not the sharpest view here.
Actually, I can. Looks like one of them is going to be Scott Fairchild.
Okay.
That is the 120, the gray machine.
That's
and
the 120, yeah.
The other one may be. Not sure. I'm not sure if that's Nesbitt or not.
That's
may
the
be
power slide car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that's the wind shadow of Ira Nesbitt, the 555 car that is there in the gravel, and that is likely going to now bring out, especially given
Where they are.
that machine is so close to the track surface in the gravel trap, likely going to bring out another full course caution.
Well,
hasn't happened yet. We'll see how things play out.
Well, both of them are buried. The green car, which I can't.
And Brian, we've got another car off. Just went into the gravel trap at turn 10 as well.
Yeah, they're going to need to move those out of turn 3. So.
Yeah, and that car, we talked about the rain line through turn 10 and wanting to take a rim shot around the outside. Looked like that driver tried to do that, but unfortunately took to the gravel as we are once again
going
back to full course caution.
Yep. And Frank and I were just sitting here making hand signals in there. We think that with this double yellow, we may end up getting a checkered
flag, sure. As we've got about 5 minutes remaining in this ill-fated race. And we see the driver of the 555 car. No, we don't have it on shot here, but he's waving his hands, I think, to try and either try to get the attention of the racers still on track, or maybe the quarter workers over there. He's waving pretty furiously when cars go by.
So not only do we have 2 in turn 3, but so black flag all. So they're going to bring them down. So we'll see what they do here. But like I said, we've got. If my math is correct, and I'm not going to ask Greg for math because
I don't do math.
We know how he's not good in math. So, if we look at it with 3, we've got exactly 1% of our cars are in the gravel trap. So,
yeah, that is something I would have never been able to pick out for.
So it's like 1.25. So we're 1.25%. I deal with math all day long.
So for folks like Rose Lorente who wanted us to show other than just the leaders in each race group, I think we
got it.
We got it for you. There.
Right.
All right, so we've got the drivers. They're going to be coming down the pit lane now. We've got the emergency services vehicles deploying. Taking a look at Mike Kelly, who is our starter, along with some other folks here waiting to see if they do bring the checker out.
We're just hearing that just now.
Yeah, and race control now asking to have that checkered flag. Pardon me, I'm having trouble choosing whether I should say displayed or deployed, but it should be displayed.
Yeah.
And so at the front of the field here in this short and ill-fated race, Jake King in his Royale will take the win. In Club Ford, Steven Adams, I'm still showing as second. Although we know he's in the gravel trap here, and I think that's owing to rolling the clock back, rolling back to the last run lap. Sam Ryan in his Merlin finishing third. Chris Fahan fourth. Our first third-gen car, that is Mark Ungaro in his Red Royale. He will finish fifth. We're still showing Ian Nesbitt in his Club Ford sixth overall, but again, don't think that's because some of these drivers, they haven't crossed the start-finish line to complete the last lap. Greg Sowers, seventh. The question is if it's Cal or if it's is it
Colby?
Colby Trumbo.
Maybe Colby. I think Colby's
in the
in
248
that
car, another Royale, this one in RP16, eighth. Tom Venturino and Alan Buttrick. And wanted to tell you, Frank, that congratulations, you came in 18th.
I can't see how he came in 18th because it looked like he came in about 6th.
Right, exactly. Well, again, at this point, because obviously we had the incident and Right, and they haven't crossed the finish line to complete that lap. Kind of hard. They're going to have to roll it back at least one lap. We've got, as you can see, our emergency services teams.
Frank pulling double duty here. He's talking about the race car and out there finishing.
That's right.
Top 10.
If you want, I know we have a couple lobbyists here racing this weekend. I'm sure we can work.
We'll
with them
figure it out.
to get your car moved up a little bit in the order there. All right, let's do this, Brian. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group because I don't see many of them on the grid.
They weren't anticipating going out that early.
No, I don't think so. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 6. Charlie Gibson Trophy Racers. Race group number 6. That's our sports racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next, and I don't see a single one of you there on the grid. So if you could please head there now, we're going to be sending you out as soon as we get this cleanup done here on track. Race group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy Racers, please head to the grid. So, Frank, you going to hang out with us for a little bit? Oh, you took the microphone off.
We're going to go back and we'll take a look at the car. We'll get it set up. I can come back here. We got some information on some of the older cars.
Yeah.
Myself and Denny Austin were doing this
Absolutely.
Last year, and we promised not to be too boring.
You haven't been whatsoever, and obviously we got a lot of races this afternoon. We've got another race for our Formula Fords tomorrow as well. Obviously, you and of course Denny, who I know is also VRG's chief instructor here, just had a very successful driver school in the last couple of days. Always welcome to come up here and join us.
Yeah. My daughter did the driver school.
Oh yeah, how'd you do?
Not bad. She graduated, and she'll get faster.
Boy, you may never get in a car again.
Yeah, that's right.
Never. Well, maybe at 79, it's time to think about stopping out.
Well, we got another driver. He's got a birthday coming up. Well, he's not 79 anymore,
That's right.
so we know what he's turning.
Are you talking about Phil? Phil Ashley?
It's a surprise.
Oh,
don't
that's
tell,
right. Yeah,
don't tell Phil. I don't think he
coming.
knows what he's going to be. So
That's right. All right. Well, we want to thank Frank Delvecchio for coming up here for this race. Hopefully we'll see him as well as Denny Austin a little bit later today. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break as we've got this cleanup going on. We're going to be cycling through the camera so you can see how it looks as it's happening. But we'll be back in just a few moments with our next race. That's for our sports racers, group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy. We'll be right back. right, welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway, and the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by VRG. Sorry about the extended downtime. We there had a little bit of cleanup and had to get some racers up on the grid, but we are now sending our sports racers out for their pace lap, Brian. And this race here, it's again for our sports racers. We're gonna have Lolas, Tigas, we're gonna have Swifts out on track. A little bit earlier today, we had our sprint race, and as the track is drying out, I think we're finding, Brian, a few more racers that are perhaps being a little more adventurous. Right now, we had only 9 cars in this group go out on track earlier today, and it looks like we have more than doubled that. We've got 23 drivers heading out for the pace lap.
Actually, I've got 11, 12 right now that are going out. So
see, this is why you don't pay me to do math.
That's why math is not your strong point.
No.
So, we've got several different channels that we do, and one channel has Greg getting subscriptions so that he can get new glasses, and this channel now it'll be to be able to help Greg with his math skills.
That's right.
Yeah, we're going to try to get him a math scholarship, Spencer says back there.
Wait till I start pitching for a subscription to Duolingo and I try to learn Spanish again. All right, so of course this group here named after Charlie Gibson, long-time racer, long-time vintage racer, owner of Sasco Sports, who unfortunately passed away back in 2004 in I will call it a racing-related incident. That later that year, the Charlie Gibson Trophy was created, and it's now in its 20th year, Brian. And we've got our pace car now, that beautiful Turbo Lotus Esprit V8, bringing the field underneath the bridge. They're still getting formed up here, still kind of strung out. I hope we get a green flag here, but that Indy pace car, as we mentioned, pacing the IndyCar World Series from 1997 through 1998. Pace car on the pit lane now, turning things over to Mike Kelly, and green flag is in the air. And Brian, the lucky 13 machine there of
Henry Payne
going to the front with our second car in the field. Is that
that is going to be John Thompson in that 14. They're going to go side by side down into turn 1. Then a little bit further back, you've got that Robert Dusek machine.
Yeah, and perhaps most notable, Brian, is we are now showing Henry Payne as driving the number 13 machine and not the number 16 machine.
There we go. We got it.
All right, so we are going to continue. And now, of course, the big question is which drivers' transponders are working, as still a very damp track, but starting again to dry out. Obviously, some very large puddles there, and you can see some of the water getting thrown through the air right there at the exit of turn 3. As we have these rivers that are running, perpendicular to the track surface, running almost all the way from left to right, very hard to avoid them here. As we've got our leaders now, as they've come down into the carousel through turn 6, and already very quick pace laps here. Some of the other drivers that we have on course, looks like Nate Scagliano in his 1990 Lola. He's currently running 3rd. We've got the Gnerts, and a great battle earlier this morning, Brian, between Brian and Brent Gnert. Brian in a Swift and Brent in a Lola, as our drivers are coming across the line for the very first time. And Brent, I think now, Brian, has moved all the way up in the 2nd place. Is that correct?
Yeah, Brent Gennard has moved all the way up to 2nd place. And we saw him earlier on this morning have a pretty good rain run. We saw him do a couple 720s. I think he did a 720 and a 360 in back-to-back incidents, especially coming through turn 6. Again, this is the same type of condition they ran this morning. So you would think that egg has been placed underneath the gas pedal there. So when he definitely comes through turns 5 and 6, especially early on in these, it's going to be a little bit easier. But he is now starting to make a heavy move on our leader of John Thompson.
Yeah, and Brian, we'll jump back to them in just a second here. We've got, and I know he hasn't gotten much camera time today, coming into turn 3, actually 2 very beautiful machines. We've got Angelo Savoia in his 1980 Atiga, and then we've got Garrett Wilson in that white and blue Swift, the number 60 machine. And here we see that is the Tiga in fire. I believe it's in Fireball red. No, actually just red. But really a beautiful machine. And we had a couple Tigas in the field here yesterday. This is the only one that we have on course today.
Yeah, I tell you what, nice, 2 really good cars. I tell you what, let's go ahead and pick up our leaders just one more time here. Is now it looks like we have who we said John Thompson and Brent Gennard. They were side by side when they crossed the start-finish line. Came up on one of our slower cars, and now they got around that. Now you're going to have Henry Payne. That driver is going to end up passing one of the slower cars. But as I talked about, Gennard and Thompson, they were side by side headed down into turn 1, Greg. It was basically neither one of them wanted to lift, but it ended up having to be Gennard had to lift a little bit because, again, when you talk about that puddle on driver's right, he had to get out of that puddle to get back in there. If not, he probably would not have made turn 1.
All right. And so we were talking a little bit about that Tiga SC80 driven by Savoia. That car originally was raced here in the United States from 1980. Our driver, Savoia, actually lives up in Vaughan, Ontario, Canada. It was imported into Canada back in 1990. He has been racing it now for the last 2 years after a lot of go-karting experience. Obviously, the rain here today, the great equalizer, and he has found himself a little bit further off the pack than he was yesterday.
Pick up some of our other racers here. We have the 12 there in that Ginetta G12. Back out on track. Did not go out this morning. Joey actually started last on the field. Was scheduled to start third, but when you had Joe Blacker and Thomas Grudovich not racing here today, we got one that pulled right off here to the left of us. Took the pit road exit right after turn 10, I believe, and that may be the 18 machine. I think that's David Bryant.
Right.
Pulled in. So came out of turn 10, and since he missed pit exit way back underneath the bridge, decided to come down here and make the hard
where people normally leave the grid. And so you were talking about Joey Bojalad in that Ginetta G12. That's a 67 chassis, and here he comes up into turn 3 now, the 3rd car in that lane. And Brian, I was looking at that car up close during lunch, and I don't know how to put this without getting me fired. So I'm just going to say it was raining down very hard, and I was admiring this car. It is a beautiful, beautiful chassis. It's the only, I don't want to call it a tin top car. It's the only closed top car here today. But let's jump over to the battle for the lead now. As you can see him now coming across the start-finish line, Brian. And that is Gennard and Thompson. And margin, as they come across the line and complete lap number 4, 12 1/1000ths of a second. And let's take a look as they come out of turn 2 and start to make their way up to turn number 3. They're just coming out of the bend now. And it is,
Gennard that's going to hold off Thompson.
Yeah, and a great run there. Great run down the front straight. Thompson had his foot in it, just could not make it work coming through turns 1 and 2.
Well, I tell you what, that pass down in 1 and 2, that started back in turn 9, right? So Brent Gennard got a great run out of 9, which helped increase the speed all the way through 10.
Right.
Able to throw it in there. Pretty much got a little loose, a little sideways, but had enough speed to get past Thompson. Coming down the front stretch. So that pass actually started basically 2 turns ago.
And so, Brian, another racer that we've got out on track, this is the white number 60 Swift of Garrett Wilson. And I think is that him heading down? I believe that's him heading down into turn 1 right now. Wanted to welcome Garrett to the VRG Racing family. Just past the VRG Racing School, earlier this week. This is his first ever race. He had been racing for years off-road motorcycles and got into this type of machinery. He is out of Fairfield, Connecticut, and he lists himself as a builder.
A builder of?
He doesn't tell us.
He just says builder.
He's just a builder. Just a builder. But beautiful, beautiful machine as we go and track some of these other wonderful machines. As a matter of fact, they're just now came through turn 5. We'll see there is, I think they're coming through the carousel now, and that is, I think, Angelo Savoia, who we were talking about earlier, and Garrett Wilson in that white with blue Swift DB2. Great run there. And yeah, you were right. David Bryant, after just completing a single lap, brought his car, his Shannon 94 PS, back behind the wall.
Tell you what, let's go back a little bit further if we can. They just went up the hill, turn 3. They're going to be coming down the hill out of 4 into turn 5. We can, Spencer. This is for 6th. I believe this is the 10 of Steve Cunningham Sr. and then the 812 of Josh Lewis. That's 6th and 7th. That battle right there, they've been nose to tail. I've been keeping an eye on those two. You can see them right here now coming out of turn 6. They've been like that now for the last 3 laps.
Wow.
Even though we only have 5 laps going in, these two for 6th and 7th, they've been like that the entire race. So, again, great battle there all the way back in 6th and 7th.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 5, Donohue Cup drivers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 5, Donohue Cup racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
And as I talk about the 10 there, he gets really, really loose on entry going into 10, and that helped Josh Lewis really kind of open that up.
Yeah,
so.
he was still trying to gather it up a little bit when he came onto the front straight there, and Conson was a little bit momentum deprived, we'll say, as he came across the start-finish line. But he's starting to pick his pace up once again.
Yeah,
as he comes out of going into turn 3 right now.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a pucker factor there, and I'm not talking about the tires. So it, but again, look, at that point, you start to feel pressure from a driver behind you, and it's easy on a wet, damp track, although it's starting to dry out a little bit now.
Once again,
in certain spots.
And here's something interesting, Brian. Let's jump back to our leaders as they come into turn 1 now. Gennert and Thompson. And I have a feeling that we have just now picked up on a very major difference between these two Lolas.
I was going to say,
and
go ahead.
Gennert, likely on dry weather tires.
Exactly.
John Thompson, very, very clearly on wet weather tires. We had John Thompson come down the front straight, move his car all the way over to driver's right to get to some of the biggest puddles on the run down into turn 1. Then moved the car back over to a more advantageous braking line. Did not see those same moves from Brent Gennert.
And if he's still staying with Gennert, on that dry tire, and he's on a wet weather tire, I guarantee you that car is fast then, because he's having to move the car into different positions on the racetrack
to keep those tires cool.
I will throw this out there: is if there's anybody out there that's watching the stream that may be down in the paddock that knows of what we're confirming, because I was just getting ready to say that, because he went all the way over to driver's right. We have one big puddle right here just past the start-finish line and past our cutouts here, and Thompson went right dead smack center into that. Well, we're going to watch again and see if he does it here, but and there he goes again. He's right behind coming out of 10 and moves all the way over, so he's got to have those wet weather tires.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a given. And he is the only one of our drivers, Brian, that I've seen with any regularity do that. We'll watch Henry Payne, who just crossed start-finish line. He's heading into turn 1 now. No, he stays on the line. Matter of fact, he's avoiding the puddles on the left-hand side of the track and is staying to center. But we should mention, and it's definitely not something that we're picking up on our turn 1 camera, I think. But we're starting to see it in our camera that leads into turn 3 and also leads out of turn 3, there are portions of this track, and actually we can see here also at turn 8, there are definitely portions of this track that are starting to dry out. It doesn't mean that it's completely dry. It's still damp. You're not going to get ultimate grip, but it is definitely a changing condition here. All right.
So somebody just posted 3G here in our chat that Brent Gennert is on rain tires as well. So,
really?
Again, that car there, he may be moving around. He's definitely not moving over to driver's right where a big puddle is. So we'll see whether or not those tires last the entire race. Then we've got it's 9.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean it could very well be that John Thompson, in trying to keep with, and you know what? There you go.
I just said
so. 3G, thank you from 5G over here. We just now, for the first time, had Brent Gennert go to those puddles on the right-hand side of the track to try and cool his tires down. And I was going to say, it may just be that Thompson's pushing a little bit harder, trying to keep up with the pace of Gennert, and might have started to run that rubber off a little bit sooner. But, there you go. And as you mentioned, still about 9 minutes remaining here in this race. Henry Payne, we still don't see him moving over.
Is that the third Gennert? So, 3G, third Gennert? Is that the third one of the family?
It could very well be.
So.
And then we've got Nicole she said Nicole was the wife. So she just deleted her message.
Yeah, she did.
Looks, there we go. Wife of Brian Gennert there.
All right, good.
All right.
It's kind of going in and out. I'm losing, it posts and then it goes away. It posts and then it goes away. But again, look, as you mentioned, these, this track is starting to dry out in certain spots. If they're coming out of turn 10 now, going to head down through there. Let's see if both of them move back over to driver's right, because last time before, Brent did the exact same thing as John did in that 14. John automatically goes over to driver's right, and now I got to tell you, just watching that right there, you can see it. There it is on the camera. They get right to the very end of where that puddle is, and both of them make that dart to the right. So you're actually making two moves with that to try to get them as cool as possible. Because I believe, Greg, that is the only puddle on the racetrack we have with any type of being able to cool the tire off for, a little bit.
All right, coming across the line now to start lap number 10. A pretty distant fourth position is Brian Gennert in his Swift. And I'll tell you, Nate Scagliano in the number 37 Lola, Brian, that last lap made up almost 1.8 seconds on Brian Gennert in the battle for fourth. They're coming through turn 1 now. The two white machines, again, a white Swift, a white and blue Lola, now as they come into turn number 3. And that Lola definitely closing things down.
Looks like we got our 60 of Garrett Wilson. He's made that right-hand turn, so his afternoon is done. And looks like the nickname for Brent is Batman. So
Batman, yes.
Robin is chasing Batman, I guess you can say right now at this point.
All right, and here we go. Nicole's told us it's Gernert.
Gernert.
And that Gur is with, I think, like 12 R's. So
that's it.
Thank you, Nicole. We appreciate that, and we apologize. We'll endeavor to do better the rest of the weekend.
I'm liking the Batman theme. So
I definitely agree.
I guarantee you, both of those drivers, Gernert and Thompson, they are fighting these cars right now to try to stay in the lead. Go ahead.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 5. Donohue Cup racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next for our production and specials through 1960. Donohue Cup racers, race group number 5, please head to the grid.
As we look around the racetrack right now, we still have that battle going on between Josh Lewis, and now let's throw in the 44 there. I believe that may be Linwood Staub. That's for 7th. They're right now headed up out of turn 3, headed up into turn 5. But our overall battle here. Let's go ahead and stay with that, Spencer. Yeah, good job there. Let's stick with the lead here. We'll come back as now it looks like Thompson. He's going to make that move for the lead, Greg, coming out of turn 10. right now, but now both of them are going to have to fight to get to that puddle. We'll see which one's going to get to that puddle first.
Well, I think one of them's going to have to forego the water there.
Yeah.
As they come now down into turn number 1, and looks like Thompson may. Let's take a look as they go down through turn 1. Looks like we may have a new leader, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like John Thompson's going to go ahead and make that pass. Is that John Thompson from Georgetown?
No, I don't think so. Either
Hey, man, how does he
senior
get in
or
that
junior.
car? How does he get in that car?
Basketballs.
I tell you what, great pass going in there, but like you said, both drivers had to fight to get to that puddle as quickly as they could. Thompson had the early advantage there to get to that puddle.
Yeah, well, so here's something interesting as well as they come now down on the braking in the turn 5. There is also a puddle over coming out of turn 3, driver's right where the curbing is on the exit of 3, and we saw Thompson able to get there. The challenge, and not just the challenge, but the risk that you run is you get to that puddle and you've got the curbing right underneath it. It is very slick over there. You could find yourself out in the gravel trap. But luckily, the driver, Thompson, had the wheels squared up.
We've got 76. We got Brent Gernert. He's got a problem because he is backed way off coming through there. He is actually, looks like he may have had a problem trying to get past one of the slower cars, but he slowed way down coming up underneath the bridge, and now coming out of turn 10, that gap is as big as I've seen it all day long.
Yeah, he was trying to get around the number 85 machine. That's Angelo Savoia, who we were talking about earlier, and definitely impacted his run, and probably at just the wrong time, Brian, because John Thompson just reset fast lap and picked up exactly 2 seconds on Brent Gernert. That Brent ran a 125.503, Thompson a 123.503.
Well, Savoia was there trying to get out of turn 9, trying to get out of the way. And I think Gernert thought he was going to go one way, and he did not. And so they ended up right there together. Another good battle on the track right now, and that is the 37 Nate Cigliano and Brian Gernert. So that is the battle for actually fourth and fifth. Excuse me. That's now going down into turn 1, getting ready to come out of turn 2. Those guys have been together here for the last couple laps as well. So,
all right, we track them down, Brian. As they just had come through turn 3. They're only separated out by about 3 car lengths at most. And I'll tell you, coming out of turn 3, Scagliano seems to get a little bit better drive out of there. He is turning in a little bit later. He's squaring up the exit. He's able to get the power down earlier than the 37 car, then the Lola T90 of Gernert.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these drivers, Greg, went out on some wet weather tires. Because I'm watching now, it seems every single lap, they're all hunting for the water in most cases. They see that water on driver's right, and they go diving for it to try to get there and go around with it.
Yeah, and again, considerably cooler than it was yesterday, Brian, but we're still up to about 65 degrees. It's about 6 or 7 degrees warmer than when these drivers were out earlier today, out before lunch. And so we are, again, even with the number of drivers that we have out here, starting to see some dry patches show up here on track. And it's going to be, especially as some of these larger puddles go away, it's going to, not only for this group, but for our next race group as well, going to be a challenge if they choose to go out on those wet weather tires.
Yeah, I think if you go out on wet weather tires in the next group, you're going to burn them up really quick.
Yeah, agreed.
I just don't think there's enough water, enough puddles there in order to make that happen.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so we're continuing to watch this battle right now. This is Nate Scagliano, who has now gotten around Brian Gernert, so move Scagliano in the 4th place, Brian, in his Lola T90. I told you he was getting better runs out of some of the corners, and now he has opened up about 4 car lengths on the 77 of Brian Gernert. But we've just heard now that John Thompson is working his very last lap in his Lola T90.
And he has just now come out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3. So this will be the last lap. There you go. Just caught a glimpse of him there. There's the 76 there. So those two working their last lap of this race. I don't believe Brent's going to have enough time to get back
Yeah.
up there. So we're gonna
yeah,
have
and
to
even
stay.
even on the last lap there, we just saw where Thompson opened up another 0.9 of a second on Brent. So about 3 seconds the gap here as they're working that last lap.
Yep.
And we can even see here coming through the carousel, it looks like Brent Gennard has really burned off those tires.
Yeah, I
and
think
he's-
those tires have kind of completely went away.
Yeah, exactly here. As our leader, John Thompson, comes up the hill and underneath the bridge towards the final corner. And here he comes out of turn number 10. John Thompson is going to take the win today in our feature race for the Charlie Gibson Trophy for our sports racers. Congratulations to him. Brent Gennard, he now brings the car across the line. He will finish second in that beautiful black number 76 Lola. Henry Payne will come home in third. Nate Scagliano brings the 37 machine home just off the podium in fourth. Brian Gennard will finish fifth. Josh Lewis will finish sixth. Linwood Staub brings the blue and white Swift DB2 across the line. He will finish seventh. Steve Constant finishes eighth. Angelo Savoia will finish in ninth. Garrett Wilson will finish in 10th position.
Yeah, here comes the 37 now coming in through there. So we'll see them. So those we're just now going to finish up here, but yeah, great run by John Thompson there. So I'm again holding off Brent Gennard in that number 76 Batman, as his group out there in the back half of the racetrack likes to call him. So we'll see, as it looks like our last car now may have taken the checker. I think we've got a few that are coming back through now. So looks like we could end up getting this race done, Greg.
All right, there you go. All right, there you go, Brian. Yeah, it helps if I unmute myself, unless you're listening to it.
Sometimes that's not a bad deal, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's not a bad thing. All right, Brian, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Donohue Cup Racers. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Donohue Cup Racers, race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian, so let's take another quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by VRG. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Motorsports Park and the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. Brian, it is now race group number 5. This is the Donohue Cup for our production cars. We've got cars like Mark Donohue's very first race car, the Elva Courier. We've got Falcons. We've got Vays, I believe, and we'll see here as more drivers take to the track for the pit for their pace lap. I believe that we may have a couple triumphs, and I know we've got the return of some of the Spec Renaults as well. Speaking of returns, we also have Frank Del Vecchio back with us here in the booth to give us a hand. Thanks for coming back, Frank. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. And so Frank says to us right before we go on the air.
Literally right before we went on
Yeah, we
air.
go, I don't know. I don't have much to add here. But Frank, the first thing that you did when you came back up here, you go, this is the Donohue Cup race, right? And I go, yeah. He goes, oh, I raced Mark Donohue here at Summit Point Raceway.
Well, I didn't really race him because he was testing the Kurt White 512 Ferrari,
Right.
and they were getting ready for Sebring and Daytona. We were racing March Formula Atlantics back then, and my claim to fame is that we were quicker on this track with the Atlantic car than the
Then you were
512 Ferrari.
Oh, wow.
But actually, we had actually done a skid pad test with Mark Donohue. He set up those cars on the skid pad behind a Sunoco oil refinery in New Jersey.
Oh, gosh.
And he was amazing.
Oh, wow. Now, Sunoco oil refinery. Now I know how they made the skid pad, or made the slick track there to make it work. As we've got our field now working their way on the pace lap here, Brian, and we've got looks like we've got Thomas Grudovich in his Ginetta G4. We saw Thomas earlier this weekend. Tom Upshur in his Lotus 7. We got a lot of Lotus 7s. Chris Domingo, who I think was the standout driver this morning during the sprint races in his 1961 Lotus 7. That was a Series 2 car, the black and silver machine. Phil Meany makes his way out. I don't think we saw Phil this morning. We saw him yesterday in the 007 car. Mark Gobble in his Elvis Courier, and then we've got Jeff Taplesy in his Lotus Super 7. And as we mentioned, we've got a couple of the Spec Renaults. We'll talk about them in a moment here as the green flag flies. And Brian, on the front row there, we did have Chris Domingo in his Lotus 7, as well as Jeff Taplesy, as they make the run down into turn 1 for the first time.
Yeah, I tell you what, good start there with this group pulling out there, going through turns 1 again. Still, some of these drivers still tiptoeing through the track there because you still got a few damp spots.
Yeah, and Brian, look at this, and we saw it going into turn 1. Kenny Williamson in the number 27 Courier, Elva Courier, got a great run, and actually, Kenny Williamson in the 27 got around Jeff Taplesy going into 1. They were side by side on the run down to 2, and it looks like Williamson's been able to hold him off. We've got the other Elva Courier of Stefan Wiesen just a little bit further back from there, and then that beautiful purpose-built V competition machine running in 5th position. That is with William Demarest behind the wheel, and I think that may be the first time we've seen that car in a race this weekend.
You mean the Demarest machine?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I don't think, well, obviously went out in qualifying. I would have assumed that would have been yesterday. So yesterday qualifying, did not come out or run or didn't go faster in that time frame in yesterday's race. I don't believe they came out yesterday, so we'll have to.
Yeah, and that's the British Racing Green number 47 that's just now coming out of turn 10 here on the front straight. Gorgeous coupe. That machine here has been racing. It's a fiberglass bodied car that came from England, and Falcon started building cars in 1957. And by 1960, they were just rebodying other machines, but they started building their own chassis here in 1960. Also sold some rollers as well. But our driver, Bill Demarest, saying that this car in particular started life as a race car, was restored and put to street legal spec. And then after that, was switched back over to a race car with removing the windshield wipers, the side windows, etc. Here, and he said basically everything there though is pretty much the way the cars came from the factory, with the exception of the radiator cap, apparently.
We changed out the radiator cap.
Changed out the front, and the front suspension is actually a Triumph Herald front suspension
nice.
underneath that car.
Laps are continuing on here.
And we've got a latecomer to join the field here, Brian, heading out on track. Now, this is the number 80 machine.
Looks like the 90. Looks like the 98. That is the 98. And, he had problems yesterday as well. That's Ralph Solomon. He was one of the ones that ended up in the very far right.
Oh, that's right. Off
very
on the
far
outside.
drivers left into the woods over there. And just open that door. Yep, there we go.
And he's racing a Formula Junior car. And, yeah, exactly. We saw him off in the grass a little bit earlier. Not earlier today, but during yesterday's race.
Yeah.
And, they left him there. And it was a fortunate way for him to end his race. But let's take a look here, Spencer. If we can take a look going down into turn 1 real quick. I wanted to bring up, we were talking about a couple of these Spec Renaults, and we've got Bob Anderson out here. He is the lead car of those two bright yellow Spec Renaults. Bob had a pretty inauspicious start here in our sprint race this morning. Made it to turn 1, and it looked like the car had just lost power on him. And he was able to limp it back around. It certainly made it more than a lap, so he's doing very well here now. Of course, he switched over from his Mini Cooper, had an engine loss earlier in the weekend. And then right behind him, we've got Morgan Malone, who I think we were talking a little bit earlier. I think Morgan is a rookie racer with us this weekend. Is that correct?
He just graduated from the VRG school this weekend. So this is his first couple of races. He's doing very, very well. Interestingly enough, Morgan Malone builds Morgans.
Really? So go. I guess if you're going to have a name Morgan, you might as well build
Morgans.
Some wood framed 3-wheelers, or I guess plus four wheelers. Yeah, they've got the plus 4s, obviously.
And interestingly enough, his significant other Allison is faster than he is. So they're going to have to buy two cars.
2 cars. Absolutely. Well, again, these Spec Renaults, we saw them for years in club racing with a number of different organizations. Entropy Racing, Charlie Greenhouse had run these for a number of years, and I think he sold the business this past year. We were talking about Bob Anderson earlier. He was driving to work one day and saw the shop is over in Hanover, Maryland, drove right by, did a U-turn, pulled in, and goes, "Hey, you actually race these things?" And now he's a driver in need without a race car, gets behind the wheel of a Spec Renault.
I think Bob has a nickname too, does he not, Frank?
He does. It's he's the Swedish meatball.
there we go. Of course,
I think we have that on the back of his car now.
Hey, remember, I didn't tell you all that. But again, we've got Bob, who's the son. We're going to see Robert in his spec, not a spec racer. We're going to see Robert, the father, in his Vitesse sports racer a little bit later this afternoon.
Yep.
Chris D'Amico is out running away from the field.
He is.
Chris is out of Rochester, New York. He's a ex-GM Delphi engineer, and he's got a race shop, and he builds Lotus 7s and Maliks.
Well, he's definitely got it going on today, especially in the damp and now somewhat pretty much dry conditions, because he, again, this group, when they went out this morning, was kind of right in that the rain was done. It stopped raining. They started to get some dry. And Chris D'Amico was kind of, the fastest out there as well in this type of condition. So that setup on that car is really working well in today's conditions.
And I've driven with Chris in enduro races for years.
Yeah.
Very good driver. Gets the red mist. he gets a little crazy sometimes behind the wheel, but he's very fast.
Well, but who doesn't when they put the helmet on, right? The
Absolutely.
helmet comes
Right.
on and the brain goes, out the bottom of the helmet or out the little air hole that you have at the top, for the air to come into the helmet. So let's go back. Let's keep it here. We're watching going down in turn one. Let's talk about those Renaults there again with Bob Anderson and Morgan Malone. Morgan got right up on the back gearbox there of Bob Anderson there, but, started to come up on some other cars there, and they had to back out of it a little bit. But now, the driver that's getting a really good shot because he's got that 360 camera on there is that Tom Levy machine in that
The number 3
Mazda Miata.
Yeah.
That car is going to really pick up some great video here towards the end of this day as they head down into turn 5 again, still within a car length of each other with Bob Anderson and Morgan Malone.
All right, so a car I want to pick up on here real quick, Spencer, if we can, and we're watching him come down the front straight right now in the blue number 44 car. He just got passed by Dennis D'Antonio in his 64 Jetta, but Vignesh Ramanathan, he's driving a Formula Junior version of the Lotus 18. This is only 110 of these Formula Junior versions were built by Colin Chapman and Lotus, and this car was initially powered by about a 2.5 liter motor, a 2400 cc Coventry Climax motor. There was also and that of course came from the Grand Prix version of the Lotus 16, and then it was replaced by a much smaller motor, a 1.5 liter Climax motor, the FPF Mark II, and so we'll see. I'm not exactly sure which engine he has in that car, but good run out here again. One of the 2 Formula Juniors in the field.
We got one car that kind of came through turn 8 last time by up in turn 9. We'll try to get that number here, as Spencer just picked that up. I think he definitely spun 9-8.
That's the Solomon. That's our other Formula.
That's the one we had a
Formula
problem
Junior
with yesterday.
Yeah, that's the Elva Formula Junior, driven by Ralph Solomon.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready to, just now coming out of turn, he may be on the pit. No, it looks like he's coming down the front stretch this time by, but definitely has had a problem, early on in this weekend. Yesterday had a problem in his sprint race, and definitely having one here again today.
And Frank, real quick, somebody I know is in the chat right now, and apparently it's somebody you know also, Brian Walsh, saying hello.
Brian is an old friend. He does that series, the RS series. He keeps it alive. Normally they have a bunch of cars here. I'm sure they have a bunch of the old RS cars.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. Well, this weekend we definitely have a bunch. So thanks for jumping in.
We don't like to use the word old up here. We use the word mature. We're mature. We're not old. There's a difference, right? That's the newer. As Spencer rolls his eyes back here at me.
Yeah, mature means that you're old enough to be my son.
Yeah, that's well, I don't know about that.
Well,
I think I'm a little bit older than that.
Well, you never know. And I want to thank Craig Bolton. He chimed in the chat here. Says Vignesh is running the 1 liter motor, the 998 motor. So thank you,
just
Frank. We
fretted
really
it up.
Yes.
He just fretted it up a little bit. That's all.
Oh my gosh, is that like a guitar reference?
Well, I think so.
Okay.
Maybe.
That 1 liter motor should turn about 11,000 RPM.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's anything like the little Honda motors that were in like the in the S660 or S600 and what have you.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those early Cosworths, some of them only had three mains.
And great little fight going on right now, coming down the front straight. This is the 27 machine. Kenny Williamson, Jeff Taplesey. Williamson in the 61, the white Elva Courier, and he has got Jeff Taplesey in his 62 Lotus 7, just pinned to his rear end, Brian, as they come out of turn 2.
I tell you what, now as they come out of turn 2, you're going to see them. They're actually going to be side by side here, coming out of there with Taplesey having to get back underneath Williamson to get into line to come up out of 3, and there you see it. Taplesey looking right into the trunk of the 27A of Kenny Williamson.
All right, while we watch them come down into the carousel and they're braking, Brian, and it looks like Taplesey's taking a look to the outside there. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. And now I have to remember which race group number 4 is. Oh yes, it's the Lola Cup. Please start heading to the grid. Lola Cup drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, watching coming out of turn 9 to head up the hill, Taplesy really putting the pressure on Kenny Williamson. They're going to come down into turn 9, trying to take a different line out of 9 to set up the 10. That didn't work. He has to stay single file. Going to work to try to get that draft, because there's definitely going to get a little bit of a draft to pull him down the front in that 84 machine. Headed down into turn 1.
And now Taplesy, he's moving to the inside, and he moves all the way over at driver's right. He wants to leave as much room as possible to Kenny Williamson. And it looks like he's going to get the pass done, Brian, and move up to second overall. Now Taplesy, he's in the CPV class, while Williamson is in DPV. Major difference there. The CPV cars, generally for cars 3,500, 3.5 liters or less, and the DPV 2,700 cc, 2.7 liters or less.
That pass was short-lived. It did not work, and Kenny Williamson was able to get back by Taplesy as they came back up into turn 3. You can see here now on your camera in turn 5 where he definitely is still continuing to hold on. But, Taplesy took that John Hotz line into turn 1, stayed very far driver's right. Didn't think I'd ever say that this weekend, but watching this line.
All right, Brian, we've got a local caution over at turn 9. That's just up the hill from our camera that we're watching right now. And we've got a car, sounds like the car sounds like it had gone off right near the bridge and left some debris on the track. Yeah. So we'll have a debris flag over there. Another little fight, Brian, that I've been watching here, and I think we might want to catch up on, is a little bit behind this fight between Williams and Taplesy. This is actually it's going to be the battle, I believe, for 7th position. We've got William Demarest in that the V Coupe that we talked about a little bit earlier. That is the British Racing Green number 47, as well as right behind we've got the gray 1958 MGA. That is Rob Brownlee Tommaso, and then Drew Cullen in the British Racing Green Elva Courier. They're coming out of turn 10 right now. Actually, they're on the front straight. Looks like we missed them coming out of turn 10. Here they come. They're across the line, and great fight here. So Demarest is he is in the FM class, and then we've got Brownlee Tommaso in the FPV class, Drew Cullen in EPV. But nice. They've been dicing it up now, Brian, for the last 4 laps or so, as they had really closed things down on Demarest. Demarest early on had about 6 car lengths on him, and now we see the British Racing Green Courier of Drew Cullen come up right on the back of Demarest. He got by Tommaso going into 1. Great fight there.
Yeah, kind of got through turn 2. It looks like the car just got a little unsettled there, but then was able to pick up the pace a little bit further. As they head down into turn 5 now, again, still that 1 to 1.5 car length gap between them. As we look at some of our other cars there, waiting for them to come back behind that. Again, you still have that Demarest, Tommaso, and Cullen battle going on right now, coming out of turn 6 as they get ready to come up through the carousel there. Pretty good exit speeds coming out of turn 9. So we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to make that pass with Tommaso over Demarest.
All right, and here they come now out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. And looks as though both Demarest and Brownlee Tommaso starting to creep away from Cullen. Or pardon me, starting to get away from Brownlee Tommaso.
Right.
Pardon me.
Tommaso falling a little bit further back. But, again, you've got, Damaris and Cullen as they're going to start to battle side by side. That's actually going to bring Tommaso back in to the picture at some point. We're just right at 5 minutes left to go in this race. So, again, those start battling side by side. That's going to bring him right back in there, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. Lola Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Lola Cup drivers, please head to the grid. All right, look at this, Brian. Side by side, crossing the start-finish line to start lap number 12. It's Jeff Taplesy in his Lotus 7, Kenny Williamson in his Elva Courier. Margin at the line, 34 one-thousandths of a second, and they are once again nose to tail as they go through turn 1.
I tell you what, we're going to sit here and watch them again as they go down into turn 1, come out of turn 2. It is still Kenny Williamson going to hold off Jeff Taplesy. As they went by the line, Taplesy was ahead, just as you mentioned, with that 34 hundredths of a second, which is almost, you can't blink that fast. You would have missed it, but Kenny Williamson getting back through turn 1 and turn 2 a lot better than that Taplesy machine. As they head down through the chute there, going through turn 5, you saw it, Williamson holding by about, I'd give it maybe a car length than that. So, again, getting into the braking zone a little bit better than Taplesy in that Lotus, able to pull a little bit away through that little short chute before you have to get back on that, tapping that brake a little bit and shooting off of turn 5 in through turn 6. When they get through the carousel now, they're going to come out of turn 9. That's probably the biggest gap I've seen in the last 2 laps between both of them.
All right, let's as they come through, let's take a look here, Brian, at this the fight we've got between the two spec Renaults, between the Swedish meatball, Brian, Bob Anderson, and Morgan Malone. They had early on been probably about 2 car lengths apart at most. Anderson had stretched things out to about 10 car lengths as they had started working their way through traffic, but it looks as though Morgan here is starting to close things back down again.
Yeah, he's starting to close it back down, but you had Tom Levy get in between them there for a little bit. But, you talked about the Taplesy and the Williamson battle. They're going to actually come up on this battle. You can see it right here in your camera coming out of turn 2. There's the Anderson machine. There's the Malone machine. And then you've got, like I said, Tom Levy in between. But here comes the Taplesy and the Williamson battle. That's going to get right on the back bumper of those, especially if they come through the back half of this racetrack. It's going to be very challenging because neither one of those cars are really going to have anywhere to go when you have 2 of these spec Renaults in there along with a Miata. The Miata will take up a lane by itself. The Renaults will do everything they can to get through this corner and get out of the way. But at that point, it just is going to bring Williamson and Taplesy right dead into the middle of it.
All right, Brian, let's do this for a moment. We haven't spent much time with him because, well, he jumped out to an early lead almost immediately. Let's try and track down Chris Domingo in his Lotus 7 and see what he's doing differently than most of our other racers here.
Leading by a bunch.
Yeah, well, he is, absolutely, and I'd love to see why.
Well, here comes Chris right now, cutting through traffic.
Yeah, he's making his way through. Exactly, he's making his way through traffic there, coming down into turn 1 now, stepping to the inside. So, we were just talking about. Is that
no?
not?
That's Jeff Taplesy. He's in the battle with Kenny Williamson.
Right, with Kenny Williamson. Okay,
so that's not
here he comes. Here comes the number 11 right now, crossing the start-finish line. There you go. Too many silver Lotus 7s. Well, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. There are never too many.
You definitely need glasses because the other one's black and red.
Oh, well, see, there you go. I told you there are too many of them.
So I just got word that D'Amico is running his last lap.
Okay.
So this is the last lap. He was just behind that battle,
right?
As we have going down into turn 5 now within the. So he's about, I'd probably say, 200 yards behind that group by himself. So he should be coming up here momentarily when we switch our cameras over. You'll see coming down in turn 5. He should be all by himself. Right. And there he is right there.
So let's
that's
do this.
Your leader.
Let's follow Domingo around, and then we'll switch back over to that battle for second between Williamson and Taplesy, who are going to have one more lap to go.
Yeah, right. They're going to get one more lap.
Right.
In order to get that through. I just think D'Amico's got that car just sitting on rails. I mean, it just seems to have handled so much better here as the conditions went from a damp to a dry condition.
Sure. And, and obviously, Frank, one of the advantages, obviously, of a Lotus 7, well, one, you've got your own weight sitting over the rear axle, but because it's so narrow, because it's so light, probably more than anything, it is a very nimble car. And especially here down in the carousel, that bottom end of the course, it can make transitions a lot easier than a lot of other chassis.
And with Chris's engineering skills and driving skills, he's got that car set up to handle like a Formula car.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And there you go. Chris D'Amico, for the second time today, is going to be the first driver to see the checkered flag. He's going to take the win in CPV. Let's see if we can check back in with that fight for second overall between Kenny Williamson's DPV Courier and Jeff Taplesy in his Lotus 7.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're just now coming down in through turn 5, so we'll pick them up there. A little bit further back, may want to switch over to camera 6 there. Turn 6, they're going to be coming through turn 6.
Here we come.
Here they come right now. This is for second overall between Kenny Williamson and Jeff Taplesy. Basically 25 minutes of nose to tail with a few passes in between. We'll see whether or not Taplesy's going to be able to get the good run coming out of 9, knowing this is the last lap that you're going to have, and you need to set it up coming out of turn 10.
All right, and we're going to have to see. I mean, obviously, the one hit always on the Lotus 7, amazing handling car, not always the best straight line speed, but if you can get a good exit speed, you have a chance. And as they come onto the front straight, it's going to be Kenny Williamson beating Jeff Taplesy to the line. He's going to take second overall. Taplesy will finish in third as the rest of our field filters through. Dennis D'Antonio will should come home in fourth. We're still waiting for him, I think, to complete this lap. We just saw Vignesh Ramanathan in his Formula Junior come across the line. Stefan Wiesen, Drew Cullen, William Demarest, Rob Brownlee, Tommaso, and Jeff Hasty rounding out your top 10. All right, so, gentlemen, let's take another quick break. But before we do, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Lola Cup drivers. For small bore under 1.3 liters and Formula V racers, please head to the grid. Race group 4, Lola Cup racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right. 1 second here. Want to first off thank Frank Delvecchio for stopping in once again and sitting in with us and giving us all the information about Mark Donohue and Swedish meatballs, because now I'm hungry. Yeah, there you go. Right. I'm hungry. Let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. We've got 4 more races here this afternoon as part of the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by VRG. Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, sort of Summit Point Motorsports Park, here for the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by VRG, with help from Summit Point Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here as well. And Brian, we have heading out on track right now behind that beautiful Lotus Esprit V8 pace car. We've got the Lola Cup. This is for cars with 1.3 liters of displacement or less, the little British cars, such as midgets, sprites, minis, and then, of course, we've got our Formula V field here as well. And these Formula Vs have put on a great show for the last 2 days for us.
They always do. I mean, again, watching these in the last couple of years, where I've had the opportunity to watch these, this has really become my favorite class, right? I do have a favorite class. I'm not going to say what that class is, but the Formula Vs I've really, become interested in. My goal is to actually fit in one and actually drive one. I'd really like to do that. So, anybody out there listening, I do have experience. I do know this racetrack pretty well. I would love to drive one of those. I think it would be fun. I think it would be interesting to drive one.
I mean, if Mike Kelly, our starter today,
if he can drive one and drive it pretty well, I'm sure I can.
Yeah, he has.
I'm sure I can.
Absolutely. So there you go. The
gauntlet has been put out there.
That's right. That's right. Brian Donati has offered himself up to, probably the lowest bidder.
Yeah. Just a bidder. It doesn't even have to be low, right?
That's
a bidder.
Exactly.
Right?
Just one. All right. So we've got the field now making their way down, and the front of the field is coming through turn 5, going in the carousel. The back end of the field, actually just now coming through turn number 3. We've got one straggler who just made it out on track, and we'll get everything going here in just a few moments for the start of this race. If we take a look back here as the field now starting to get formed up, this race group here, when they raced earlier today, I believe your winner was David Gusak.
Yep.
In his Triumph Spitfire. We had Thomas Brown, who's going to be scheduled to start 4th today in his Triumph Spitfire, finished in 2nd, and then we had Jesse Darrow in his Triumph Spitfire, finish in 3rd, and I think Jesse is scheduled to start 5th here in today's race. So got the field forming up, and green flag, Brian, is in the air, and we are once again back to racing here at Summit Point Raceway for the Jefferson 500.
Tell you what, great run by Peter Uzanis. I think Ustavinis. Great run by him to get that start. He went around Thomas Brown I don't know if Thomas missed a gear or what across the start-finish line.
And Peter's in the orange MG midget there, and you're right. He was like shot out of a cannon. Currently now side by side as they're practically 3 wide, Brian, coming down into turn 3 for the very first time.
Tell you what, those cars could actually do it here, Greg, coming out of turn 2. They could actually go 3 wide, going through up into turn 3, but they'd have to get settled in single file relatively quickly if they want to stay on the racetrack, because it does narrow down a little bit through there, and it's not, you don't want to be too far on the outside or too far in the inside.
Well, and that's the thing, and we see here is one of our machines runs a little bit wide. You see how the track will kink back to the left coming out of turn 3. What you can do here is if you straighten up the wheel and you would go right over the curbing. The issue, especially as this track is still in some places somewhat damp, there may not be a lot of grip on that painted curbing, and you may find yourself off in the gravel trap.
Yeah.
But our leaders now coming out of turn 8 for the very first time up the hill underneath the bridge, and now setting up for turn 10. And look at this, Brian, coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight. It is once again the 88 of David Gusak, our winner from yesterday in that white 1963 Triumph Spitfire, and Andrew Moore in his Austin Healey Sprite. That's one of the 2 red cars that we saw earlier, red or orange cars that we saw earlier. He is now running in 2nd. He's only 6/10 back. Jesse Darrow finished on the podium earlier in his Spitfire in that white, green, and yellow machine. He is running 3rd, and Peter Ustavinis in his midget now sitting in 4th.
Tell you what, go a little bit further back in our 6th place overall, but our first car in the Formula V, and that is Mike Lawrence. It was a great battle between him
we've got one of our Vs going around, looks like a V, and also either a midget or a Sprite going around to the inside of turn number 1, Brian, as we've got a local caution out, 2 cars in the grass, and it appeared as though also right around there we had the Datsun 1200, the white 1200 of Richard Schnabel. It looked like maybe leading up to it, he was off the pace and kind of got out of the throttle to keep from going wide. Driver's right, and I think that choked things down just inside of him.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like our Formula V is still going to be sitting there, so it looks like the other car that was involved was able to pull away there. We'll see him coming up through there, or we'll see that driver coming up through there. Going now, we'll have to try to get you a number as the call comes in for the Formula V. But as I was talking about early on, we had Mike Lawrence and Keith Lawrence. They battled, pretty much the entire race. The first one with.
Yeah, and there you go. We just got word here. So we talked about Richard Schnabel in the Datsun. We also had Thomas Van Auken in the MG Midget. That is the white and green midget that we saw there, and then I think the Formula V in taking a look and now dropping through the field. I believe that was Colby Trumbo in the 160 machine, who is now also falling back. And it sounds like there was contact with all three of them.
Yeah, it looks like the 30, the 13, and the 26 all had contact in there. So Larry Smith, I believe it was, like you just said, the 13, Van Auken, and then you throw in the 30 of Schnabel.
Schnabel as well, exactly. Yeah. And it was like Schnabel, pardon me, that midget has finally gotten back underway. But again, somewhat off the pace here and lost quite a lot of time.
Yeah.
I just noticed, Brian, that the Mini Cooper's headlights aren't on.
The sun's getting ready to come out at some point.
That's Alex Schaefer. He's leading a number of cars, I think, down through turn 5. And yeah, exactly. Is this don't want to jinx it, but yes, now that the sun is coming out, the headlights are off. He might pick up an extra 0.2 of a second there.
Yeah, you get a little bit motor, a little bit of horsepower without your lights on.
All right, let's take a look at this fight now, Brian. Coming across the start-finish line here, that is the number 1 machine, a Thomas Brown, and he's trying to make up for lost time and lost ground. He's got Peter Ustavinis in the MG midget directly ahead, that orange midget, and then Thomas Brown, and both Ustavinis and Brown had to make their way through some of that Formula V field. Luckily, they got to them just as they were coming onto the front straight. So it was a pretty easy move there. Now, as they go into turn 3, as Brown trying to make up a little bit of ground on him.
Yeah. You know, Mike Lawrence, he's involved in that as well, in that Caldwell in that Formula V. So he's got a pretty big gap, almost 12.5 seconds over the next one, which is the 184 there of Michael Tapple. Tapplesee.
Yeah, and, you know, as a matter of fact, we just see just now we saw coming through turn 1, Richard Schnabel, who is in that the White Datsun 1200, is involved in that earlier incident. He's on a bit of a recovery drive right now. He was running 17th at the line. He had the Formula V of Trumbo ahead of him. He got around Trumbo, and he also passed Alex Schaefer in that Mini Cooper. So we can move Schnabel now up into 15th position.
Yeah. Trying to listen to some of the
and
call
Brian,
here.
We've got a car off on driver's left, coming out of turn 3, heading towards turn 4. And that may possibly, trying to get the number, that may be the Schnabel machine over there.
That is the 30 machine.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
Maybe. Yeah, he's far off driver's left there. I don't, especially when you've got the exit there coming out. I don't believe anybody's going to be able to, get over there. I think he may have had a problem from that contact.
Yeah.
Earlier on, and ended up pulling. So.
Yeah, and from what we're hearing from race control, it appears as though they are going to leave that car there until the end of the session, so we can keep this race going. Yeah. Oh, well, no, actually, Brian, that might be for another car that needs to be retrieved, because they are just now getting to the call about the 30 machine. So we have another car off at some place on course, and we'll I'm scanning our cameras. I don't think it's on one of our cameras, but this is a separate call just now coming in from the turn 3 flag stand about the 30 car. So as we thought we might be able to stay green, we may find ourselves going to a full course caution here. We'll find out. All right, as we walk through the field here, David Gusak is your leader in his Triumph Spitfire. Andrew Moore, Peter Ustavinis, Moore in an Austin Healey Sprite. And now, Brian, as they cross the line, we were watching this, Thomas Brown gets around Ustavinis, coming down into turn number 1. And we watch our cameras here. They are side by side as they go under braking here into the corner. And it is Thomas Brown. He holds off Ustavinis now going into turn 2.
Yeah. Also, trying to see, we got one of our Got one car that's got a little heavy smoke just past the one off our camera
Yeah.
down in turn 4. You can't see it on either one of the cameras there, but heavy smokes. We'll have to see. It looks like our standing yellow there for turn 3 is going to go down because they've seen that car for a couple times. And we do have another car over off driver's left just past the turn 4 flag stand. Looks like he had some heavy smoke. Not sure what the number. It sounded like something ended in a 4. It may be the 64 there of Stephen Hurstritt.
Hurstritt, yeah.
Or the 04 of Terry Sofer. I'm not really sure. We'll have to see. We'll listen for the call to come in again. So.
All right, well, we'll know here in just a moment. I was also looking for possibly the 04 Spitfire of Terry Sofer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know that I did hear the number of 4. So,
right.
And I don't see a 4 on our sheet, but I do see a 04. So.
All right, I'm going to just take a quick look here. Brian, we talked about what great racing we've seen in Formula V over the last 2 races, both yesterday afternoon and this morning. Things are very different today. Not that it's not a great race, but we're seeing where Michael Taplesy, for the second day in a row, has really shown in his Autodynamics Mark V. He has now opened up a 6-second advantage on the rest of the Formula V field.
Well, Mike Lawrence in the 6 is up there as well, right? So Mike Lawrence
absolutely.
was back in the Thomas Brown
yes, you're right.
Dennis machine. He's actually battling with them. They're getting him on the straightaway,
in the top 5,
but he is really getting through some of these turns really quick. So he's got a pretty big lead.
Yeah, he's got almost 17 seconds over Taplesy.
Yeah.
And then Taplesy has another 6 seconds on Keith Lawrence. And it was interesting because we saw this morning where Keith Lawrence and Mike Lawrence were pretty much side by side or nose to tail almost the entire race, and I think the margin at the line was 31/1,000 seconds to determine the win.
Yep. Yeah, pretty close battle there. Like I said, you know, the Mike Lawrence machine, he's been up with that group with that Thomas Brown battle, so he's been really getting the draft as they now go across the start-finish line now, head down into turn 1. Drop back a little bit back from that, but that's actually helped with that overall lead over Michael Taplesy and Keith Lawrence. Here's second and third place in Formula V.
All right, speaking of our Formula V battles here, taking a look as looks like the 81 and was it the 81 and the 8, and I believe the 8 is Marty Suki. Well, that's not right because Suki I have as being in a Spitfire. Let me verify this. Oh yeah, no, it's the 8X of David Smith. Just got passed by, I believe it was
Michael White or something.
Yeah, Michael White.
Well, actually, Michael White's dropping down. So.
Okay. And by the way, the reason, Brian, when I was going into the Formula V field here, we actually have 2 different Formula V classes here in VRG. We've got Formula V.
Hey, Greg, let me interrupt you here because we've got one of our Formula Vs now over on driver's side. Looks like he's going to try to get out of it, and he does out of turn 3, right across from where the 30 machine was. Came through turn 3, got in there really, really hard, really, really hot, slid into the gravel, which is the gravel trap, which is very unusual to get out of there. Once you get in there, you don't get back out unless you're being towed out.
Yeah.
That driver was able to get through there and do it. We'll try to get a number on that.
And did it without the tow. So I was going to say, we actually have 2 different Formula V classes here this weekend, Brian. So we've got the Formula V field, which is where the majority of our racers are. Taplesy, Lawrence, Zink, O'Connor, Trumbo, Smith, and Craig. That is for the Formula Vs that were built prior to 1970, and then also Formula Saab, which I think had the old Saab Sonnet motor in the car. And then we've got FVH. That's for the Formula Vs that were built and raced from 1970 to 1980. Okay, and some big changes there. They have to have a working fan, working generator. They do still have to run the treaded tires, same tires that the FVV races racers run as well. And so I believe that Mike Lawrence is the only one of our racers in that FBH field.
I was going to say, I just looked that up.
Yeah.
You're right. He's the only one there, so he's going to be up in there. But let's look back here at our, our Formula V battle. You've got Keith Lawrence over Doug Zink and then Robert O'Connor. So where we saw Michael Tapasy before, I think he may have been the one, Greg, that spun, because I see him dropping down. He may have been the one that spun in turn number 3 the last time by and is now on pit road.
And neat little note put in the chat here, and this is, and I want to thank Michael Schindel for saying this. He said Andrew Moore, he's a mechanical engineer working in the self-driving industry.
Oh, nice.
And have a little bit more on Andrew. He's been racing for about 20 years, started autocrossing. He said he started with his Formula SAE team at Pitt and then moved on to auto racing before doing regular road racing. And he says he purchased his car new, or the car was purchased new by Bob Hopper, and Bob raced it until the early 80s and then parked the car for almost 30 years. And Craig Seifert did own the car briefly in 2013, and we know Craig is here racing a Miata this weekend, I believe, Brian. And Andrew bought this Spitfire from Craig and got it back on track starting in 2014. So basically 10 years now that car has been back out on track.
Right.
And did I say Spitfire? I meant an Austin Healey Sprite. I'm sorry.
You call somebody leaking some fluid down
Scott
there.
Kreisler. Kreisler in the red 1967 MG Midget. They're saying that it is leaking some sort of fluid. They haven't picked up what it is, if it's coolant, if it's fuel, if it's oil. As we've got a whole gaggle of cars coming out of turn 10 right now. I think Spencer's got a line on it here as they are coming across the line. And we have one car that's a bit off the pace there. That is the 66 machine. Abigail Patterson in her Austin Healey, her Bug-Eye Sprite, and she's also got one of those 3D cameras. That must be when she goes and edits that up, Brian.
Yeah, that's going to be a good little video right there.
Yeah, exactly, because she had right by her, she had Michael White in his blue Bug-Eye Sprite. We had the Mini Cooper of Al Schaefer. I think we had Colby Trumbo in the Formula V. We had a couple Formula Vs. We had Heather Richards in her MG Midget as well. And great little scrap there. Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Marlboro Cup Racers. Please head to the grid. Marlboro Cup Racers, race group number 3. I know I'm making it a little late, but please head to the grid. Oops, sorry. My bad.
Just looking at some of these Formula V drivers, that we've been talking about, kind of, you got Mike Lawrence, then you got Keith Lawrence. Keith Lawrence is the father. Mike Lawrence is the son. Mike Lawrence has run some of the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour races.
That's right.
Races, some of the majors. He's also driven in the Drivers' Cup Formula V. Was the 2023 Drivers' Cup Formula Road Racing Series champion.
Yeah, matter of fact, I was lucky enough to announce a race at Carolina Motorsports Park just a few weeks ago. It was part of a SCCA SARC weekend, double SARC races, where we had the Drivers' Cup, and I think we had a field, Brian, of 25, almost 30 Formula Vs out for that that weekend. Great racing.
And, Mike just recently graduated from college, wants to take it up to the next level, and he's also trying to qualify for the runoffs at Road America this year. So, pretty good accomplishments there. And I was looking back just a little bit further at Keith, the father, and, kind of looking through there. It looks like Keith has won. He won the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and then at Pitt as well. Won in a Formula Ford. So both his sons now race. Mike, obviously the one we just talked about here, who won the 2023. He also plans to do the 2024 runoffs as well. So
Oh, wow.
older Sean couldn't be here. He's got some work commitments, but he all races.
That's how we refer to him, by the way. Older Sean.
Older Sean. That's
right.
exactly what it says. His older son, older mature son. I mean, older mature Sean. That's what we're going to call him. We're not gonna, he couldn't be here because he got a work commitment, but he also races a Lynx FV in the Vintage and the Drivers and Challenge Cup Series as well. So.
And by the way, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, which you mentioned a little while ago, Brian, another one of our VRG events that is due to be held July 25th through 28th up, and I believe that is at Pit Race. So definitely want to continue to watch the VRG schedule to find out more about that event.
The common theme of the weekend is Keith sold his motorcycles.
I thought you were going to say sold his soul.
No, he sold his motorcycles at the behest of his soon-to-be wife and purchased a 1958 Turner and imported it race from the UK. So, again, got out of motorcycles, got into something with a little bit more.
So much safer.
Yeah. So, although getting into a Formula V from a motorcycle, it's kind of the same.
Well,
it's a little bit different, but,
yeah.
you know.
I mean, the horsepower is about the same. The weight may be slightly different. All right, Brian, let me real quick make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Please head to the grid. Marlboro Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
All right, let's just give a little recap here, Greg. So still leading, David Gusak in that number 88 machine. Andrew Moore sitting second. Thomas Brown in third. Gusak's got about an 18, almost 19-second lead over Andrew Moore and Thomas Brown. Thomas Brown is about 0.5 of a second behind the 79 of Andrew Moore. So.
Yeah, and we've had a couple of drivers that have retired early. Garrett Craig in his Formula V, his Autodynamics Mark III, only completing one lap. Thomas Van Auken in his MG Midget, completing one lap. Again, those drivers, I believe, both involved in that lap 2 incident down at turn 2. Butch O'Connor in his MG Midget, completing 2 laps. Richard Schnabel, every time we go to turn 3, you see his car sitting off in the grass there. That's his Datsun 1200. He only completes 3 laps. And then Stephen Herschritt in his Turner Mark III, and Niall McCabe in his Midget, only completing 4 laps. As our leaders now, Brian, working their last lap.
Yeah, we're trying to locate them now. They should be out on the racetrack. We'll call that around. But, yeah, they are starting to David Gusak, Andrew Moore, Thomas Brown are working their last lap of this race with just about 20 seconds left to go. So we'll pick out where they are. May have been Gusak may have been in turn 5.
I believe.
I believe so. Coming through here, so we'll pick him up. I think he is right there.
There, the second car in line coming through the carousel right now. Indeed, yeah, I believe that is the white with blue number 88 machine. Yeah, and here we go, Gusak. There's the call. He is coming up the hill now, coming underneath the Mini Cooper. And coming underneath Mac McCormick's Mini Cooper. He's now coming on to the front straight out of turn number 10, Brian. And for the second time today, taking the win here in the Lola Cup today for our feature race, David Gusak. He is your winner in the number 88 machine. Andrew Moore in the number 79, Austin Healy. We'll see here, I believe.
This may be him right here.
I believe indeed that is the 79 machine.
Yep,
I'm looking for red, and I've got orange, and now onto the front straight, Brian, and finishing across the line. That is not Thomas Brown. We've got
Thomas Moore right here.
Yeah, Thomas Brown now coming across the line. There is the number 1 machine. He will finish 3rd overall in his Triumph Spitfire, and then Peter Uzdavinis only 3 seconds in arrears. That's the first time we saw those two cars apart for such a long time. Jesse Darrow will work his way back up into the top 5 in the number 51 Triumph Spitfire. He is, I believe, on the front straight now.
Crossing the start-finish line right there.
He crosses the line, and then the Caldwell D13 Formula V of Mike Lawrence. So Mike Lawrence will take the win in Formula VH, and taking the win in Formula VV. That is for the older machines. That's going to be Keith Lawrence.
Yep.
And then we've got Doug Zink, who's going to finish second in FVV. Mike Havlick in his Austin Healey Sprite, 1959 Sprite, will finish 9th overall. Robert O'Connor in his Zink will finish 10th overall in Formula V Zink. Then we got Mac McCormick in his Mini Cooper. Michael Taplesee falls back, and Taplesee must have had an issue there, Brian, as he fell pretty far back in FVV after
he's the one who spun in turn 3.
3, exactly. Rick Haynes then will finish 13th. Colby Trumbo in his Zink will finish 14th. Alex Sheffer in his Mini Cooper will finish 15th. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Marlboro Cup racers, please head to the grid. Marlboro Cup racers, this is your final call to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few moments. So, gentlemen, let's take a quick break. We've obviously got some cleanup going on over by turn 3, and I think there may be at least one other vehicle that has been evading us for the majority of the race that they're going to go grab as well. And we'll be back here in just a few moments. 3 more feature races remain this afternoon. We're going to go all at it again tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. as we'll have 7 more sprint races. But for now, let's take a quick break, and we'll see you in just a few moments. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Raceway. Want to thank the great folks with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA for providing technical assistance for our broadcast here this weekend. And Brian, we have heading out on track right now. We saw the under 1300cc small bore race just a little while ago. We are now going to see the Marlboro Cup feature race. This is for the small bore cars over 1.3 liters, and it's named after Marlboro Motor Raceway, otherwise known as the Grand Lady of the East, which was the major road race track here in the Washington, D.C. area from 1952 when it first opened up as a dirt oval track until the time the road course closed in 1969. It was an SCCA track primarily, NASCAR race there as well. Roger Penske got his start at Marlboro Raceway, and of course, Marlboro, after its closure, was succeeded by where we are today, Summit Point Raceway and Summit Point Motorsports Park. In this group, as we mentioned, it is for cars that are 1.3 liters or above, and we're going to see probably a bunch now of Triumph TR4s and GT6s, BMW 2002s, both carbureted and fuel injected, a bunch of Porsche 914s, and I think a couple of 911s as well, and hey, more of those Mazda Miatas coming out as well. They are the babies of the vintage racing world, Brian, at about 35 years old.
Also got Robert Anderson. Well, we saw Bob earlier, and they called him the Swedish meatball. Does that mean he is the Swedish pickled herring? Right? Because that is a Swedish delicacy. So
yes, the Swedish meatball, and so it's the father of the Swedish meatball.
Right. So is he now called the pickled herring?
Oh gosh.
Right.
Well, I think for that, I think that you have to be that's Norwegian.
No, so that's pickled herring is Swedish.
Swedish, really, as well?
Yes. I just looked it up. That's why I was trying to figure out another nickname for Bob in that Vitesse Sports Racer. Getting ready to come to the green flag here, waiting on our starter, Mr. Kelly. And we have a green flag, so we now have a start of the race. So we'll see as they start to go down in there. You have Henry Fry. He's going to take their early lead. But Robert Anderson, he battles back on the outside. Now you've got Lenny Stan. He's going to go right in behind Henry Fry in that number 29. But it looks like it's going to be Robert Anderson. Wow, I just mixed up a whole bunch of race car drivers.
Right in the Vitesse.
Yeah, I was thinking pickled herring. I got all discombobulated.
Oh my God.
Robert Anderson. Now it looks like he is going to propel himself out to the early lead as they head up through turn 3.
That's right.
But not going away is Henry Fry. I'll have to find out what nationality Henry is and see what kind of food we can give with him, too, because those two battled earlier on.
Yes, they did.
This race was very short early this morning. Basically, we only had like 3 or 4 green flag laps total.
It started to rain, and we saw a number of cars very early on just slide off track. And I think at one point we had about 6 different cars in gravel trap, in different gravel traps around the course, and so they had to checker the race early. So I'm sure our racers here, Brian, seeing what is essentially a dry track, not probably a little more green than what they saw yesterday afternoon. But
I was going to say, first time they've seen it since yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. We look back a little bit coming out of turn 9 now. Give Henry Fry the lead. He's starting to actually pull away from Robert Anderson and Lenny Stan there in that number 894. Then you've got David Biegert right in there. He's kind of right behind Robert Anderson as they come out of turn 10 and head down to the start-finish line. We'll see what the gaps are here as they go through past the start-finish line, head back down into turn 1. So you got Henry Fry, Robert Anderson, Lenny Stan. Then you've got Mike Moore, then David Bain. Now put David Biegert back into 6th place. So again, that 7-7 for me out of David Bain really coming up. David says that's one of the very first SM cars that originated. It was one of the very first ones that raced out here.
Oh, really?
Have to send a text message to Collins. It's not a Mike Collins car, is it?
Well, no, not Mike Collins. We'd have to call Jim Daniels and find out what he knows about that car. As Jim is always very quick to tell us that he is one of the fathers of Spec Miata racing. And I can say that right now because he's probably watching the Super Tour and not us.
Sure.
All right, anyway. Nobody called Jim. All right, here as the field now working lap number 2. And so Bain in that 774 machine, he's hanging right in with these Triumphs and also with the Vitesse, which is a 1300cc machine. David Biegert, Craig Seifert there as well. We'll take a look, and this is, you look at this lineup here, Brian, as they're all now coming out of the carousel. They're starting to finally spread out just a little bit, but from basically. From Robert Anderson back to Timothy Ritchie back at 11th. We were looking at only about 2.5 seconds between all of those racers. Very close proximity as things now starting to spread out. Now we know the Spec Miata drivers. Well, they like working the draft I'm fairly certain that some of these Triumphs, and some of these Porsches, and the MGBs, probably not so much.
Yeah, probably not so much, but I think it does, it does help them a little bit, especially coming down the front stretch. You want that extra little advantage, especially if you've got a couple Miatas that are going to look like they're going to, try to tag up with each other and, pull away. You look at David Bain, and then you got Andrew Moore in that MGB Roadster,
Right.
Right on the back bumper of that Miata. Of that 774 of David Bain, he was getting the draft going down the front stretch as they start to head down into turn 5 now. Again, a little bit further back. That's actually 6th and 7th place. But, Andrew Moore staying right there with them, drops off a little bit coming out of turn 5 through turn 6. But I think that at some point he will be able to roll him in. Then you drop back a little bit further back, and you got two of the red Miatas of Craig Seifert and Justin D'Antonio. That's the 4X and the 338.
Yeah, and Brian, a little bit further back in the field, I've been watching this race unfold for a little bit. Had a great little scrap coming out of 2 going into turn 3. The red Porsche 911S, it's a 2.3 liter model, a 1967 car driven by Theodore Reichert, and then Michael Lawton in his Alfa Romeo Spider, another red machine. Of course, it's got to be a red Alfa. They're running 17th and 18th, battling it out for I believe, 2nd in DPV behind Mark Wheatley's Triumph TR4. We'll try to track down where those racers are. But again, a good little fight as they cross the line, only about 0.3 of a second apart.
Looks like everybody's starting to get, pretty much single file here. Again, Henry Fry kind of opening up. He's almost 7-second lead early on in this race. So we'll see how he's going to be able to hold it. Robert Anderson still holding on to that second position. But like I said, I'm going to drop back a little bit here, Greg. I'm going to pick up the 4X of Craig Seifert and the 338 of Justin D'Antonio. Those two were about 1/10 of a second apart, but when they came out of turn 10 the last time, D'Antonio was really on the back bumper, didn't get a good run out of turn 10 last time by, which helped Seifert get, pull away just a little bit. Again, 3 seconds to Andrew Moore. Before you do that, they're crossing the start-finish line now. Getting ready to cross the start-finish line now, I should say. And they've got about a gap of about, it's almost to a second now. So, Seifert actually has dropped back. So, Seifert did not get a good run last time by, and that's allowed Justin D'Antonio to go by.
Yeah, it allowed him to get by. Wow.
I was looking at kind of our, our database here that we have of all the drivers that turned in information us to give us some background. It looks like, Justin D'Antonio has finished 3rd place the last 2 years, I think, in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix driving an Austin Healey Sprite. So it looks like he's just moved over to this. His family basically raced dirt his whole entire life, and his father owned an engine building business, so he grew up working on cars and engines. And this, the car that he has now, this Miata, used to race and spec Miata a long time, basically up in the Ohio and the North Carolina area before it came to him. He's had it for about 4 years. So again, great coverage, or great run here right now by Justin D'Antonio, especially, if you run, an Austin Healey for a couple years and then you move over to the Miata. While I would think that driving is driving, it's still going to take you some time to get used to the difference of the cars.
Hey, Brian, I want to try and track down here, and actually, let's jump over. We got this great fight coming down the front straight right now. We've got the Porsche 9, looks like, is it the Porsche 912? Actually, it's the green Porsche, looks like just crossed the line. We've got, it's actually the Porsche 912 of Ian Ditson. We've got Alan Good in the number 44 Triumph TR4A. And I love this car. It was basically built as a clone of one of the Group 44 machines, except he doesn't have the 44s backwards like on a Group 44 car. Here is I think he's coming up towards turn 3 right now. Has the 106 Porsche of Scott Birkeland going right underneath him in the white and blue 1969 Porsche there, coming over the crest of the hill. They're going to be heading down into turn 5 in just a moment. And then I think we've got Jonathan Fields and Thomas Hunt in the Mazda Miatas head down. Should mention Thomas Hunt. We saw him just a couple of weeks ago at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event here at Summit Point. His dad, Wally, raced a Mazda RX-7 in club racing, first-gen Mazda RX-7 for a number of years. And so, we always talk when we hear about these multi-generational racing families. And so that's another one right there. And glad to see them out. All right, and so, Brian, real quick, as we get ready for... and as this race is going down, and I'm going to call our next group to the grid. I've got another announcement that I want to make with that.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That is the Cunningham Cup, our big bore race. If you could please make your way to the grid. Also, we do plan to have a very special ceremony, a missing man formation for a number of folks that we have lost recently. If you would like to take part in that missing man celebration, please start making your way up to the grid as well. You don't need to bring a car up for that. You need to bring your body up, and we would greatly appreciate it, as of course it is very important that we celebrate the lives and family and racers here of VRG. So again, Cunningham Cup drivers, race group number 2. And if you are looking and want to take part in our missing man celebration in just a little bit, that will take part at the start of our group 2 race, please start making your way up to the grid.
Greg, given looking a little bit further back, so it looks like we've got one of our cars over here in turn 6. It looked like it ended in a 7. We're gonna get a number here in a minute. Let me go ahead and listen for that real quick.
And that was, I believe,
Mike Moore in the 167 having
machine,
some problems. I was going to talk. We were talking about the Mazda Miatas. We were talking about Ryan Atkins in the 03.
Sure.
Right, sent us over some information. Has never raced before at all. His racing, how long have you been racing was, I think, the question, and it was 1. I think what he meant to say is, this is, and he says it underneath it, no other racing experience, and he's got it in double stars, right, as you would in a note. This is my first race.
And Brian, that's because when I built up these bio requests, I don't let the drivers put in 0.
Yeah. So basically, look, Ryan's doing a fantastic job out here getting the experience. I'm sure he went through driver school here all day on Thursday. He is from Meridianville, Alabama. So that's a pretty long drive to come up here, but doing quite well, as he is now crossing the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1. There you go, crossing the start-finish line for Ryan Atkins. So good run by Ryan. He's trying to chase down right now Bob Schaefer in that MGB, 1965 MGB, in that number 127 machine. That's for 30th place right now. So, give Ryan some credit here, continuing to race, not just going out logging laps. He's actually involved in this race.
All right, Brian, we just had Ted Reichert in his Porsche 911, the red Porsche 911. We were talking earlier about this battle that he's been having with Michael Lawton in his Alfa Romeo. Reichert just set his fastest lap of the race. He's currently running 14th in that Porsche. And let's see here. Well, we already knew this. The 167 car, we're seeing him drop through the order after having that spin.
I think they're on pit road. There's a couple cars right now that have just pulled down on pit road, headed to the. I guess I'm not sure if we call that the penalty box, but
maybe that's not a bad way to put at it. Got another great little battle going on right now, Brian. A little bit further back in the field. They're coming down towards turn 1 now. We've got Craig Bucher. He is in that orange ITB Toyota MR2. That's a first-gen Toyota MR2 from 1985. And yes, actually older than the Mazda Miatas that we have out here. And then Elliot Conson, he is in a 1.6-liter Mazda Miata. Both of these machines, 1.6-liter motors, both dual overhead cam, both fuel injected. And looks like they're having a nice little scrap at it there for 26th position.
The 74 is a RP Performance Brett Pedro machine.
That's
I've
right.
seen that car run out here many times. Good thing is I haven't lost to that car yet. So when I've run,
there's one.
I've beaten that car. I've beaten one car out there when I've done some of these races myself. But so good to see that car out here. But again, this group has a lot of racing all the way across the board. A lot of battles going through. We're trying to pick all of them out as our overall leader, Henry Fry. 9 laps completed, working lap 10 with about 7 minutes left to go. He's working way through some heavy traffic right now as well, especially coming out of turn number 10. Gets through all of that traffic by himself there with some of our Miatas. As he goes now, he's going to cross the start-finish line and start to head towards turn 1.
Want to pick up real quick, Brian. We haven't had a chance to feature him yet this weekend. Scott Berkland. He's driving the number 106 Porsche. This is the white and blue machine. It's white with blue stripes and very pretty Porsche. Now making his way in. Unfortunately, I don't have any information on it. He's running it in the CPV class. He was starting to make up some ground on Ian Ditson's Porsche 912 and the Triumph TR4 right ahead. Actually, that Berkland machine, he is sandwiched between 2 DPV Triumph TR4s, one driven by Mark Wheatley and then the Alan Good machine directly behind.
Look to pick him up here. On our cameras, on our screens, it looks like they may be coming out of. Is that them coming out of turn 10 right
him,
there?
Exactly. That was him. He's coming out of turn 10 right now, and just ahead. Talk about a beautiful machine, and I think we do have some information on this one. I'm going to check. Is the Wheatley Porsche, and of course, no, I do not. But a very pretty silver paint job, basically with the martini color, the martini paint job on that car. Very nice livery on that machine, and that is again a Porsche 912, which is the 4-cylinder version of that same body style. Ian Ditson, your driver, and Ditson just turned in his fastest lap of the session, Brian.
Yeah. Again, this is the best conditions right now I think we've had all day long, right?
Yeah.
All day long. We, even early in the morning, it was still damp out. So this group here has had, this group and the group really before this has the best conditions so far of the day.
Pitch it in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, Cunningham Cup drivers. Those are our big board drivers. Got a nice dry track for you out here today to race on for your feature race. Please start coming to the grid. And if you want to take part and be somebody who is out on track to honor our lost VRG members, please make your way over to the grid shack now. Hey, Brian, we're finally getting a chance to put the names to the race cars over in the YouTube chat. Vintage Race Life. We're going to see Vintage Race Life out in our next race group. That happens to be Kevin Farnham, driver of the 1967 Farnham Fence Pontiac Firebird that has run so strong so far this weekend. Hopefully he's not still sitting in the chat. Hopefully he's getting his car ready to go. But it would be great to see him out there today. He had a wonderful race yesterday.
And we've got one car right now, Greg, coming out of turn 2, headed up. He's going to actually make the left onto the grass. He's not going to be able to get through the cutout. You'll be able to see that there on the camera. I cannot get the number of that car. Let's see if it take my binoculars, but he is not far off that turn. That's probably not a good spot. One of the blue.
And
actually, that is Chuck Gee in the 612.
Yes.
He was in a great battle. I was just getting ready to talk about him, so a good thing I didn't say anything. But Chuck Gee in that 612 was in a great battle with the 824 of Jason Suki and the 80 of David Gott. They were nose to tail last time when they came by the start and finish line headed down in turn 1. So not sure if that car just cut off, but Chuck Gee out of South Carolina has pulled off driver's left out of 2, almost into turn 3.
And that's a shame. We've been looking at that car. He's paddocked
sitting right below here,
below us in the tower here,
right.
Brian. And I think we talked a little bit about Chuck's car yesterday. Originally built and raced by Mark Bruner out on the West Coast. He built it in 2003. He raced it through 2020, and this is where I get confused because Chuck says he bought the car in 2012. So I mean, there's that 8-year gap, and he apparently started racing it afterwards. But unfortunately, looks like his day is done there over on driver's left, headed towards turn 3.
You know, we're talking about, battling there with David Gott. We got some information out of New Hampshire software salesman. He says he grew up as a track brat, been road racing since 2018. He was a autocrosser in 1990, so basically 1990 plus 8 months.
Oh.
Now you figure the 8 months, because what he put in here is because he was being carried by his mother for those 8 months. So that counts as 1990 plus 8 months prior. So that's 1989.
So that reminds us of a Michelin Pilot Challenge racer that we know, Morgan Burkhardt, who Morgan's very first race was at, and his very first race win, Brian, was at a -3 months.
-3.
As his mother took a race win here at Summit Point Raceway, and I think 6 months pregnant, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it looks like that car was owned by Bill Troop.
Yeah.
Turned into a race car in 1965. The car does have a nickname.
Yes.
That car is called That Effin' Car. Based on Bill
must be
Troop's,
the wife that named it.
No, it's Bill Troop's daughter.
Okay.
That's what she always said when it broke. So it seemed to carry on.
Oh, no.
So Bill, Dave Gott as that effing car is the name of his number 80. Looks like we are having Henry Fry work his last lap. I do believe he is just now going down into turn 1. Coming through there. There he is there. So again, Robert Anderson also working his last lap along with the 89 there of Lenny Stan and the rest of them.
All right, so he is driving that 1968 Triumph TR250, the yellow car, coming into turn 3 right now. And he has opened up a heck of a lead on Robert Anderson in that beautiful 1970 Vitesse 1 of 1. Here, and Anderson, who absolutely ruled this morning, Brian, and yesterday as well, not quite on the pace as Henry Fry, certainly feeling much more confident here in the in the dry this afternoon. Lenny Stan about 3 seconds back from Anderson right now, and then it is Dave Biegert in that number 1 Mazda Miata running in 4th as Henry Fry now comes underneath the bridge. He is going to be coming into turn 9 here, or probably coming into turn 10 momentarily. And here he is coming on to the front straight now as he makes the run down to the checkered flag. It is in the air, and your winner here in today's Marlboro Cup feature race, Henry Fry in his Triumph TR250. Robert Anderson will come across the line in second. He's rounded turn 10. He's all by himself. There's that bright red Vitesse coming up over the crest of the hill. He takes the checkered flag. He's our sole racer in C Sports Racer. Lenny Stan in his Porsche 911. He will come home in third. And there's the there's the whole gaggle of Spec Miatas. You see one, they're always together, Brian. And Dave Biegert in the number 1 machine. He's going to finish 4th overall. Those other cars, I believe, a lap down.
Got a lot of gaggle of cars coming out of turn 10. There's the 774 David Bain. That's going to be 6th. Then you're going to throw in Justin D'Antonio, Kevin Mailing, and then Craig Seifert behind him. I tell you what, but they were in a bunch of traffic coming out of coming out of the carousel and then coming up through turn 9. We had a couple cars that got kind of loose there because they got that left rear tire still very damp on some of our rumble strips. And
That's
so
right,
they
up on
basically
that
had to
curb
collect
end.
that, yeah.
All right, as the rest of the field now filters through, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race, Brian. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, Cunningham Cup. For our big bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. Race group number 2, Cunningham Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a few moments here. We got, there it is, right up on the screen, standing by for our next race. And we'll be coming back to you with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Raceway, Summit Point Motorsports Park, pardon me. And we'll be back in just a few moments. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We have 2 more races remaining here this afternoon. Next up is going to be the Cunningham Cup. But as our Cunningham Cup drivers head on to the course for today's race, they're going to do 2 pace laps, but the first one is where we honor the lives and memories of the family and friends of the Vintage Racer Group who we've lost recently. And in the time-honored tradition of racers, our drivers racing in the Cunningham Cup will take the first of their 2 pace laps in what is known as a missing man formation, with our pole sitter leaving a spot open for those we loved and revered, and our course workers standing trackside will provide a salute of waving flags. So let's talk about those who we have lost from VRG recently. First is Tivy Shenton. Tivy's automotive career began by serving a 6-year apprenticeship with Rolls-Royce. This led him to a career in motorsport from the 1960s and beyond at Allen Man Racing, at Broadspeed, at Spec Fab, and then finally at Tivy's Autocraft. He was instrumental in the formation of the Vintage Racer Group as a founding member and pivotal in the revival of the Jefferson 500 as a VRG event. Tivy was passionate about the club, volunteering countless hours as the chief of technical inspection. You knew you were in his good graces when he served you with his famous "You are number one" greeting. Next up, Brad Marshall. Brad was a club founder of VRG. In fact, the club was founded in his trailer at New Hampshire Motor Speedway in 2004. Brad was always willing to share his knowledge and was well respected in the paddock and is greatly missed by his VRG family. Just recently, we learned of the passing of Steve Limbert. Steve was well known in the Porsche racing community as an expert and specialist in the 914 world. He raced his Porsche 914s both with VRG and the Sports Car Club of America for years and was a regular at Jefferson 500 Vintage Racers. He also served on the board of directors of the Sports Car Club of America. Next up, Steve Spector. And I knew Steve very, very well for many years here as related to the Sports Car Club of America. Steve was a stalwart volunteer at VRG events at Summit Point, be it tech or grid or assisting the operating steward in the tower. Steve, who had a great love for vintage cars, for all cars, loved Mercedes-Benz. He always helped with a smile, and he was passionate about VRG and all of the race organizations that he assisted over the years. And now, finally, as our field is starting to make their way up the hill towards the bridge, I want to talk about our final 2 honorees. They were not VRG members, but people whose smiling faces and magnanimous personalities you counted on when you came here to Summit Point. First off is Patsy Carper. Patsy was a lifetime resident of Summit Point who loved to wave to everyone going through town while sitting on her front porch, and was also known for her beautiful smile and her kindness that she showed to others. She had a genuine love for anyone who came into her life during her time on this earth, and no matter who it was, she always gave kindness. But we all knew Patsy as part of the team who prepared our lunches here at Shea Summit, the concession stand here at the raceway. She did this for over 30 years. And then finally, there's Donnie Owens, the mayor of Summit Point, who passed away this past Christmas Eve. Donnie was another lifelong Summit Point resident who lived just down the road from the track. And when there was a big construction site here down the road from his house that later became Summit Point Raceway, Donnie went to look for a job. Donnie was on staff when the track opened, and he worked the front gate here almost from its inception until his passing. And now every time you enter the facility, you pass through the Donnie Owens gate. And I urge you to keep all of these wonderful people in your thoughts as we honor them by racing this weekend, and may their memories always be a blessing. And so, Brian, our pole sitter now moves up to the front of the field, taking his rightful spot on the grid, and that is Michael Dubé in his Chevy Camaro, the TransAM number 68 Chevy Camaro. Also on the front row, we've got Clark Ostrom in his beautiful BMW CSL based on the lap times that he set during yesterday's race. And we are going to go racing here at Summit Point in just a moment. This is for our big bore cars. We got Mustangs, we got Camaros, we got BMW CSLs, gorgeous machines. We've got Corvettes, even have some Alfa Romeos racing with us here today.
Yeah, I tell you what, Clark Ostrom ran a really fantastic race yesterday, dominating this class. Didn't go out this morning. A lot of drivers didn't go out this morning. Michael Dubé went out this morning, had a little bit of difficulty here and there in the wet, but was able to overcome that. Back out here now as our racers are now coming out of turn 9, up underneath the bridge, getting ready to hopefully receive this green flag. Coming out of turn 10 now, they're starting to get on the front stretch here, so we'll wait for our starter.
Yep, looking over the field now, and that is Mike Kelly, and green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are racing once again as Dubé, now with a dry track, makes a quick run to turn 1. Our winner this morning was Scott Bresnahan. Bresnahan driving a Porsche 911. Finishing second was Kevin Farnham. He's in that white Pontiac Firebird, and looked like Farnham's gotten around Clark Ostrom now to move up into second position.
Yeah, again, Ostrom first time on the racetrack today. Did not go out this morning, so gonna take a couple laps here to get some heat in those brakes and get some heat in those tires from our 2 pace laps. So it could take a lap or 2 before that BMW CSL comes into play.
And Michael Dubé, he turns in a little bit early at turn 3, Brian, drops wheels into the gravel trap on the exit of turn 3, gathers the car back up. He leads the field now down into turn 5, and we've got that beautiful, and I look at this, and I just love and admire it, Brian. Tom Cotter in that beautiful open-top C2 Corvette, 1964 Chevy Corvette, the silver car. That is the number 133. He's made up a couple positions on the start as well. And Cotter, we had a great session earlier in the week, Brian. He is Haggerty's barn find hunter, and had put on a great session for our members on Friday evening to talk about what he calls America's greatest road trip, where he went from Key West, Florida to Dead Horse, Alaska. It was a great session that he put on.
Yeah. A little bit further back, got a couple good battles going on here with the 10, Phil Ackley, 70-some-year-old Phil Ackley. He hasn't quite gotten to that number yet.
Almost 80.
Almost 80, yeah. Pretty good battle there with David Dean. Now throw in Alan Mitchell as they come up out of turn 2, up the little hill, getting ready to get up into turn 3. Phil is going to drop back just a little bit coming out of there, but that's actually going to help him a little bit. He's going to drop back just into the 8 of the Alan Mitchell machine. We saw him out there earlier on along with his wife Melanie. So
that's right. And so as we just watched Phil Ackley round turn number 3, Brian, as you mentioned, we got Alan Mitchell there in the Alfa Romeo. Have another one of the BMWs, Ron Cheka in the 89, the white and blue BMW, right up there with him. Also, I believe it was the red 325i BMW of Keegan McGregor. So we've got a lot of our BMWs all starting to, it's kind of like a Miata race. All the 3 Series BMWs, they all end up congregating in one section of the track at a time.
As I told you, here comes Kevin Ostrom out of turn 10. You saw him there. He has gotten by Chris Farnham in that number 371 Pontiac Firebird. So now throw Clark Ostrom up into second place. It's going to take a couple more laps, I think, to get a little bit more heat in those brakes and tires. But look for Clark Ostrom to run down Michael Dubé in that number 1 in that 68 Chevrolet Camaro.
That's right. And that last time by, Brian, he was 0.8 of a second faster than Dubé's Camaro. And both he and Farnham, they're coming very quickly now heading into turn number 3. And we're going to follow them here as they head down the hill, go down through the chute Very fast corner, fastest corner here at Summit, and Ostrom comes all the way down, driver's left. He's going to get around Michael Dubé, move the BMW 3-liter CSL up into the lead.
Yep, definitely a pretty good pass. I tell you what, I was looking a little bit further back as you were watching that with the 59 Joe Hoover, the 707 of Michael Daly, and then throw in the 22 Scott Kruger. That's 12th, 13th, and 14th. Coming out of turn 2, last time by, headed up into turn 3, they were nose to tail, and it looked like Michael Delaney wanted to...
Michael Daly, yeah.
Michael Daly, sorry, was wanting to make that move over Joe Hoover. Wasn't able to get that done. We'll see whether or not when we pick them up the next time by, whether or not he was able to make that pass, but a little bit of battle going on there.
Yeah, and we'll check that out. That is the battle for 12th position. It's the Datsun, who just absolutely bookended by 2 Porsche 914s, and they should be coming out of turn 10 now, Brian. We'll take a look here as they come onto the front straight. And here they are. It is the silver number 22 machine, though, of Scott Kruger. He gets around the 77 of Michael Daly, gets around the 59 of Joe Hoover as well. So move Kruger now up into 12th position in that beautiful gray 914.6.
Wow, Michael Daly going to push the issue there. He's going to go down driver's right into turn 1 and not going to be able to make that stick. So you're going to have Kruger. He's going to come out on top there in that 22 machine in that Porsche 914.6. So again, taking an unorthodox line in that 707, Michael Daly, again, that enabled Kruger to stay far driver's left there around turns 1 and 2 and able to get him the power off of the exit to keep that position.
Yeah, and Brian, talk about lifers. This is the 30th year that Scott Kruger has been running the Jefferson 500. He ran his very first Jefferson 500 in 1995.
Wow. That's a lot. We talked about, with Michael Dubé and Clark Ostrom, one of the things I just noticed here, Greg, they were coming out, and I know it's not on our camera, but I really wanted to talk about this for a second, is that the difference in horsepower between those two cars, when they come out of turn 10, Clark Ostrom was right there on the back bumper. Dubé is able to pull far enough away, which allowed Kevin Farnham now to come back up over Clark Ostrom in that number 72 machine. So Ostrom just not getting off the corner like he wants to. You can tell.
No, indeed. And Brian, we just were watching going down into turn 1. What a move there. Tom Cotter, he had Nader Fartui. Tom Cotter in that open-top Chevy Corvette, the silver Chevy Corvette. Nader Fartui in the 661 Porsche 914.6. Fartui tried to come underneath the Corvette, and you could just see where Cotter just leaned into the throttle and got great exit speed out of the corner and was able to hold off the 6-cylinder Porsche.
Yeah, pretty good pass right there. Found some really good grip, obviously in that Corvette in order to pull that off, because that's not really a position where you think that grip is really going to come into play there. So pretty good battles here all the way around, even a little bit further back in this field early on as our leaders now, they head down into turn 1. We'll pick up that battle that you were just talking about with Tom Cotter and Nader Fatui.
Yeah, and they should be, I believe, coming onto the front straight now. They've just come out of turn 10 as we've got now Cotter in that silver number 33. He has opened up a pretty good advantage now over the silver machine directly behind him of Fartui. And Fartui, he's got to look out. He's got that. He's got Alan Mitchell's Alpha directly behind him now as they go through turns 1 and 2. I think Mitchell, that's in the black Alpha if I remember correctly. Right. And we saw the two Mitchells running nose to tail earlier today in the wet, and looks like a little bit different of pace now. Melanie Mitchell sitting down currently in 25th position.
Yeah, Alan on the dry got that car revved up there. He's now battling up in that's top 10 there. So that car's definitely come to life. He is definitely in that battle, and throw Philip Ackley in that battle as well. So pretty much a 4-car battle there for 8th place here early on in this race.
All right, sitting in the chat right now, Stefan Vappa says, go Clarky. So obviously he's got his choice. And there you go, crossing the line as we jump back to, we'll jump back here, coming down into turn one. Our overall leader, Clark Ostrom, just resets fast lap, Brian, and he was 7
Oh, it locks
up.
them up going into turn one, Greg.
Oh, my gosh,
His Ostrom got over on the driver's right. Big lockup. That's going to allow Michael Dubé, Ostrom back on the gas. That's going to bring Kevin Farnham back in there in that Pontiac Firebird. But, wow, what a brake lockup he had there. Yeah, that's almost, I got to tell you, that's probably going to have a little bit of a vibration with some tire, with a flat spot on that tire. He's probably going to feel that as the rate goes on.
Well, we'll see. Let's see if it affects him as he comes down under braking into turn 5, where you've got the fastest corner on the track that leads up to the slowest corner on the track, and don't see any smoke there. But, you know, Farnham in the Pontiac, he tried to take advantage of that mistake by Ostrom, tried to get by coming into turn 3. Ostrom came right across his nose to protect the position, and that might have been the best chance that Kevin Farnham had of overtaking the 68, the 72 BMW.
Yep. So not much of a, really just a brake lockup, but it threw the car over to driver's right over the rumble strip, so getting on the grass. So, had to take an extra second there to do it. It looks like we may have a standing yellow down in turn 1, unless they're just hanging it out, or we got a little bit of debris. I think we got a little bit of a debris flag, and I think that could be from the Clark Ostrom, probably bringing a little bit of mud back on the racetrack right there. So. Looks like you were just talking about her, Greg. Melanie Mitchell in that 82 machine. I do believe she is pulled off right on outside of our camera view there in turn 7. So. Yeah, so it does look like Melanie Mitchell has pulled over in what we call our Baker exit, Baker entrance down there, just past the tree, as you can see through this camera shot in turn 10. You can't really see the car, but right there where that big tree is dead straight ahead, there's a little exit there. Looks like she has pulled her car well off of the race course.
And that's allowed us to stay green over at turn 7, and looks like they'll get her at the end of the day. Hey, want to welcome Travis Trussell to the chat. Another local. I don't want to call him a personality or a celebrity, maybe, but a great photographer, does great motorsports photography here at Summit Point Raceway, and he says that it's the first time he's seen a Camaro and Firebird here this quick, and my, are they quick. So, Brian, I said that earlier on it might be the only time and the only chance that Kevin Farnham would have to make a run on Clark Ostrom. Well, what we're seeing is that Dubé's Camaro and Farnham's Firebird certainly have a lot more, let's call it straight line handling on this very long front straight here at Summit Point Raceway. And Farnham keeps taking a look to the inside on Ostrom going into turn 1. Just can't quite get close enough. He doesn't have the exit speed out of turn 10 to turn it into a passing opportunity down at the end of the straight at turn 1. Yeah.
Well, now as you just talk about that, excuse me, you've got Clark Ostrom making that pass on turn 5.
The second time.
And again, that's the second time, and I talked about this earlier, and definitely talked about it yesterday, where you have 2 different lines going into turn 5. Clark Ostrom taking the driver's education line down into turn 5. I'm going to say that.
The way I look at it, Brian, is that's the line to carry as much speed as possible through the chute through turn 4. And what we see both Dubé and Farnham doing in the 2 pony cars is they are coming down center of track. They're trying to do whatever they can to help with rotation and be able to put the power down. And Ostrom just comes underneath them each and every time. Yeah,
looks like we've got 707 Michael Daly pulling on back into the paddock. So he's made that right-hand turn. So looks like the 707 in that, let's see, what is he in? He is actually in a Datsun 240. So. Taking a look here on our camera, getting a couple stuff going through there. But, our leaders now headed up to turn 3. They're going to be coming down the hill, coming down the chute. We'll see. You can see Clark Ostrom taking that pretty much good line. Now you're going to see Michael Dubé. He's going to try to follow that line to get through there too.
He's doing it to protect against the Firebirds now.
That is a protective move, but that actually is the fastest way to get through turn 5. In a larger car like this.
Yeah, it always makes sense. So coming down through the chute, the right-hander that brings you down the hill, that is the fastest turn at Summit Point. As I always like to tell my students that learn here, Brian, is it makes more sense to carry 118, 120 miles an hour through that corner than to carry 36 miles an hour through turn 5 through the left-hander, rather than 35 miles an hour.
Nope, 100%. Yep.
So we see that happening. Let's shift a little bit further back, Brian. I've been looking at a great race, and this has been literally going on the entire race. This is the red BMW 325i, and I might add that this is a battle for 17th position right now. But we've got Keegan McGregor in his red BMW 325i. We have Corey Barrick, who we haven't, I think, looked at all day long. He is in the red 1966 Ford Mustang, which is an absolutely beautiful chassis here. I think we will see him coming out of, I think we'll see them coming out. Actually, they're coming through the carousel, coming through turn 6 right now. We'll see him coming up the hill here. If we can switch to the next camera here, Spencer. They're coming up there. Spencer, I'll tell you what, they're coming. They're going to coming out of turn 10 here momentarily. There is the red BMW. There is the red Mustang. They're going to be the 4th and 5th cars coming onto the front straight now. And Brian, we've got a car
we've
off.
Got a car again.
Looks like we've had a motor let go coming into turn 3.
That is the 22 machine, I believe.
Yeah, that and that is a big development here.
That's Scott Kruger.
Right. And
we got
Brian,
we're gonna red flag all here.
Yeah, so a red flag, everybody. That is where all of our drivers are going to be asked to bring their cars to a controlled, safe stop. We want them to stay on the track surface. Looks like we're just ahead of that. It looks like our Ford Capri is he's actually still on the crossover road here, but essentially we want to have all the cars come to a complete stop so that our emergency services teams have a clear path to respond. The driver now, as we see, is getting out of the car.
Fire truck's coming.
And again, that is the 22 machine of Scott Kruger, Porsche 914-6. And again, good to see that he is now out of the race car.
Yeah, it looks like that is a seriously blown motor. Had a little bit of flame there, but that looks like that may have been put out. But we've got some serious oil right on the entrance into turn 3, so we're gonna have to spend some time clean that up.
Yeah, and so Scott's been racing for. He's a local boy, Brian. He's from Stevens City, Virginia. About 15 minutes here from Summit Point Raceway. Got into motorsports by doing endurance karting. Has also raced with the Sports Car Club of America. And I think we mentioned that his very first Jefferson 500 was back in 1995. He started racing. His father started racing early on in life, and he stopped racing for about 10 years. Built this car with his father to get back into racing.
Yeah. Yeah, that car definitely got another car here that we're getting some.
The 33 machine of Jeffrey, and this doesn't surprise me, Brian. Is some of these race cars may not have cooling fans, and when you have cars come to a complete stop on the racetrack, you always run the risk of some of these cars that have been racing very hard for the last 20 minutes or so to start overheating. Yeah. So that's definitely something to contend with as they work the incident over here. Real quick, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 1. That's the Wyer Cup for our IMSA RS and SCCA TransAM 2.5 reunion drivers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1 for our final feature race of the day. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so Brian, let's do this. While we've got a little bit of downtime, first let's take a look at the schedule, that what we've got coming up on track here. As we said, we've got one more race today, but Spencer, if we can bring up our schedule and show people what we've got coming up tomorrow. And tomorrow, we've got one more day of sprint races. We're going to be on air starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we're going to have a sprint race for each and every one of our race cars, and we will be running probably right up until noon, wrapping up our live video coverage of the 2024 Jefferson 500. But let's do this. It looks like we're going to be down for a little while here as they get this car taken up. Brian, let's take a little break, and we will come back here in just a little bit when we have an update as far as when we're going to go back racing. But we'll be back with you here in just a few moments. You are watching the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group with assistance from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. All right, everybody, welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And as we take a look here over by turn 3, you'll see that we're getting the number 22 car up onto the flatbed here. You'll also notice that all of the cars that came to a stop from that red flag, they have been now black flag. They are returning to the pit lane. And as we get things cleaned up here, and they're heading to the paddock, so checkered flag is now out. Brian, why don't you jump on here, and we'll quickly run down the finishing order here from this race. But of course, we've got one more race. We're going to have some oil cleanup pretty clearly here, and you can see if we take a look. Let's take a look at that camera again. Here, Spencer, over at turn 2. You may be able to see right in front of the emergency services vehicles there. Big trail of oil basically following the path that the 22 car took to come off the track. So it's going to take a little bit of cleanup, Brian.
Yeah, that oil really starts all the way back. I'm looking through the binoculars now, and you can really see where it is. And, it really starts in the full exit of turn 2, kind of driver's right, and comes all the way up really into the entry of into turn 3 there. And then it makes that right-hand turn. So good job by Scott Kruger trying to get as close to as he could off the racetrack, knowing that oil was probably there. But it's going to take a couple minutes definitely to clean this up.
So Timothy Cozy asks if we're ever going to mention Chris Cozy. And yes, absolutely we are. Brian, as we just saw some of the emergency vehicles heading down to see about doing that oil cleanup. And the reason I'm going to mention him is because Clark Ostrom takes the win as the checkered flag come out in his 3-liter CSL. Michael Dubé finishing in second. Kevin Farnham finishing third. And then Chris Cozy in his Porsche 914, he will finish in fourth. Unfortunately, and as we've had all weekend long, we've got so many people watching the stream that want to have their drivers featured. I know we featured Chris quite a bit yesterday.
And even this morning.
And he takes the win in APH, so congratulations to him. He takes the win over today, this morning's sprint race overall winner, Scott Brezhnehan, in his Porsche 911. So congratulations, Chris. Tom Cotter in his Corvette will finish 6th and I think takes the win in BPV. Alan Mitchell in his Alpha will finish 7th overall. Jim Lenahan in his Porsche 914 will finish 8th overall and takes the win, I believe, in DPH. Nader Fartui will finish 9th, and Phil Ackley in his BMW will finish in 10th. So let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick break. We know we're going to be down for this oil cleanup for just a little bit. We've got our final race group of the day, the Wyer Cup racers for IMSA RS and the SCCA TransAM 2.5 reunion. They are on the grid. They are raring to go for our final feature race of the day. And, just as we say that, looks like some of the clouds are clearing here at Summit Point. So the track going to be in very good condition, except for probably a whole bunch of bags of oil dry all over the pavement. There we can see one person putting out and spreading out that oil dry over at turn number 3. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our final feature race of the afternoon. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and our last feature race of the day here as part of the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor as always pressing the buttons. Unfortunately, I think our Turn 5 cameraman has called it an early day. Brian, but we also have joining us as this last group. This is for our IMSA RS and TransAM 2.5 liter, along with B Sedan group here. And Reunion is out on track for their pace up. We have with us Jim Karamanis. Good afternoon, Jim. How are you? Oh, hold on one second. Don't say anything yet. Now say something.
I'm doing great, thank you.
Very good. Doesn't help if I've still got his microphone muted. And Jim is, I think, the perfect person to have up here this afternoon, Brian. Not only is he the race director for VRG, so we might talk about the challenges on putting on such a huge race weekend here at Summit Point. As we talked about the Jefferson 500, almost 300 entries here this weekend. But Jim is a Ford Pinto driver, and he would be out racing in this group right now if he wasn't the race director and if we hadn't hauled his butt up 3 flights of stairs to jump on a microphone.
Yeah, it's super weird to be up here watching my buddies out there getting ready to do battle, but I'm glad I could help out.
All right, very, very cool here as we've got these drivers heading out. And again, these are for, Jim, essentially, these are the small bore TransAM cars, IMSA RS, from, I guess, the 70s and typically 70s and I guess early 80s.
Yeah, so it started in the late 60s. There was a group called U2 as part of the TransAM series, and which turned into the SCCA 2.5 Challenge. And later, IMSA had a group called the RS series. Okay. So this is cars from both of those series. The guy who runs this series is actually named Brian Walsh. This is his reunion race series. Unfortunately, Brian couldn't be here this weekend because his wife's about to give birth.
He's been in the chat all day long.
Yeah. Obviously, he's not watching over his wife right now because he's been in the chat with us as the pace car is bringing the field up underneath the bridge. Also, by the way, Jim, a little bit behind the scenes, if you find that you can't hear us or it's too loud for you, this little dial right here will shut us all up in your headset there.
Copy that.
All right, so pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitters today. Our pole sitter is Steve Byrne in his Datsun 510. He is on the inside of the front row, that white 510. We've got Josh Brown in his Volkswagen Golf. That's early A2 European Golf. And
really exciting to see Josh up here.
Yeah.
Josh has been a new driver to us over the last 3-4 years, and to see him up on the front row is really exciting. Steve Byrne has won this race probably 4 out of the last 5 years.
Really, and you know, I don't want to get on his bad side, but Josh really let me down this morning. I started off by going, he's in the front wheel drive car. He should just wipe the field out when with all the rain out there, and he had some challenges. But this Datsun 510 of Steve Byrne jumping to an early lead, as I say, as they go down into turn 3, side by side. That's the battle of the BMW 2002s. We've got AJ Ferragonio. He's in one of the fuel-injected 2002s. And then we've got Bob Ball there in his machine. And I think Bob's 2002 is one of the carbureted cars, possibly. Typically, our TII drivers will definitely point that out if it's one of the injected
Yeah,
machines.
most of the cars either have dual Webers or dual Makunis. These are mostly cars right around 2 liters with dual carbs.
Correct. Indeed. And so following by, we've got, and this is a car that I've been lusting after all weekend long, Stephen LeBrun in his RS 1600 Escort. That is such a beautiful, iconic machine.
It's an incredible car. The LeBrun brothers always bring out incredible machinery to the Jefferson 500.
All right, so our leaders now coming out of underneath the bridge, coming through turn 10 and onto the front straight, and that Volkswagen Golf of Josh Brown making up some ground, and also making up ground. Here comes the Ford Escort of LeBrun. Now moves up into third and is now side by side with Josh Brown, battling it out for the lead as they go deep on the brakes into turn number 1, and conceding second position now is Josh Brown. He'll drop back into third with the 2002s of Ferragonio and Ball directly behind, and not that far behind. The other LeBrun, this is David LeBrun. He's in a 67 Alpha. He's got a good fight on his hand right now with the 74 Alpha GTV.
Oh, Josh is off in turn 3. He just had a 4 off. He's back on, though. He's dropped way back.
Yeah, so he's going to lose a lot of positions there now as he looks to rejoin, and that's a difficult area to rejoin there, of course, Jim, as we've got so many drivers at full chat there.
Well, it's blind and it's off camber, and the drivers just can't see you when you're off the track.
Exactly.
That's a scary place to go off, but he handled it well.
All right, so he is now back on track, but he's going to drop from third much further through the field here, Brian, as the front of the field making their way through the carousel now and up the hill.
I'll tell you what, as they come up the hill, I've been watching, while you and Jim have been talking, I've been watching Bob Ball, and Bob's kind of, you can really tell, trying to push the issue and kind of throwing the car offline a little bit in some of these turns, and he's dropped back further.
Oh, Sean Bullard just took him. Look at that. Sean Bullard's moved up quite a few positions. He's flying in that Alpha GTV.
Yeah, he's got that Alpha going right now. You're right. But, watching Bob, the last couple of times, taking some unorthodox lines through the turns, and it's kind of upset the car a little bit. And I think that's where, coming through turn 10 last time by, Bob ended up having 2 wheels up on the rumble strip there, and not allowed Sean Bullard in that number 4 machine in that Alfa Romeo to take to pull ahead of him.
Well, and as we watch here, coming down into turn number 3, as Jim mentioned, Sean Bullard in his Alpha GTV got around Bob Ball. He is coming up onto the back of Ferragonio's machine as well, as they come down now into the camera that we don't have for you. Sorry, that is turn 5. We'll track them as they come through the carousel, however, and it looks like now we've got Sean Bullard pretty much right on the back of, we've got actually Ball's orange 2002 right on the back of Bullard's Alpha GTV. They're going through turn 6. Actually,
being on the back bumper, and again, you can see that on your camera. Really, Bob Ball trying to push that. Not only was he in the back bumper of Sean Bullard, it looked like he wanted to get in the rear tailgate of that. He was so far up in there, coming through the carousel. Again, coming through turn 9, hitting that curb a little bit. So Bob trying to push the issue there. That's allowing Sean Bullard to pull
Bob
away.
is known as a skid pad instructor, and he is not scared to go sideways.
He did that earlier this morning, went kind of sideways drifting there. But again, and you know this, Jim, you start hitting these curbs where you're not used to hitting these curbs or where you shouldn't hit these curbs, that's really going to upset that car. And what's happening, you can see it now, is Sean's pulling away.
Yeah, what happens is it upsets the car, it shifts the weight, and you don't have the traction where you need it, and you can't go nearly as fast.
You're right. Where you should be on the gas coming off those, you end up having to delay and getting off the gas to get the car to be back straight again.
So getting back to Steve Byrne, I don't know if many people realize this, but he's a former SCCA national champion.
That's
so
right.
He has quite a pedigree when it comes to racing. Some other notable drivers in the field, we have Paul Marcoons in his Ford GT Pinto, and he has won numerous GT Pinto championships here with the DC region.
Indeed, and it's the first time that I've seen Paul in that Pinto for many, many years. Even when I started 20 years ago here, I always knew about the Sheltons having pretty much a stranglehold on the GT Pinto, and those Pintos, I guess, pretty much were a gestation of SCCA GT3 amateur racing. And I guess when they were, I'll just say that they were disenfranchised by the SCCA.
That's a polite way of phrasing it, yes.
Yeah, indeed, but we had usually very large 15-car, 20-car GT Pinto fields here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, always racing here at Summit Point Raceway. And Paul Marconi's, in past years, recently we've seen him in his E-Production Acura Integra, but Paul longtime supporter of racing here, amateur racing.
This car is his baby. He loves it. But Don Wanigat right now in his GTV making a move on him.
So Wanigat there in that the red 74 Alpha coming into turn number 3 right now. And great run by him, actually coming out of turn 2. And we'll track that here as this race continues on. But great battles there as Paul Marconi sitting in 10th. Wanigat currently in 11th position. A little bit further back from there, we've got, and not much, he's right in the thick of it as well as Peter Malling in that orange BMW, another orange BMW 2002 as they're coming into turn 3 here at the moment.
Yeah, coming through turn 3 right now also is John Wood in the BMW. He's also the VRG president. He's out there putting on a good show.
Tell you what, guys, real quick, I'm getting some word across the radio that the 14 of AJ Ferraganio, they're going to show him the black flag or the meatball flag. Looks like he's got some suspension problems in that number 14 in that BMW. So looks like they're going to try to get him to pull off. There was some talk a couple laps before that. I think he was able to pick that up.
Yeah, and he's just now going into turn 1. Matter of fact, you'll see there coming in, that is the gray with yellow-faced BMW 2002. Directly behind him, we've got Bullard in the red Alfa Romeo. We've got Bob Ball in the orange BMW 2002. And then David LeBrun just reset fastest lap of the race, fastest lap of anybody.
Yeah, David LeBrun, he's running down Bob and Sean Bullard. It's quite a show going through turn 3 right now.
You know, I'll tell you also a little bit further back in the pack, and we'll see if we can pick him up. And I believe we just saw him going down the front straight. Greg Plush in his Datsun 510. I raced Greg years ago in SCCA national racing and majors racing. Had a wonderful race with him actually here at Summit Point. Wonderful weekend back in 2013, I believe. I was racing a good friend of mine's first generation Honda CRX, and I'll tell you, I was outmotored probably by a good 25 horsepower. But I'll tell you, there's nothing better than having a car that could just outbrake a Datsun 510, which we know how hard that is, down into turn 5. It was a great fight between the two of us.
Well, that car is still campaigned in the D.C. region. It's
Indeed.
Great to see it out here this weekend.
Exactly.
I do believe is that still a Brian Downey, or did Greg Blush buy that car? I think that is a Brian Downey.
Brian Downey drives that car in the WDCR races.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. Oh, it looks like LeBrun is making a move on Bob Ball down in turn 1.
Yeah, let's take a look here. And here we go. Got it on the camera right now going into turns 1 and 2 as we've got... as you mentioned, we've got that battle. We got LeBrun in the Alpha. We've got Bob Ball and Sean Bullard. We have had AJ Ferragonio bring his BMW 2002 down the pit lane.
To the penalty box.
Yeah,
he's got 2 minutes for
2 minutes for high
2
stick.
minutes for broken suspension. So.
And so I think we talked about Bullard's Alpha a little bit earlier today. We asked all of our drivers what other race experience that he has, and he says none, just an addiction to vintage Alfa.
Well, actually, I have a story there. We both worked on Capitol Hill, and I was at my favorite dive restaurant on Capitol Hill, boring my staff who were eating lunch with me extensively, talking about the Jefferson 500. This is about 15 years ago, and Sean Bullard pulls up a chair right next to me and says, "Tell me more about this vintage racing." And we've been good friends ever since.
Ever since. Oh, my gosh.
That's usually how it starts.
And we see them coming down the front straight right now. Sean Bullard, you're going to see first car in line in that red with white-nosed Alfa Romeo GTV, a 1974 GTV. And then we've got David LeBrun. He's in the white one directly behind Bob Ball in that orange BMW 2002. They are currently running 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I want to jump a little bit, and it's not much further back. They are on the front straight now, just crossing the start-finish line. You'll notice there that is the blue Ford Pinto, that is Paul Marcones, who we were talking about a little bit earlier, and Peter Malling in that orange BMW 2002. Only about 0.7 of a second separating them. That right now is the battle for 10th overall. And you want to see another battle between 2002s? Going down into turn one, Spencer, it is John Wood. He is in the green number 36 machine, Robert Abitsky, and then we've got Margot Ote, and then Colby Schindel. They are all in BMW 2002s. They are all nose to tail coming out of turn two and coming up towards turn number 3.
So I didn't even think Margot was going to make this race. The Caters were out there, and her car was on the concrete right next to it in the air, and Bob Ball was crawled underneath it, fixing it right before the race.
Oh, my gosh. Well, great that we have that machine out on track.
It's part of the beauty of vintage racing. Anytime anyone has a problem, all their friends are pitching in. Everybody jumps.
And so Peter Malling, who we've been talking about, who's chasing down Paul Marcones. He says he did some karting with his wife, moved the family to Europe, and attended all tracks in Europe. This is where I get a little concerned about some of these bios that we asked for, Jim, because Peter says that he won the 1986 Indy 500 and the 1986 and 1987 kart championships. Oh, no. Actually, I need to finish. Reading sentences because English is an issue for me. No, he did not win these as drivers, and here's what's very important. He said he did it as the lead mechanic with True Sports.
Wow, I did not know that.
That is something. He said he went to Italy, worked and tested at Ferrari, tested for a GM Renault program on the Nürburgring, drove in Rennsport 2 at Daytona, and won the 2011 Pittsburgh Vintage GP Porsche feature race. And he lives, I believe, now in Brighton, Michigan, but I think he was from Pittsburgh at the time. And how did he get into racing? His uncle took him to the 1964 United States Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. He says, "Thank you, Fred."
Real quick, just a little update here. Josh Brown being black flagged, so look for him to come down pit road. Not really, didn't hear what that was for, but he was black flag. I do believe he has made that acknowledgement. He did slow down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he reported after his 4 off.
I think that's.
I don't think so. I think
exactly what the issue is.
Yeah, I think that could be what it was.
You know, you mentioned Rennsport. I can't think about Rennsport without thinking about our dear friend Brian Redmond. Brian, we miss you. If it wasn't for Brian, there would be no Jefferson 500.
You know, and interesting, and I don't want to keep bringing up SCCA, but I hosted a National Stewards meeting last month where I got to interview, and as they put it, I was there to wrangle Mr. Brian Redmond, but he had some of the most amazing stories. I had all the way down to, it was funny, of course, he talked about all of his racing exploits, and we tried, because it was a stewards meeting, we were trying to talk about, his experience in how perhaps in vintage racing, how things have changed, and even modern day racing, how safety has evolved, because he had a huge accident in the early 70s and was technically died over at I think I'm trying to remember where the race was. It wasn't at Road America, but great fight for him. But even a great story about his interaction with his very good friend David Hobbs, who apparently used to stop at Brian's house after every 12 hours of Sebring, and his layovers at Brian's house became longer and longer and longer each year. It went from 1 day to 2 days to a week to 2 weeks.
I'm sure there were many bottles of wine consumed too.
I'm sure there were, but apparently Brian said, "You've got to just buy a house here or something. I can't have you staying over for weeks. My wife just won't take it." And apparently David Hobbs now lives right down the street.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. I've been fortunate enough to spend quite a bit of time with Brian Redmond, and he is a gentleman and a friend to VRG.
Yeah.
So it looks like Tim Cashman is moving up. I think he got around John Wood in turn one a little bit back. It's good to see Tim back out on the circuit. We haven't seen him for a couple years. He's just finished the restoration on that beautiful 2002.
Yeah, I've been looking at this car all weekend long. Obviously, big difference here is this machine here with the extended fenders, with the full flared fenders here compared to some of our other machines. Is that 02 machine just passes the start-finish line. We'll see him coming down into turn 1 here in just a moment.
Well, Greg, that car has got incredible B sedan pedigree all the way back to the 70s.
Yeah, indeed. As a matter of fact, he said he's the 4th owner of the car. It has been raced as a B sedan car starting in 1976. So pretty much almost from new.
Pretty much since new, yes. Well, it looks like LeBrun and Ball going side by side in the one. LeBrun keeping the position.
Ball looks like he had gotten by him coming out of turn 10, but you're right, LeBrun ended up with a little bit more of that horsepower pulling down through there. So we'll see whether or not he's going to hold it. They're going to go side by side coming out of turn 2. Now getting ready to head up into turn 3, still trying to run down the 4 machine of Sean Bullard, and they're starting to catch him a little bit.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Sean has maybe worn out his tires a bit. He's been running like a rabbit.
It's quite possible. So we'll have to see if Ball and David LeBrun can make up ground. Stephen LeBrun managing to hold him off. But in the meantime, Steve Byrne in that Datsun 510, you said he won this race last year, Jim. He now has worked himself out to a 17-second advantage on the rest of the field. That 1970 Datsun 510 absolutely flying out on course right now.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. I can tell you, though, from my experience driving in this series, you do lose brakes, you do lose tires towards the end of a session. 30 minutes is a long time in one of these little cars. It's absolutely exhausting for the driver and for the car.
Yeah, I was going to say, as I raced Greg Plush years ago, I think probably the only saving grace is I had a much easier time of it in my Honda CRX. Although I also had no brakes at the end. But I would imagine. So tell me this, for when these racers are out here, especially for working with these cars that are, period correct for the late 60s, 70s, early 80s, what types of tires are they running for?
Yeah, so most of these cars are all on, most of them are DOT treaded tires.
Okay.
Some of them are like Hoosier Street TDs. So they're all treaded tires. They have tire across the width of the tire. Generally pretty hard, like maybe 100 rating for hardness of the tire. The good news is they're not a bad intermediate range tire, so you don't see guys in desperation like you do at an SCCA race at the last minute trying to figure out which tire to run on the car, because they pretty much just run the same tire all the time.
All right, so just got word from down over at turn 5, Brian, that Stephen Shaposh in his 1975 Volkswagen Rabbit, very early A1 Rabbit, fortunately spun the car down there. He has continued. It's been a great run for Steven. He started off in 20th position today, worked his way all the way up at the 14th. I think we're probably going to see him start to drop back now after that incident. As a matter of fact, he is now down into, showing him in 18th, but I think that's only because a couple more cars haven't crossed the line. Actually, yep.
He's going to fall back even further than that now.
Yeah, I think he's right back to where he started in 20th position in that number 77 machine.
Yeah, one thing that's great about this series is we're getting a lot more female participation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So Kate Garbedian is also in the series. She was a student in our school just a couple years ago, and here she is holding her own now in our series.
Started 27th.
And you mentioned Bruce Shelton. That's one of those cars he built the engine for.
Oh, really? So,
Yeah, that car used to be campaigned by Christian Berzins in this series.
Okay.
That means if it finishes the race, that means Bruce had help building it. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'll tell you, Bruce has had a lot of experience with endurance racing in 2002 and keeping them running. Long-time competitor here, the old 12 hours at the point that was run here at Summit Point Raceway. He was behind the wheel and I think behind the wrenches of quite a number of 2002s. He certainly knows his way underneath the hood here. And and she's doing quite well. She's got a great fight going on right now with David Levinson. Levinson in the number 127 Datsun 510. But, Brian, we're getting word from race control now that Steve Byrne, who just reset fast lap, turns in a 127.638, which is absolutely flying.
That is flying in one of these cars, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And he is now working his very last lap, so we'll try and pick him up here.
He's just now coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. And it's really cool to watch that car because when he goes through coming out of turn 2 and goes into turn 3, the right rear on that thing just squats so bad.
Down.
So you know that's a very soft spring.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that most of the racers, especially when they saw the rain come back out at lunch, they probably softened up these cars quite a bit in preparation.
Well, I think someone like Steve Byrne, who is really technically savvy, he might be tweaking things. Bob Ball is another guy who's extremely technically savvy. He's probably making changes. But a lot of the guys have day jobs and probably aren't touching the cars.
All right, coming now through turn 8. There he is. There is the driver of the number 3 Datsun 510, Steve Byrne. As he makes his way up the hill, he's got just one more corner remaining as he comes out of turn 10. Well, now he's got no corners remaining, Brian. He's on to the front straight, and Steve Byrne, he is going to take the win here today in our final feature race of the day, the Wyer Cup. He goes flag to flag and takes the checkered flag. He's also, he's going to win the TA2 race. And now coming, I believe, out of the final corner, headlights ablazing, headlights alive. It is Stephen LeBrun in the number 137 Ford Escort 1600. He will finish second. Sean Bullard, he tried to get to him on that last lap, Brian. He comes home third in the red Alpha. David LeBrun will finish in fourth. And then Bob Ball will finish in fifth. And I'll tell you, margin between our second, third, fourth, and fifth place drivers was 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, that was a great race.
Great race. As the rest of the field starts to filter through, we've got now coming onto the front straight. Looks like Ernie Bello in his Opel Kadett. That is the white and yellow 561 car, the second car there across the line. He will finish in, I believe, 8th position. Dave Wannegat in the number 74 Alpha will finish in 9th. Peter Malling in his BMW 2002 will round out the top 10, and it looks like Paul Marcones is going to bring his Pinto home in 11th position with Greg Plush. Brett Carroll now coming out of turn 10 in his BMW 16. It's a 1600, a 1.6 liter car, not the 2002. He will finish 13th. Robert Abitsky, Margot Ote, who we were just talking about a few moments ago, and she rounds out the top 15. So, Jim, 2 days down, 1 to go for racing here at Summit Point in the Jefferson 500. What do we have to look forward to tomorrow?
Well, for one, I'm looking forward to getting some sleep tomorrow night because I feel like I've been here a month. But we've got sprint races again tomorrow morning, and we've got all-comers races in the afternoon. You guys will be broadcasting through lunch tomorrow for the sprint races.
Absolutely.
I want to personally thank you guys for coming out and doing this. I want to thank the D.C. region of the SCCA for loaning us the equipment so that you could do this. And thanks to everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. So join us tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Let's throw that schedule back up on screen here real quick. Here at Spencer, 9 a.m. We're going to have 7 sprint races all morning long. That's going to conclude our coverage, but the event does not end. And Jim, we've been here, since we talked about the driver's school. We've been here since Wednesday with cars on track?
Tuesday morning we arrived, we moved in, and we've had cars on track since Wednesday morning.
Exactly. So long week of racing here in vintage racing, and more importantly, I think bringing the newest vintage racers to VRG here this weekend. We've talked about a number of racers where it's their very first race weekend.
Yeah, we had 18 students graduate, and I think we had about a dozen of them that have raced throughout the entire Jefferson 500 race weekend.
All right, so we'll have more feature racing tomorrow morning. Join us at 9 a.m. on the Vintage Racer Group YouTube channel. For Jim Karamanis, for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.